Chapter 354. The same scene happened in the other halls. The others also realized that they couldn't break through by running around. Moreover, they didn't believe that their luck was so good that it could defy the heavens. Hence, they sat down unwillingly and slowly thought about how to get out or move forward. Of course, the good-natured young talents could sit down and think calmly, but it didn't mean that the others could do the same. During this period, many of them were even crazily attacking the walls of the hall, as if they were trying to dig a hole to get out. However, without exception, all of them were beaten half to death by the energy that bounced back. With such a precedent, almost everyone sat down obediently and began to discuss the spatial channel. At this time, outside the underground palace, the two huge stone doors had already been closed. However, there were still many people standing in front of the doors. Although they looked very young, from the fluctuations of their vitality, one could see that these people were old monsters who had lived for an unknown number of years. And these people were the young experts inside, the elders of the forces behind them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to enter before the doors were closed. Now, they could only stare at the stone doors. In Jiucheng Hall, Yin Nuoxing was still persistently trying to verify his conjecture. He ran continuously between several crystal walls. When he passed by other halls, he saw people sitting down and discussing. Some of them even had disputes and almost started fighting. When he saw Qing Xian and the Black Dragon, Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised because the two of them were discussing something with the other 7 young experts. The two of them didn't get along well. It was good enough that they didn't fight. Now that they were sitting down at the last minute, one could tell how serious the situation was. When Yin Nuoxing stopped and looked at the 9 people also looked at him. Qing Xian still had an indifferent expression, but there was an unnatural look in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. After looking at each other for a moment, he lowered his head and pondered. Perhaps because they saw Yin Nuoxing walking to the front with a group of people, the 9 people glanced at him and lowered their eyes as if they couldn't see anything. Yin Nuoxing only stopped for a while before he rushed into the mirror again and disappeared. After an unknown period of time, Yin Nuoxing returned to the first hall. She roared angrily, F***CKU. Then, she fell to the ground with a loud thud. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted from exhaustion. When everyone saw him fall down the moment he entered the door, they were all stunned. Then, they carried him over in a flurry. They were all staring at each other, not knowing what to do. Because their soul power and mental power couldn't leave their bodies, they couldn't wake Yin Nuoxing up. Fortunately, the beautiful woman and the water god king were here. The wood element and water element could be used to heal him. With the two of them working together, Yin Nuoxing woke up in a short while. I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't mind me. In the end, Yin Nuoxing, who had just woken up, went back to sleep after saying this. This made everyone speechless and feel sorry for her. Why was she abusing herself for no reason? In the Jiucheng Hall, there was no clear distinction between time and space. The glazed sun was still hanging high in the sky. If one looked at the beautiful glazed sun for a long time, they would feel dazzled. Even their vision would become a little blurry. Everyone did not know how long they went out for a stroll or how many laps they ran. When they came back, they looked at each other and only left a bitter smile. Qing Feng also helplessly stopped his actions. During this period of time, he had been deducing. Even though he was not a celestial mystery master, but there were some similarities. As compared to the rough deductions of the others, it was many times better, but he still could not find a way out. But it's useless, Lao Fu wants to be a celestial mystery master. Qing Feng looked up to the sky and roared in grief and indignation. With a slap, he scattered all the arrays and charms in the air, and his white hair stood up. Everyone saw his actions that were close to going berserk and helplessly shook their heads. They really had no other way. Could it be that they really had to try one by one? Thinking of that astronomical figure, everyone's face became whiter than the sky, and they all shook their heads. It was unrealistic. Xian kept hugging Yin Nuoxing. Her delicate ears were placed on his forehead, as if she was listening to the latter's voice. After a long time, she put him down and placed Ming into his arms. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, she plunged into the fifth mirror and disappeared. Jin Wang was dumbfounded. He scratched his head in confusion and could not help but mutter. Could it be that she could really hear it? After a long time, Xian came out from that big mirror. Her whole body was dripping with sweat, and her purple clothes were soaked. It was not hard to imagine the scene of her running around the hall. After Xian came back, she casually wiped the sweat off her forehead and grabbed Yin Nuoxing's hand. She was writing something on her palm, which made everyone very curious. Their hearts were like a cat's paw. But this action seemed like a tacit understanding between the two of them. Everyone wanted to see, but they could not understand. After writing for a while, Xian put her ear on Yin Nuoxing's forehead again and closed Mei Mao's eyes for a moment. Then she ran out again. Is this a continuation of Little Star's conjecture? The beautiful woman wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and said helplessly. Everyone waited until Xian ran back and forth 8 times and sat down tiredly. Only then did they have the time to ask, "What's wrong? What's going on?" Xian took a few deep breaths and said slowly, 4 and 9 are the same. The second door after the 8th door leads to the second hall. Similarly, the 7th mirror, 7 mirrors 5 times in a row, leads to the 5th hall. Everyone listened for a long time and nodded. Then they asked, "So, what are you two trying to verify?" When Xian heard this, her pretty face turned slightly red. After a moment, she hid it and said softly, "Little Star said that the path to the hall has a pattern. Right now, I'm just going to help him verify if this conjecture is correct. I can't come to a conclusion yet. 4 and 9, 2 and 8, 7 and 5. There should be some kind of connection. However, there's still a gap. We have to run again." Xian sighed softly and said, "If we can see through the remaining pair of numbers, the conclusion we get might be the direction we need to go. Don't go. Look how tired you are." Seeing that Xian was about to stand up again, Muling quickly helped her sit down and said, "Tell us the rest of your conjecture. We'll help you verify it." Xian thought for a moment and nodded. She was very tired now. If she ran again, her body wouldn't be able to take it. She was willing to rest for a while if she had someone to help her. Hence, she said, "Now we have to verify the relationship between 1, 3, and 6. Let's see if the 6th mirror leads to the 3rd hall, the 6th mirror leads to the 3rd hall, the 3rd mirror leads to the 6th hall, and so on." Mu Ling heard this and nodded. Then she kicked Yao Hua and said, "Boss, it's time for you to play a role. Go." Yao Hua, who was sitting properly, was kicked into a dog eating shit. For a moment, he didn't come to his senses. When the pain in his chin stimulated him, he finally reacted and jumped up as if he had exploded. He roared, "What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? Everyone, just because you didn't use your brain and didn't put in any effort, we had to kick you." Yao Hua wanted to cry. He glanced at the crowd gloomily and silently remembered Ziyan's words. Then he staggered toward the 6th mirror. Looking at his tottering figure, the crowd couldn't bear to see him like this. 2 hours later, Yao Hua returned to the 1st hall with a big yawn. Then he trotted to the side of the crowd and muttered, "The first time I ran, I couldn't tell which hall was which. Later on, I saw that there was a mark left behind by the predecessors on the pillar. I was so wronged." When everyone heard this, they rolled their eyes at him. What kind of eyesight was that? He couldn't see such an obvious number. Although it was only as small as a finger, he could see it if he was more careful. The result? Jin Wang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh, what was it again?" Yao Hua was stunned. He was so busy complaining that he almost forgot about the data. After thinking for a while, he saw everyone's murderous gazes and trembled. He laughed dryly and said, "Wait, I remember now. 006 repeats 3 times to the 3rd hall." Xian nodded and muttered, 4 and 9, 2 and 8, 5 and 7, 3 and 6, that should be it. But he paused at the end of his sentence. Because Juchong Hall, 9 doors, and 1 number was missing, well, we'll know the rest after we try. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing, who had been sleeping, finally woke up. His refreshing laughter made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Based on what he said, they had an idea. Then, let's arrange it. According to the above, we'll line up randomly. First 4, then 9, then 2, then 8, then 3, then 6, then 5, then 7, and finally 1, right? Hearing these numbers, everyone covered their faces helplessly. They counted silently in their hearts for a while, and then nodded. Then let's go. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing smiled and took the lead to walk towards the fourth mirror. Everyone laughed and felt a little liberated. They quickly followed and jumped into the mirrors. At first, it was fine. They walked all the way from the fourth to the eighth mirror without any problems. However, after they exited the eighth mirror and went to the fifth hall, they followed the order and entered the third hall. However, they were teleported back to the first hall. This shouldn't be right. Let's think of something else. Looking at the number 1 written on the pillar, Yun Nuashing sighed and thought again. Try to order them from the smallest to the largest. Follow the corresponding order. At this moment, Yuan Shi gave a suggestion. He did some calculations and said, try according to the order 1, 2, 8, 3, 6, 4, 9, 5, 7. Roar. Yun Nuashing nodded and entered the first mirror with everyone else. Now, because they were worried that something would happen if they split up, they all walked together. The group of people walked out in a grand manner, causing the people from the other palaces to be a little surprised. It had to be said that some people seemed to have thought of something and walked in front of them. There were also some people who seemed to have smelled something unusual and actually walked behind Yun Nuashing and the others. Yun Nuashing and the others were too lazy to pay attention to these inexplicable little tales. They were still trying to figure it out and hadn't figured it out yet. In the end, after walking from the first to the third, everyone returned to the first hall. Looking at the stone pillar, everyone was so angry that they wanted to destroy it. However, when they thought of Jin Jinwang's fate, they silently killed this idea in the cradle. They didn't want to play the trapeze. They couldn't fly here, and it would be painful if they fell. Why don't we walk in reverse? Let's change the order? Qing Feng suggested. After walking for so long, he was also very tired and wanted to rest. But now that there was a little progress, it didn't seem good to say that he wanted to rest. No, this kind of nonsensical walking is completely half guessing and half pushing. It is useless. Yun Nuashing shook his head and crossed his arms. He paced back and forth in the first hall. His mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of countermeasures. When everyone saw him like this, they all stood quietly by the side and let him think by himself. After a long time, Yun Nuashing's footsteps stopped. He looked up at the 8 mirrors and took a deep breath. When everyone saw this, they quickly gathered around and asked, How is it? How is it? Yun Nuashing nodded and shook his head. 4, 4 is the end. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 5, 3, 6, 7, 7, 4, 5, 8, 8. So let's start with 2? Yao Hua asked weakly. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said from small to large, 1 is 4, 2 is 2, 3 is 5, 4 is 3, 5 is 4, 6, 7, 8 corresponds to 6, 7, 8, 4, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yun Nuashing raised his head and said this set of numbers before saying, the beginning and the end are 4 and 9, 2 and 8, 5 and 7, 3 and 6. Let's go and try. Everyone looked at each other and didn't understand. But Yun Nuashing had already walked out, so they didn't ask anything and quickly followed. It can only be said that what Yun Nuashing said and calculated should be reasonable, right? Fantasy is beautiful, but reality is cruel. They indeed ran in this order, but at the end, there was a problem. Originally, when they entered from the 8 mirrors, they immediately turned around. In the end, they returned to the first hall in an instant. That familiar scene almost made them collapse. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. This is really repent and be saved. We're back in the blink of an eye. Jin Jinwang covered his head and roared like a demon. It looked like he was really confused by these numbers and was about to collapse. 5 gates and 4 grams are 1 gate. Let's go and change the middle one to 1. This time, it will definitely work. Yun Nuashing was also going crazy. After thinking hard for a while, he roared again and rushed to the 4th mirror impatiently. Behind him, everyone wailed and followed. As usual, they exited the mirrors and went through the mirrors. Unknowingly, they had already passed 8 mirrors. After they came out from the 8th mirror in the first hall, They returned to the starting point. The pillar with the number 1 carved on it was so hateful to everyone. No, I can't walk anymore. My bones are going to break. Jin Wang sat on the ground and felt that there was nothing left to live for. He lay on the ground and didn't want to get up. 9 is the limit of the number. We passed 8 gates. There's only one more gate left. It's here. Just one more step and we'll be there. Get up quickly. Yin Nuashing sighed, but he didn't give up. He looked at the mirror behind him and steeled his heart to walk in. When everyone saw this, they sighed helplessly. They felt that he was just struggling in vain. It was useless. Besides, they really didn't want to move. Listen to me. We'll be there once we get in. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but say when he saw that everyone didn't get up except for Xian and Ming, who stayed by his side. All right. We'll listen to you, kid. We'll listen to you. Jin Wang gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up from the ground. Then he pulled up the people who had taken root underground and roared, "Kids, let's go. Follow Little Star and charge in." When everyone heard this, they sighed and wailed on the ground. They struggled to stand up and looked at the huge mirror. Then they followed Yin Nuashing and plunged into it. This place looked so new and clean. In the middle of the vast hall, there was a light blue ring of fire. The scorching temperature caused the space to distort slightly. Within the pale blue fire circle, a petite figure was curled up. Upon closer inspection, it was a little girl, no more than 2 or 3 years old. Her little face was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of the finest jade. Her dazzling purple gold hair perfectly revealed the girl's identity. It was Zihan, who had been separated from Yin Nuashing for a full year. At the end of the hall, a huge glass mirror slowly emerged from the void. The hall, which had never changed since ancient times, reverberated with waves of spatial fluctuations. Then, one figure after another emerged from the mirror and landed in the hall. Yin Nuashing, who was leading the group, had a change of expression the moment he entered. This was because he realized that the purple night flame in his body had suddenly become violent. Divine flame? Yin Nuashing was taken aback. He hurriedly lifted his head and looked at the cluster of pale blue flames. Shock gradually surged into his eyes. This was because he saw the petite figure within the flames. A name that was filled with shock and joy involuntarily floated out. Little Z. Chapter 355. Words that contained boundless joy echoed in the hall, and as the sound waves spread out, the scorching air that filled the hall dissipated a little, and the temperature showed signs of dropping. The moment the voice filled with excitement rang out, little purple soul, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, slowly opened her little eyes. The sleepiness in her eyes disappeared in a flash, and her empty pupils were filled with light. She seemed to have just woken up. Little purple soul reached out her little hand and touched the light blue ring of fire. She looked down in disbelief. Even if she had forgotten everything, she could not forget the voice that was almost engraved into her soul. Big brother. The pale blue ring of fire trembled slightly and actually became illusory. The blazing temperature in the great hall also dropped rapidly. Little purple soul looked down at Yin Nua planet, and a tender voice that was filled with longing and grievance quietly came out from her small mouth. The voice had a slightly unreal feeling that was like a dream. She had once thought that this parting would be permanent. When Ziyin and the others heard this, they all looked at Yin Nuashing. There was a strange look in their eyes. They wanted to ask how many sisters he had, but when they saw that Ming Ming was also very excited, they quickly closed their mouths. It had been more than 2 years since the first time they met. Little Purple Soul's appearance had not changed at all. She still looked like a 2 or 3-year-old. Her light purple robe and purplish golden hair swayed gently. She was like a little fairy who was surrounded by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She was perfect and flawless. Little Purple. Yin Nuashing was completely relaxed when they finally met. During this period of time, when he was deciphering the Jiucheng Hall, he had been thinking about this moment all the time. However, when this moment finally arrived, he calmed down and only felt gratified. After a while, Yin Nuashing chuckled and slowly opened her arms. Big brother. When little purple soul saw this scene, it finally reacted. Its little hand passed through the blue fire circle and hurriedly went out. It rushed straight towards Yun Nuo planet and plunged into the familiar embrace that it had not seen for a year. Its little hand wrapped around his neck, and it started to sob softly. "Big brother, you're finally here. Little purple thought that I would never see you again." Sob. "Big brother, where did you go? Big sister Yun doesn't want me anymore." Little purple thought that big brother didn't want little purple anymore. Sob. When everyone heard the childish sobbing, the fear in the voice, and the feeling of complete relaxation, everyone's hearts tightened, and even their noses felt a little sour. "Little purple, I'm here. I'm here. Big brother and little purple will never be separated again. Okay?" Patting little purple soul's back, Yun Nuoxing spoke in the most gentle voice he could muster. Everyone who heard it felt goosebumps all over their bodies. This gentleness was so strong that water could be squeezed out of it. "Really?" Little purple soul raised her head. There was still a hint of fear in her purplish gold eyes. Her little hands clutched Yun Nuoxing's clothes tightly, afraid that he would disappear in front of her in the next second. She was also afraid that this was just a dream. "Of course." Yun Nuoxing rubbed her little head lovingly and wiped away the tears and snot on her little face. He hugged her tenderly for a while before slowly letting her go. "Hee. Little purple, you're finally back. You have no idea how long we've been looking for you." Ming saw little purple soul and grinned. She was about to say something when Yun Nuoxing covered her mouth. She couldn't finish her sentence. "Big sister Ming." Little purple soul greeted Ming happily when she saw him. Other than Yun Nuoxing and Ming were the closest people to her. She was touched to see them again. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Ming, who stuck her tongue out cutely at him. He felt a little helpless. Then he introduced little purple soul to the people around him. "Big brother, big sister, uncles and aunties." After little purple soul heard this, she smiled sweetly. Then she greeted everyone one by one. When everyone heard this, their hearts were filled with warmth. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. It was as if the fatigue of the past few days had been completely washed away. "Huh." Jin Wang smiled like a blooming sunflower when he heard them. A golden light was released from his body uncontrollably, blinding everyone. Although it was not the first time Jin Wang, Yun Nuoxing, and Yao Hua had met little purple soul, they were always called that every time they met. Their hearts were filled with warmth. Little purple soul's pure and adorable personality made everyone want to hug her. However, the little girl had inherited Ming's good tradition. She was clinging to Yun Nuoxing's arms. Now that they had reunited after such a long time, she was so clingy that everyone was envious of her. However, little purple did not have any problems with her growth, which surprised everyone. Girls tended to grow very quickly. It had been more than 2 years, but her appearance had not changed at all. Everyone took turns to check on her, but they did not find anything strange about her. However, Jin Wang and the others could not help but praise her pure soul. It was the first time they had seen such a pure soul that was tainted with a little bit of immortal qi. When Yun Nuoxing asked little purple soul how she came to this place, she could not explain it clearly. Her confused look made him very confused. Little purple doesn't know either. 3 days after Sister Yun left, little purple was looking for Big Brother on the streets. Then I came here and slept until Big Brother came to find me. Little purple soul shook her head blankly. Her pair of clear little eyes stared into Yun Nuoxing's eyes, and she said very seriously. Yun Nuoxing frowned. The city where Yun left little purple soul was an astronomical distance away from Lihuan City. According to little purple soul herself, she arrived at this place in the blink of an eye. This information shocked everyone. How powerful must one be to be able to do such a thing? Since ancient times, only people of that level could have such strength, right? How many people of that level were there today? No one had seen such a person for thousands of years. Yun Nuoxing sighed. He turned his head around inadvertently and realized that there were quite a number of people standing there. He was stunned. It seemed that someone had followed them to the ninth palace. However, it was a pity that there was nothing in the most important palace. The only thing that existed was little purple soul who had come here for some unknown reason. Thinking of this, Yin Nuoxing suddenly froze and hurriedly raised his head, only to discover that the light blue ring of fire had unknowingly disappeared. When he entered, he clearly felt the aura of the divine flame, and the purple night dark flame was fluctuating. Clearly, the light blue flame that disappeared should also be a type of divine flame, but he did not know where it went. Everyone, please go back. There's nothing left in this palace. It's just a waste of time to stay here. Yin Nuoxing turned around and looked at the crowd. He was in a good mood and could not help but smile. When the people heard this, they frowned slightly. They looked at Yin Nuoxing and then looked at little purple soul in his arms. Their frowns deepened. After thinking for a while, they looked away. There were so many people here. Even if there was something wrong with this little girl, they could not do anything to her. Not to mention Yin Nuoxing, who gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. There were a few genuine Netherworld kings around him. Seeing the strange looks from these people, Yin Nuoxing only smiled faintly. He scanned the palace and confirmed that there was really nothing left. Then, he led the crowd and walked towards the huge glass mirror. He jumped in the mirror and disappeared. The people in the palace looked at each other and felt a little angry. They felt that Yin Nuoxing's arrival had disrupted their rhythm. However, they had forgotten that without Yin Nuoxing's glazed pagoda, it was impossible for them to enter the ninth temple. Yin Nuoxing was also the first one to crack the spatial tunnel. It could be said that these people were just following him. Now that Yin Nuoxing and the others had left, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were still unwilling to give up and continued to search the ninth temple, hoping to find something that they had missed. 100 miles away from Lihuan City, there were no clouds in the sky. Even the sunlight seemed a little lazy. After a moment of silence, a 7-colored light surged into space. Then, a glass mirror slowly opened up in the void and expanded to a size of 1,000 feet. After the mirror appeared, the figures of Yin Nuoxing and the others also walked out of the mirror. Feeling the rich wind elements circling around their bodies, they were slightly stunned. Looking at the familiar twin stars in the sky, time seemed to have stopped for a few seconds. Then, joy crazily washed through everyone's mind. Woo! We're finally out. The sun that we have not seen for a long time. It's finally not glass. Fresh air. That damn Jiuchong Hall is so damn stuffy. These old bones can be used to make soup at home. The first person in history. Roar. Let's go to the restaurant to celebrate. Words of joy and roars of ecstasy reverberated in the sky. This time, they were laughing without any restraint, as if they wanted to turn everything that had happened in the past few days into laughter and spit it all out. Yuan Shi, Jin Heng, and the others could even be seen dancing in the sky. The group of people were shouting and dancing at the top of their lungs, like a group of demons dancing in the sky. Let's go. Don't shout here. Let's go back to the city to rest. We'll find another restaurant to eat and drink. The Gold God King laughed loudly. Boundless rays of light submerged half of the sky, causing everyone to curse loudly. Let's go. Let's go back to the city. The group of people left behind sounds of laughter. They turned into streaks of light and shot across the sky, rushing towards distant Seoul City. The travel-worn group of people directly barged into the largest restaurant in distant Seoul City. Not only did they book the entire place, but they also ate, drank, and had fun until late at night. Many corpses were left in the hall. The few God Kings also went crazy. At this moment, they finally managed to expel the smell of alcohol from their bodies. They shook their heads helplessly when they saw the drunken group. Yin Nuoxing, who never drank, was already moving the group. When she saw that the God Kings had woken up, she heaved a sigh of relief. She pulled them back to their rooms, and then she sent Xian back to her room. This girl kept clinging to the corner of his clothes, which made him feel very helpless. She was clearly drunk, but she was as quiet as a princess. When he was in the hall just now, he saw the flowers suddenly change their style when they were drunk, which gave him a fright. In the room, after settling Xian and the two girls down, Yin Nuoxing, who was no longer sleepy, slowly walked to the balcony. She raised her head and looked at the round disc that was a little chipped. She was in an exceptionally good mood. Sister Yuan, I've found little Z. I can relax now. Where did you guys go? Yin Nuoxing sighed as she stared blankly at the ice-blue moon. However, when she remembered that Yuan had left with Yulong, she relaxed a little. She thought that they would not encounter any danger. Brother. Little Purple Soul's voice rang out behind her. Yin Nuoxing was slightly stunned. She turned around and saw her standing behind her, looking up at her. She could not help but smile. She picked her up and said gently, "Aren't you going to sleep? I've slept for a long time. I don't want to sleep." Little Purple Soul shook her head. She looked around mysteriously. When she saw that no one was around, she put her little hand into her pocket. After rummaging for a long time, she took out something. She then carefully extended it to Yin Nuoxing and said, "Brother, this is for you." Yin Nuoxing tilted her head. She freed one of her hands and reached out to Little Purple Soul's little fist. She took the thing that she put down and looked at it suspiciously. Then, her eyes suddenly narrowed. In her palm, a badge that was less than a finger wide lay quietly. It was glazed and gave off an ancient aura. A towering tree had taken root and sprouted on a green lotus. It looked strange and holy at the same time, as if it was hinting at something. Of course, Yin Nuoxing had seen this mark many times. What shocked her was not the badge. When she accidentally scanned it with her soul energy, she felt a wave of information coming back to her. It was a bit like a cultivation technique. This is the Glazed God's inheritance. Chapter 356. In his palm, the glazed emblem glowed brilliantly under the moonlight. A huge wave of information surged into Yin Nuoxing's soul like a shockwave. When Yin Nuoxing noticed it, it was too late for him to throw it away. He could only feel a wave of energy surging into his soul. Boom! The wave of information passed through the god's mark and collided with his soul. The sudden impact was so strong that his vision turned black. Countless stars appeared in his eyes. He staggered a few steps back and slumped into a chair. His head hung low, scaring Little Purple Soul. "Brother, are you okay?" Little Purple Soul called out to Yin Nuoxing as she held his arm and shook it. Little Purple Soul put her hand under Yin Nuoxing's nose. After sensing that his breathing was stable, she heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the empty balcony, then at the two girls lying on the bed. Finally, she looked at Yin Nuoxing. She took his windbreaker from the house, climbed onto the table carefully, and put it on his back. After she was done, she sat down and looked at him with her chin resting on her hand. Little Purple Soul waited until midnight, but Yin Nuoxing still hadn't woken up. His body was glowing, and the lotus tree emblem in his palm was burning. It seemed like something was changing. Seeing him like this, she didn't want to disturb him. "Ah!" Little Purple Soul covered her mouth and yawned. She pouted and looked at Yin Nuoxing for a while. She mumbled and stood up from the chair. She snuggled into Yin Nuoxing's arms, pulled his windbreaker up, and fell asleep using him as a pillow. In the spiritual world, Yin Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes. He was holding a burning emblem in his palm, and it was spinning. He looked at it, and in his mind, a mass of information was rolling and engraved into his soul. He only let out a sigh of relief when the emblem stopped burning. He then rubbed his head. Glazed mirror, it also contains several kinds of absolute arts, and Yin Nuoxing sighed. Thinking of the information that had just flowed through his mind, his cheeks could not help but twitch as he muttered, "There's actually a secret technique that involved the time domain, zero-time realm, time realm. Once a realm was opened, the user could control the flow of time within it." It was a simple sentence, but Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but gasp. If he could control time, who in the world would be his opponent? It could be said that as long as this realm was opened, the power of life and death would be in the hands of the user. But unfortunately, Yin Nuoxing hadn't reached the level where he could control time. There was no other reason. He hadn't mastered the power of time. Even if he had this realm, he couldn't use it. The time realm, as the name implied, didn't have the power of time. How could he use such a realm? It's useless. After the surprise, Yin Nuoxing could only sigh. He hadn't even mastered the power of space. So how could he master the power of time? Damn it, it's still too early to learn this. This should be left for gods, people at the level of gods to learn. However, it inexplicably fell into the hands of a tiny, immortal realm cultivator like me. It's a bit of a waste of natural resources. Forget it, I'll learn it later. With a wry smile, Yin Nuoxing could only suppress the idea of learning it thoroughly. Then, he began to study another mystic technique. Glazed mirror, no grade. With a thought, you can move all things in the world. You could transform your body into heaven and earth. You can take the world as your own body. Glazed divine crystal will cast your body, making it unshakable. The glazed mirror can condense the power of the mystic technique. When practiced to great success, it can allow the mystic technique to break through its limits and increase its power exponentially. Seeing the large glazed words reverberating in his mind, Yin Nuoxing could feel the overbearing power of this mystic technique. This was a mystic technique that used energy to temper and strengthen the body. However, when he saw the words glazed divine crystal, Yin Nuoxing's jaw almost dropped. What was a glazed divine crystal? It was a dignified level, 12 material exclusive to the gods. Many people didn't even have time to worship it after obtaining it, but now it was being used to cast one's body. Moreover, the glazed mirror was divided into 4 levels: cast glazed, glazed body, glazed soul, and glazed divine crystal. It seemed that a lot of glazed divine crystal was used to advance to each level. Yin Nuoxing stuffed his jaw back with great difficulty. He sighed heavily, as if he wanted to let out all the shock that he had just received. As a level 12 material, it was needless to say that it was precious. Although the realm of the gods was boundless, glazed divine crystals were not that easy to be born. Even if they were born, it might not be possible to find them. Unless Yin Nuoxing was the reincarnation of a heavenly pulse master, he could only stare helplessly at this mystic technique. No, in the ring that Xianyin gave me. After staring helplessly for a while, Yin Nuoxing suddenly thought of the 2 rings. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he was slightly delighted. He remembered that when he was wandering around in the ring out of boredom, he found a lump of crystal in a corner. The whole thing was color glazed. The gradual change of the 7 colors made him pay extra attention. It seemed like that was a glazed divine crystal. It's all thanks to Xianyin. This heavenly god glaze is really something else. She's cultivating a secret technique, yet she still needs glazed godly crystals. Yin Nuoxing smiled, then shook his head. When other heavenly gods obtained 12th level materials, they would use them to forge eternal divine weapons or even godhead weapons. This heavenly god glaze, however, directly used them to refine her body, as if she didn't care about weapons at all. Now that I think about it, that glazed pagoda seems to be made of glazed divine crystal too. Suddenly thinking of Qing Feng's glazed pagoda, Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Then he smiled evilly and had an idea in his mind. He didn't have any ideas about the glazed pagoda. No matter what, Qing Feng had helped her before. It didn't seem good to dig out other people's secrets. Yin Nuoxing was thinking of another problem. Since Qing Feng was able to get the glazed pagoda, she must have dug it out from somewhere. Maybe that place was another place of the glazed divine crystal, or even the tomb of the glazed divine crystal. If it was the place where the glazed divine crystal died, there might be a glazed divine crystal left behind. Cultivating this glazed treasured mirror required a lot of glazed divine crystal. Even though Xianyin left some for him, it was probably not enough. He had to make some preparations for his future cultivation. Yin Nuoxing was very envious of this glazed treasured mirror. Not to mention the front part. Just the sentence of being able to condense and break through the secret technique made him very excited. But the fact that it didn't have a grade made him a little surprised. Generally speaking, the power of a cultivation technique and secret technique depended on the grade of the technique. This secret technique didn't even have a grade, so he really couldn't tell how strong it was. Since it was left behind by the glazed divine crystal, it shouldn't be too bad. Yin Nuoxing thought so. Moreover, when he was reading it just now, he fainted from the impact of the information flow. At least it wouldn't be any weaker than the yin mo burning the heavens and spirit absorption skill. Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing suddenly wanted to vomit blood. The burning soul incantation gathered the three major cultivation techniques together. Then when cultivating it, it would be even more abnormal. Any vast energy that entered the body would be pinched by the three strongest cultivation techniques until it was as thin as a strand of hair. Then the speed of cultivation in the future. This is the first time I feel that the burning soul incantation is also a scam. Thinking of this scene, Yin Nuashing's face turned black. Although the burning soul incantation could make up for its shortcomings from other cultivation techniques and mystic techniques to perfect itself, this was equivalent to having 3 or 4 cultivation techniques circulating in the body. The energy required to advance in the future would be an astronomical figure. Moreover, the burning soul incantation was divided into 3 stages, not to mention the other 3. After checking the information somewhat gloomily, Yin Nuashing was slightly taken aback. In this flood of information, he did see the cultivation technique, but it was only the first stage of the glazed treasured mirror. As for the rest, there was only the name and no cultivation technique. Even the zero-time realm was only half of the introduction. Incomplete. Yin Nuashing immediately thought of this possibility, and his gloomy expression deepened. It wasn't easy to obtain it, but it was incomplete. Could still be inside? Suddenly looking at the lotus tree emblem in his palm, Yin Nuashing's spirit shook slightly. The emblem just now burned for a long time and didn't melt. Moreover, there was an unusually dense spiritual energy within it. Yin Nuashing tried a few times, using his soul, mind, elements, and the power of the stars, but he still couldn't break it. He could only give up helplessly. Seems like I'm not strong enough to open it. Yin Nuashing sighed and could only suppress his desire to learn it directly. However, he couldn't learn it now, even if he obtained it. After all, he hadn't even stepped into the first stage. What was the use of seeing the second stage of the cultivation technique? Looking at the 2 rings on his left hand, Yin Nuashing looked at the silver-white rings. Suddenly, a beautiful silver-white figure appeared in his mind. Every frown and smile of the young girl was vivid in his mind, making him miss her very much. Little girl. He smiled helplessly and looked at the 2 rings. In the purple-red ring, there were some cultivation techniques, secret techniques, arrays, charms, and other things. Although he hadn't learned them before, he had taken a cursory look and discovered that there were actually saint-level cultivation techniques and mystic techniques inside. The lowest level was immortal level, and there were even peerless level ones. However, there were fewer of them. It seemed that Yin Nuashing hadn't been able to collect too many of these highest-level cultivation techniques. However, when Yin Nuashing saw it for the first time, his jaw dropped. This peerless level cultivation technique, he had never seen it anywhere else in the outside world. He hadn't even heard of any cultivation techniques or secret techniques of this level appearing in the outside world. However, there were more than 10 scrolls in his hand. He suddenly felt that this ring was too heavy, as if a star was pressing down on his finger. It was so heavy that his finger was about to break. The other silver-white ring, on the other hand, was filled with a pile of elixirs and materials. The level of these items was also so high that it was suffocating. His mind entered the silver-white ring, and Yin Nuashing slowly searched for a while. Then, he opened his eyes and touched it gently with his finger. A gradually changing rainbow light suddenly bloomed from the ring. Then, a crystal the size of a wash basin appeared in front of him, causing his face to twitch. Such a big piece. Let me see. SSS. The weight should be just right. It should be able to reach the first level. I bought watch last year. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and then cursed loudly. This wash basin-sized piece was just enough to enter the first level of normal cultivation. This is a cultivation technique for the rich. Appraisal complete. Yin Nuashing ground his teeth. Suddenly, he felt his teeth itch and wanted to bite something. Sigh, so be it. For the sake of my cultivation path, this can't be helped. Yin Nuashing muttered with a bitter face. However, his heart was bleeding. His heart ached for having to refine such a big piece of colored glass divine crystal in one go. First, use the origin energy in a powerful flame to refine and temper the colored glass divine crystal. Yin Nuoxing smiled after he finished reading. What kind of flame was stronger than a divine flame? The surrounding light purple sea of fire was attracted and surged toward the washbasin-sized colored glass divine crystal in front of Yin Nuoxing. Colored glass energy also surged out of his body and entered the flames to refine the colored glass divine crystal together. Chapter 357. When Yin Nuoxing woke up, he found himself lying on a bed. In such a large room, there was not a single person in sight. He was a little surprised and then laughed bitterly. Since when did he care so much about whether there was anyone beside him? He tossed and turned comfortably on the soft bed for a while, twisting his body in an intoxicated manner until the bed was wrinkled. Only then did he stop. He was still refining the glazed divine crystal in his spiritual world. Even with the purple night flame, it was impossible to refine it all at once. It was difficult to refine a 12th level divine object. He wouldn't be surprised even if it took a few years. Unless his strength reached the demigod or demigod rank, the refining speed would be faster. Other than that, he could only take it slowly, hugging the soft blanket and rolling from one end of the bed to the other. Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little tired from running around during this period. He had never been so busy before. After coming out of the Tana's water god temple, he came to Lihuan City after resting for half a month. Then he ran around in the underground palace for a whole month, which surprised him a little. During that time, he didn't see the night. He didn't expect that it had already been a month. Creak. Just as Yin Nuoxing was happily rolling on the bed, the door was suddenly pushed open gently. Then a tall and beautiful figure walked in quietly, drawing a slender shadow in the sunlight. The girl who pushed open the door gently closed the door. Seeing the messy bed and Yin Nuoxing, who was entangled with the quilt a few times, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Then it turned into surprise, and finally it turned into a little smile. Little Star's sleeping posture is so cute. The person who came was naturally Xian. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing still had his eyes closed, she couldn't help but chuckle. She walked lightly to the bedside and sat down gently. Her jade-like hand rested on her cheek, and she stared at the handsome face without blinking. The corners of her mouth curled up at an angle that made people drool. Little Star, Xian called out softly. She waited for a while, and after confirming that he didn't seem to show any signs of waking up, the smile on her red lips grew even longer. She placed her jade-like hands on Yin Nuoxing's handsome face and gently stroked it. Her jade-like fingers lightly brushed past his forehead, eyes, nose, and lips. She was careful and meticulous, as if she was examining a work of art. In the end, she couldn't help but poke his face. Xian pursed her red lips and hesitated for a moment. She brushed her long hair away from her forehead and slowly bent down. Her red lips were like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water as she lightly kissed Yin Nuoxing on the lips. Ever since that day, she would occasionally give Yin Nuoxing a sneak attack, which made him feel helpless and at a loss. He never thought that this girl would be so bold. Little lazy bum. Xian gently smiled and gently sat up. She took out a book and quietly read it. Half an hour later, Xian saw that Yin Nuoxing still hadn't woken up. She couldn't help but shake her head and poke his cheek with her jade-like fingers. She couldn't bear to wake him up, so she quietly left the room. The room was silent for a long time. Suddenly, a majestic and obscure soul energy reverberated and surged towards the door. After sensing it for a while, Yin Nuoxing, who was lying on the bed, suddenly blushed. He opened his eyes in embarrassment, and his light purple eyes turned red. This little girl. Thinking back to the scene just now, Yin Nuoxing was so embarrassed that he wanted to bury his head in the blankets. He gently stroked his lips with his fingers. The touch of softness from just now seemed to still be there, and a faint fragrance left behind. This girl, is getting bolder and bolder. Yin Nuashing bitterly laughed. His chest was beating like a drum. It was so restless that it was difficult to calm down. Ah! Yin Nuashing shouted in embarrassment and anger. He hugged the blankets and rolled around on the bed. His legs kicked wildly, and he even kicked a pillow. The bed was almost indescribably messy. The sheets and blankets were tangled around his body, and he was tied up. Ugh, I can't untie it. After getting tired from rolling, Yin Nuashing sighed. When he wanted to get up, he realized that his hands and feet were tied. Ah! Yin Nuashing finally understood what it meant to be tied up in a cocoon. Right now, he was completely tied up in a ball. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a big fat worm that had spun silk and turned into a cocoon. Zai, save me, you asked for it. This big fat cocoon looks pretty good. Keep it up. Zai seemed to have just woken up. He glanced at the current situation and fell asleep again. I'm crying. After struggling for a long time, Yin Nuashing realized that he was sweating all over in vain. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but Zai didn't help him. Brother Nuashing, call me, and I'll untie you. At this time, Lan Xen suddenly appeared. She lay on the bed and looked at Yin Nuashing, who was sweating profusely, and teased him. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He looked at Lan Xian's bright blue eyes, which contained a smile. His face twitched, but he turned his head away and laughed dryly. I can untie it myself. Then you won't be so busy and sweating. Lan Xian smiled as she looked at him, who was struggling in vain. Her legs kept moving up and down behind him. She rested her chin on her jade-like hand and smiled like a flower. Ugh, I'm about to untie it. When Yin Nuashing heard this, he was a little embarrassed. He quickly kicked his legs and tried to get away. In the end, he was tied even deeper. He didn't know why there was a knot inside. After a long while, Yin Nuashing stopped struggling. He looked at Lan Xen who was still smiling like a daffodil. His handsome face turned red, and he said, Xen untie me. When Lan Xen heard this, her smile became even more charming. However, she said, Huh? Brother Nuashing, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Yin Nuashing was about to cry. He gritted his teeth and quickly moved closer to Lan Xen. He said sweetly, Xen hee. Lan Xen smiled knowingly. Then, she slowly got up and peeled off the cocoon from the outside. Phew! Yin Nuashing climbed out of the blanket and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Lan Xen who was smiling at him. He smiled and patted her head. Thank you, Xen. You can't just thank me. Lan Xen shook her head. Then, she moved her beautiful face closer to Yin Nuashing. Her meaning was self-evident. Ahem. Yin Nuashing coughed dryly. He rubbed her long hair and said, Let's go out and see where everyone is gone. Brother Nuashing favors one and discriminates against the other. You obviously kissed little Ming and little Z. We are all your sisters, but you only ignored me. When Lan Xen heard this, she pouted her lips and looked as if she had been wronged. However, her bright eyes stared at Yin Nuashing. Ahem, how old are you? Why are you still fighting with the two little girls? Yin Nuashing's handsome face turned red as he said weakly, No, you kiss me. I will tell you a piece of news. It is related to Kanzaki. Lan Xen shook her head. Then, she hugged Yin Nuashing's arm and shook it. She said in a sweet voice, Brother. Yin Nuashing was so shocked that he had goosebumps all over his body. Then, he smiled bitterly as he looked at Lan Xen's expectant eyes. He felt that he had really been defeated by these little girls. He didn't know what he had done in his previous life. Letting out a sigh, Yin Nuashing lowered his head and poked Lan Xen's beautiful face. Then, he turned away his blushing face and said, Are you happy now? Yes. Lan Xen smiled sweetly. Then, she ran her fingers through her hair and said with a smile, Heavenly Goddess Glaze is from the mythological era. Oh! Yin Nuashing, who was still unsettled, nodded sullenly. After a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He blinked and quickly turned his head. He stared at Lan Xen and said, What did you say? Heavenly Goddess Glaze is from the mythological era? Didn't Jin Wang and the others say that heavenly goddess Glaze was from the ancient era? It was 2 years away from this era. It didn't seem like they were lying. Jin Wang and the others couldn't have tricked him, although Yu Xiao had tricked him before. Yes, celestial god Glaze is a person from the mythological era. Its rise is very strange. It's as if another person suddenly appeared. No one knew who Glaze was before, and no one even knew its gender. However, it transcended and became a celestial god overnight. On the day the Glaze divine god succeeded, 3 suns appeared in the sky. The color of Glaze illuminated more than half of the galaxy. A towering ancient tree growing on a lotus covered the entire divine realm. All the experts were alarmed. Although there were many divine realm experts at that time, the phenomenon of heaven and earth on the day of transcendence and ascension to godhood wasn't that great. Therefore, it was engraved in people's hearts and became one of the legends of that time. But after that, heavenly goddess Glaze went silent again. No one saw her. It was as if she had disappeared. When I saw Brother Nuashing's lotus tree emblem, I remembered this matter. I have seen this emblem before. The charm is exactly the same. I can't be wrong. So, I'll tell you about it, Lan Xiner said. Yin Nuashing was stunned. After listening to Lan Xiner, she shivered. The lotus tree was the unique emblem of heavenly goddess Glaze. If someone had imitated it, it might be understandable. However, even the charm was the same. This was something that could not be imitated. In other words, the heavenly goddess Glaze that Lan Xine was talking about should be the same person as the heavenly goddess Glaze that Jin Wang and the others had talked about. However, the 2 titles were the same, yet there was a gap of more than an era between them. How could this be explained? No one could live for such a long time. Even the gods couldn't live for such a long time. Even the divine grade Xian crystals couldn't seal the fluctuations of the divine right of a divine god. As time passed, it would gradually be worn away. Then how did divine god Glaze survive for more than 20 years? Although I don't know the details, heavenly goddess Glaze did leave a stir in the mythological era. So, she is from the mythological era. However, I don't know how she survived until the ancient era. Lan Xine nodded affirmatively. Xine, do you know any other gods who have lived for more than an era? Yin Nuashing suddenly asked. Lan Xine frowned. After thinking for a while, she said, I don't know everything. When I was born, I was at the end of the mythological era. In the ancient books that I have read, I didn't see any gods who survived the beginning of the mythological era and reached the end of the mythological era. Most of the gods died in less than 10 eras. The longest one was 30 eras. That was the god who had survived the longest. Moreover, he had used all kinds of methods to prolong his life to live for more than 10 years. Ordinary gods could only live for a few eras. What's the name of the deity that has lived for 30 eras? Yin Nuashing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, I don't know. Lan Xine sighed and shook her head. I see. Yin Nuashing nodded in disappointment. The mythological era was the era of the gods. Even in that era, no god could live for more than 30 years. It was unlikely that there would be any in the current era. If Brother Nuashing wants to know more, you can look for a family. Seeing his disappointed look, Lan Xiner winked at Mei Mao and suddenly smiled. When Yin Nuashing heard this, a name appeared in his mind. He blurted out, the Soul family? Yes, it is the family of the man that Brother Nuashing saw the other day. Xine once said that this family rose quietly during the mythological era. At that time, they were quite mysterious. Maybe they have passed down something. Lan Xine nodded and said. Yin Nuashing was silent for a while. He sat on the bed and clenched his fists before loosening them. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He sighed and said with a smile, All right, I'll make a trip there when I have time. Chapter 358. A long time after Lan Xiner returned to the Sky Piercer and disappeared, Yin Nuashing was still sitting on the bed. His chin was resting on the back of his hands, and his slender eyebrows were tightly knitted. After a long time, he sighed, as he could not think of any clues. Slowly opening the treasure map, Yin Nuashing looked at his current location, and then he was stunned. His eyes swept back and forth around the red several times. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him in astonishment. He said to himself in a daze, "The divine flame is gone?" Originally, there should have been a light blue divine flame near the place he had seen. However, at this moment, that area was empty. There was nothing except for some threads that crossed the area. Has it been subdued? Yin Nuashing frowned as he thought of this possibility. Then, he looked back at the Taiyuan territory. After finding Red Star City, he looked to the right. The place where the purple night flame was originally marked, the light purple flame mark had also disappeared. Only then did he realize that the mark on the map would automatically erase once it was subdued. TSK. That is to say, there are dozens of divine objects in this world waiting to be subdued. Suddenly, Yin Nuashing thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the flames and lightning arranged on the map. Stars appeared in his eyes. Since the marks on the map would disappear after they were subdued, then the marks that were still on the map had not been subdued and were still there. Sigh, what a pity. However, when he thought of the light blue divine flame that had brushed past him, Yin Nuashing sighed and shook his head. Originally, he wanted to subdue the light blue divine flame on the way out of the underground palace. However, when he came out, it was already gone. It seemed that someone had discovered its trace early and then took advantage of the group of people to subdue it in the underground palace. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Obtaining the inheritance of the divine glaze god is also a kind of blessing. I should be content. Yin Nuashing spread out his hands and sighed helplessly. The divine flame and the inheritance of the god of heaven were both extremely precious items. It was hard to say which of the two was more valuable. But one thing was for sure, obtaining one was already being favored by the god of heaven. If he wanted to obtain both at once, he was a little greedy. Casually putting the treasure map aside, Yin Nuashing took out the star map. The octagonal altar was still very dim. Although she had retrieved 2 fragments, it was obviously not completely repaired. The core of the altar was still dim. Compared to when she first obtained it, it was indeed brighter. Unfortunately, it was still the light of a firefly. The array inside was too damaged, and it was difficult to activate. Hey, star map, where are your fragments? If you can tell me, just tell me, so I don't have to run all over the world. Yin Nuashing said mysteriously as she hugged the altar. Buzz! Just as she finished speaking, spots of light suddenly lit up on the altar. 8 small balls of light suddenly appeared at the tips of the 8 long horns. Yin Nuashing was stunned. She hurriedly looked over, not knowing what had happened. As soon as the 8 balls of light appeared, they left the tips and gathered at the center. A moment later, they turned into a ray of light and shot into the treasure map that was placed aside. Buzz! A slight buzzing sound came from the treasure map. Then, Yin Nuashing was surprised to see that some similar markings gradually appeared in some of the blank areas on the map. The markings were in the shape of small altars. They were completely a miniature version of the star map. They were scattered from the Taiyuan domain to the Kuan Yuan domain, and even the Divine Prefecture and the Northern and Southern Ice Realms. The largest part of the Divine Prefecture had more than a dozen markings. Could this be the location of the fragments of the star map? Yin Nuashing tilted her head and muttered. Thinking of this possibility, she was slightly happy. If that was the case, it would save her a lot of time. However, when she finished looking at the locations of the fragments, her smiling face suddenly froze. Her eyes widened. They are distributed in all 7 major domains, and they're not concentrated, and some fragments are actually in the restricted area. After Yin Nuashing finished looking, she resisted the urge to curse. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. So what if they are in the restricted area? It's not like I haven't been there before. Yin Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only comfort him like this. However, in general, letting him know where the fragments of the star map were could save him a lot of time. Although there were some places that he did not want to go, for the sake of this magical item, he could only hold his breath. After all, Xianyin had told him about the use of the star map. It could be used to teleport at will. Even if he was not proficient in coordinates, it would not be a problem. As long as the star map was spread out, he would be able to teleport there. Are you very confused? Ziya's voice quietly rang out in her heart, causing Yun Nuoxing to be slightly stunned. Before she could regain her senses, a ball of light purple flames rose from her hand. Then it formed the shape of a person. The flames gradually dissipated, and an exquisite oval face appeared. Her light purple hair gently fell on the bed and curled up. Her slender body was straight and flexible, and her purple clothes outlined a few moving curves. On her indifferent face, a pair of light purple eyes looked at Yun Nuoxing. Why do you say that? Yun Nuoxing finally reacted. She looked at her and asked, It's just a feeling. Ziyi shook his head. Mei Mao stared straight at that handsome face and said, I just feel that you seem to be very tired. Although you're always running around, I can feel that you're a little lost. You don't know how to move forward, right? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She stared at that pair of charming eyes, and an inexplicable light flowed in her eyes. After a long time, she shifted her gaze to the side. She sighed and nodded. What could she hide from this roundworm in his stomach? What he thought was the same as what she knew. He indeed felt a little lost and did not know how to move forward. Opening her arms, she fell straight onto the bed. Sighing, Yun Nuoxing said softly, Yes. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to move forward. I keep feeling tired and don't know what to do. Although I've said before that I'm going to find the ruins of the gods to understand my origins, where can I find it? How can I find it? The mythological era has disappeared without a trace. It has been worn away by the passage of time. There won't be many things left. Even if I can find one or two places now, what should I do in the end? I haven't found anything related to myself. Yun Nuoxing sighed again. There was a deep sense of fatigue in her voice. Ziyi turned around. Her slender legs were curled up, and she rested her chin on her knees. Tilting her head, she looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked, Why are you so conflicted? Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at her in confusion. What can't you let go of in your heart? Ziyi said softly, Although I know that you're a very conflicted person, I've never seen you so conflicted. What can I let go of? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she said, It should be serene. She said that I used to, but, so you can't wait to understand your past, right? Ziyi asked, plus what I saw at the reincarnation lake, so Yun Nuoxing nodded. She laughed bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, Have I gone mad? Ziyi didn't say anything when she heard that. Her bright eyes looked ahead quietly. Yun Nuoxing didn't say anything when she saw her like this. She just stared blankly at the ceiling. After a long time, Ziyi sighed softly and said, Little star, didn't you say that you don't care what happened in the past? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She nodded and said, I think I did say that. Then why are you conflicted now? Sigh. Yun Nuoxing's mouth was gagged. She was stunned for a moment before she smiled bitterly and said, It's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to actually do it. I can't ignore what happened in the past. It feels like something is missing in my heart, like I've forgotten something. I can't help but feel very uncomfortable. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Her eyes were filled with a sense of vicissitudes. It was as if the person lying here wasn't a young man in his 20s, but an old man who had already seen through the world. He lacked the vitality of a young man. In reality, he didn't know what he was searching for. He just wanted to search subconsciously. He wanted to know, to understand, and to search. He couldn't explain why, but there was a kind of thought that told him that he needed to search. Although it wasn't very urgent, it was magnified a lot by himself. Do you still remember what Xianin said? Ziyi asked calmly. Mei Mao glanced at him. What did she say? Yun Nuoxing blinked and was a little confused. Only when you have complete power will you be able to uncover everything that has been sealed for so long. Zai rolled her eyes at him. She didn't think that he would forget this sentence so quickly. Of course I remember this. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He remembered many things that Xianin said to him, but he didn't know which sentence Ziyi was referring to. Then what are you conflicted about? Just focus on improving your strength. Ziyi rolled her eyes and said reproachfully, But Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he realized that he couldn't open his mouth. He felt that it wouldn't be good no matter what he said. Ziyi sighed and lay down. Her jade-like finger flicked Yin Nuoxing's forehead and said, "You always think too much. That's why you're so tired. You don't have to be like this. It's not a bad choice to sit down quietly and cultivate. As a divine physique of spiritual reception, you just have to cultivate until you reach the great accomplishment stage. As for other things, you can do them after you reach the great accomplishment stage." Yin Nuoxing wanted to say something, but Ziyi beat him to it. "Moreover, you said yourself that this life is this life. Why do you have to be so conflicted about your previous life and the forgotten past? Since you've already forgotten it, why do you still have to be conflicted? You said yourself that the past isn't as important as the present, right?" Yin Nuoxing was speechless. This was what he said to Yuyin. He didn't expect her to pay attention to this sentence. "Since you think so, why don't you treat this as a new life? Walk your cultivation path properly. There are so many beautiful women around you. Take your wife to the forbidden area and repair the 5 elements body. After the two of you reach the great accomplishment stage, tear down the Qi family and the sacred weapon shrine. Then, take a group of young wives to get married and have a house full of children and grandchildren. Isn't it fine to be an ordinary cultivator?" Ziyi sighed. After Yin Nuoxing heard this, her face twitched. She felt that there were too many things to complain about in this sentence. She didn't know where to start. Didn't you say that a divine physique of spiritual reception wouldn't be peaceful in its life? How could it be ordinary? Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As a divine physique of spiritual reception, she had to have the awareness to fight all the way. She forgot where she heard this sentence from. Since it wouldn't be peaceful, how could it be ordinary? "That's what I meant," Ziyi said angrily. "In other words, you think that I should get rid of the path of pursuing the mythological era?" Yin Nuoxing asked. "No, pursue it all the way, but don't do it deliberately. If you can find it, then do it. If you can't find it, then forget it. You should focus on cultivation now." Serene also said that once you are strong enough, she will tell you everything you want to know. Then just focus on cultivating, understand? Ziyi said as he poked Yin Nuoxing's head. "Okay, I understand. I won't pursue it deliberately." Yin Nuoxing nodded with a bitter smile. In a huge palace in the south of the Divine Prefecture, there was a chilling and terrifying energy faintly permeating the air. The fluctuations made the surrounding space tremble. Suddenly, figures appeared in the huge palace. Then the space shattered and several figures walked out. They stood quietly in the sky, but the space was under great pressure. There was a strong and cold aura quietly permeating the air. "Second brother." One of the figures standing in the sky walked out and said respectfully, judging by his appearance, it was Qi Yu, whose hand had been cut off by Yin Nuoxing. However, judging by his appearance, he seemed to have completely recovered. When this voice rang out, the space slowly distorted. A moment later, a white figure slowly appeared, and an indifferent voice rang out. "The spiritual divine body is still in Lihuan City. Yes, when the arrest warrant was issued, someone provided us with the information. We also went to check. It is indeed still there. It has not left." Qi nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." The white figure nodded gently. Then, with a shake of his body, he disappeared as if he had never appeared. When the white figure disappeared, Qi Yu and the few people beside him raised their heads and looked at the northern sky. They all sneered. The battle for the spiritual divine body will be started by the Qi family. Chapter 359. Yin Nuoxing's hand inadvertently touched the jade pendant tied to her waist. She paused for a moment before gently taking it off. She held it in her hand and gently stroked it. Yin Nuoxing let out a light breath and could not help but smile. "After that girl gave this to you, you've always hung it around your waist. You haven't even touched it. I thought you didn't care about it at all or had forgotten about it, but now you remember?" Seeing this, Sai could not help but snort. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Some golden light appeared on her finger and poured into the jade pendant, as if she was refining it. After doing this, she said, "I cherish it. What's the use of thinking about someone when you see something? That girl is right beside you, yet you don't want her. You just have to look at a jade pendant. Can't you just accept her? Zai rolled her eyes and continued to snort. Yin Nuoxing looked at her with hidden bitterness and then pulled her over. Moving his claws like the wind, he rubbed her soft long hair into a mess and said, "You little roundworm in my stomach, shouldn't you know what I'm thinking?" Zai muttered as she gently pushed Yin Nuoxing away. After tidying up her hair, she rolled her eyes at him and said, "Of course I know what you're thinking. Aren't I just trying to persuade you? When will I be able to hold a baby if you keep going like this?" Zai sighed. Of course she knew. She knew even better than he did. This guy's feelings were like a block of ice that was difficult to melt. He seemed to be very close to others, but no one could touch that part of his heart. Zai actually felt a bit of sympathy for Xian. Of all the people she liked, she just had to like this strange guy. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. He really could not understand why Zai wanted to put him together with Xian. This was also a huge question mark in his heart. Yin Nuoxing looked at the blanket to the side, then looked at Zai, who was lying on the bed and playing with her long hair in boredom. She suddenly smiled strangely and grabbed the blanket over. "What? You still want to sleep? You've already slept for 3 days. You still want to sleep?" Zi saw him grab the blanket and thought that he was going to sleep again. She couldn't help but rebuke, "Go out first. Jin Wang and the others seem to be looking for you." "Oh, I'll go out in a bit." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. "Wait." Violet Knight was taken aback. She turned her gaze over in confusion, only to see a flash of white suddenly cover her. It was so fast that she couldn't react in time. "Stinky girl." Yin Nuoxing laughed sinisterly and pounced on Ziyi like a hungry wolf. She grabbed the blanket and covered Ziye's body with it. Then she pushed Ziye's delicate body and made her roll on the bed, rolling the blanket up like a spring roll. "Little star, you..." Violet Knight was pushed and rolled a few times like a gourd. Her hands and feet were tied up. When her vision returned to normal, she saw Yin Nuoxing looking at her with a sinister smile. Her body was wrapped in a few layers of blankets. She was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" "Rolling a spring roll." Yin Nuoxing laughed and pulled the blanket over. She wrapped it around Ziyi and rolled her up a few times. In just a few seconds, a big, fat spring roll appeared on the bed. Ziyi was trapped in it and couldn't move. Yin Nuoxing put a pillow behind her. Yin Nuoxing jumped off the bed and clapped her hands casually, fixing Ziye's body in place so that she couldn't turn into flames. She snorted softly. "Humph, you didn't say me just now." Ziyi looked at her resentfully. She struggled for a while and gave up. "Hurry up and untie me. Humph. I'll let you out after I'm done talking. In the meantime, you'll warm my bed." Yin Nuoxing smiled and walked to the door. Just as he was about to open the door and walk out, he was stunned. He couldn't bear to look at Ziyi. When Ziyi saw this, she turned Mei Mao around. Then, she put on a pitiful look and looked at Yin Nuoxing with watery eyes. She imitated Xin Yin's tone and said, "Brother, Yi was wrong. Let me go." Yin Nuoxing shuddered and rolled his eyes. How could he not see that Ziyi was pretending to be pitiful? He hesitated for a while, sighed, and walked back to the bed. He opened the spring roll quickly and said helplessly, "I'm not playing anymore." Ziyi giggled. As soon as she was free, she wrapped her soft arms around Yin Nuoxing's neck and gave him a big hug. Then, she kissed him on the forehead and turned back into flames and burrowed into his body. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and strode out of the room. After walking out of the room, Yin Nuoxing realized that they seemed to have moved to another place. They were in a courtyard and were no longer in the restaurant. He didn't know who moved him here. Before he walked into the hall, he saw Jin Wang and the others sitting at the table. He could feel a murderous atmosphere from afar. The group of juniors hid far away, and all of them shrunk their necks. Yin Nuoxing stopped in his tracks in surprise. He took a deep breath and walked in slowly. "What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so serious?" When everyone heard his voice, they turned their gazes. Then, they saw Yin Nuoxing walking in slowly. His expression was much more serious. The latter felt that he had come at the wrong time. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that there would be a storm coming, alas. Jin Wang sighed and picked up a piece of paper from the table. He waved his hand and threw it to Yin Nuoxing. He shook his head helplessly and said, "See for yourself." Yin Nuashing stepped forward in confusion and caught the paper. Then he straightened it. Just as he was about to read it, he saw Xian and the others crowding around and craning their necks. Just now, they were intimidated by Jin Wang and the others and didn't see it. Now that it fell into Yin Nuashing's hands, they naturally gathered around curiously. Naling, godly body, bullied others and committed all kinds of crimes. He killed geniuses, was as bloodthirsty as a demon, and devoured the origin. He is utterly heartless. We hereby issue a kill order. This person's blood will be used as a sacrifice for the departed souls of the heroes. The Qi family, Sacred Weapon Shrine, Qinghai Palace, 1 Yuan Hall, Palace of First Dawn, 7 Stars Hall, Constellations Palace, and Astral Pavilion have jointly issued a reward. 50 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals for information. If captured alive, the reward is 10,000 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. When Yin Nuashing finished reading the kill order, he suddenly felt that time and space had stopped. Even the group of people around him were petrified. They all widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. Time and space froze for a moment, and Yin Nuashing suddenly reacted. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He suddenly tore the kill order in his hand into a pile of pieces, then threw it on the ground and roared, F***CK. What the hell is this? Bloodthirsty as a demon. How the hell am I bloodthirsty? And devoured the origin. Killed geniuses? I haven't even fought with anyone from the younger generation, have I? Yin Nuashing roared angrily. From the looks of it, he seemed to be on the verge of going berserk at any moment. A pile of divine artifacts appeared due to the fluctuation of his state of mind. A violent energy swept through the entire hall, giving everyone a fright. Ahem. Jin Wang coughed dryly. He knocked on the table and said, Calm down. This matter is neither long nor short. Anyway, it has nothing to do with you. This groundless accusation is too ridiculous. What? Yin Nuashing was stunned. He calmed down and frowned. He said, It has nothing to do with me? Then this so-called order to kill. Sides like this. Jin Wang sighed and explained slowly. In the glazed divine earth palace, someone followed our footsteps and walked out successfully. However, it's more appropriate to say that they escaped. Because when we were in the Jiucheng Hall, an evil spirit appeared out of nowhere and killed many young experts. He didn't even spare their flesh and blood. The origin of the practitioners was also devoured. I heard that the divine son from the Qinghai Palace, He Jiao, and a few other divine sons were forced to join forces and barely escaped. There aren't many young people with such strength nowadays. Even if that's the case, it has nothing to do with me, right? We were the first batch to walk out. What does it have to do with me? Yin Nuashing exploded. Even a little phoenix on top of his head was shocked. Listen to me first. Jin Wang rolled his eyes and said, It's true that we were the first to come out. However, most of the people who witnessed it were already dead. Moreover, it said that the evil spirit was wrapped in golden light, and there was even a bit of star energy gushing out. Although we all know that it has nothing to do with you, these two conditions are very disadvantageous for us. Moreover, we tried to explain, but the other major forces pretended that they didn't hear a thing. Even the 9 divine temples were affected. The beautiful woman sighed. She looked a little helpless. The 8 major forces were attacking the 9 divine temples at the same time. Under the situation where the temple master and the others didn't show up, it was difficult for them to solve the problem by themselves. After all, the 8 forces were not weaker than the 9 divine temples. In comparison, they were evenly matched. Golden light, star energy. Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched a few times. Wasn't this the origin energy of the spiritual divine body and the energy in his body? However, after a while, he roared again, Damn it, isn't it just the color of energy? Golden light, anyone with the metal element will have it. As for the star energy, don't the people of the 12 star palaces cultivate the star energy? Why don't they say that there's an evil spirit among them and push the blame to me? The problem is there's no one with the metal element in the 12 star palaces who went that day. The beautiful woman sighed and said, Also, It is said that after we went in, the door of the underground palace was completely closed. That is to say, it can't be someone who went in later. A yin percent and asterisk percent yin. Yin Nuashing went completely berserk and roared. Is this a reason to put the blame on me? I think they are here for Ling Hongjian, right? None of them are good people. Damn it, they might as well blow up the entire divine prefecture with a whirling zither. Don't, calm down, calm down. When everyone heard this, they turned pale with fright and quickly tried to persuade him. They were really afraid that this naive little star would use the eternal divine weapon to destroy the entire divine prefecture. Qing Feng, how's your deduction going? Jin Wang sighed and turned to look at Qing Feng and asked, It's useless. There's something on that person that's blocking the divine secret. If you want to make a deduction, you can only get a divine secret master to do it, and a high-level one at that. At least a divine secret master of the highest level. Qing Feng sighed. Yin Nuashing's voice suddenly calmed down, which surprised everyone. They quickly turned to look at him, only to see a dark smile on his face. They immediately shuddered. How powerful is the explosion of an eternal divine weapon? It's equivalent to the full blow of a god, right? I wonder what will happen if we throw the lunar platform into the Qi family and blow it up. Yin Nuashing smiled foolishly and his forehead darkened. Everyone was so scared that their clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Anyway, as long as the spiritual body is not destroyed, the divine weapon attached to it will not be destroyed. If that's the case, just take the divine weapon and blow it up. Ling Hongjian, since they want it so much, just send it to him. Haha, the power of a divine weapon is even greater than that of an eternal divine weapon. Will the realm of the gods be blown up? Yin Nuashing giggled, and his white teeth made everyone's heart turn cold. At this moment, everyone finally understood that this calm guy would become abnormally crazy once he went berserk. After all, looking at his expression, he did not seem to be joking at all. Little star, calm down. Xian quickly grabbed Yin Nuashing's hand and said softly, Me? I'm very calm. I'm very calm. I'm so calm that I think it's a good choice to use the Scarlet Cross as a firework. Yin Nuashing smiled. The more he spoke, the colder everyone felt. Since the Qi family wants it, I'll give it to him. Since the Qi family wants the Ling Hong sword so badly, I'll just give it to them. Hee. I'll also give them 2 eternal weapons. Hee. That quasi-eternal weapon is also a good thing. Hee. I believe they'll like dozens of divine weapons. Hee. I'll also give them a song as the interest for depositing. Hee. Yin Nuashing laughed strangely. It's over. This kid is crazy. The Qi family is going crazy too. Everyone smiled bitterly. However, now is not the time to care about the Qi family. They had to find a way to appease this idiot. Chapter 360. Yin Nuashing sighed and wiped away the cold water dripping from his bangs. He took the towel from Xian and wiped his face. Then he took the cup from Yuan Xian, drank some water, took a deep breath, and spat it out. Have you calmed down? The beautiful woman touched his wet head and smiled softly. Have you gone crazy? The Water God King raised his eyebrows and asked, You're not going to blow up the eternal weapon, right? Jin Wang asked, holding a small golden array in his hand. You're not going to play the zither, right? Huizhu also unfolded a small red array in her hand, as if she was facing a great enemy. You're not going to blow up half of the area, right? Lei Tian crossed his arms and asked with 2 arrays floating in front of him. Can we leave the lunar platform behind? Qing Feng asked, holding the lapis lazuli pagoda in the air. You're not going to set off fireworks, right? Everyone asked in unison. Yin Nuashing sighed and looked at the chains circling around his body. Then he looked up at the lapis lazuli pagoda hanging above his head and saw the dozens of arrays operating under his feet, making him unable to move. He smiled bitterly and said, It seems that there is no other choice. No, everyone said in unison and shook their heads. Okay, then I'm not going to blow it up. Yin Nuashing sighed and nodded. If he took out the Netherworld ruined sword, these things would not be able to control him. He knew that everyone wanted him to calm down, so he could only suppress those crazy thoughts. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and hesitated for a while. After all, once the restrictions were removed, Yin Nuoxing, who had the purest light element, would not be able to capture him again. Okay, you can't restrain me. If I really want to go, I would have gone long ago. Blow up the eternal weapon? I cultivate the divine body of spiritual acceptance and still rely on the eternal weapon. Wouldn't it be a waste to blow it up? It's not easy to find an eternal weapon. Yin Nuoxing sighed and smiled. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. They unlocked a bunch of restrictions, but did not completely remove them. They kept them in their hands so that they could use them at any time. You don't have to be so vigilant. If I say I'm not going, then I'm really not going. Yin Nuoxing smiled and gathered all the water elements on her body before dissipating them in the air. She smiled and said, "What we should do now is to find that evil spirit and clarify things for me." That's right. Everyone nodded. That's easy. We just need to find a seer. Yin Nuoxing smiled. It's not that easy to find. Jin Wang smiled bitterly. If seers could be found so easily, they wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. Instead, they would have gone out to search for them. Does the Nine Deities Palace have any relationship with the Divination Pavilion? Yin Nuoxing asked. The secret pavilion is very mysterious. No one knows where they are located. They will only show their faces occasionally. Not a single power would dare say that they know someone from the secret pavilion. Jin Wang said helplessly. No one even knew the location of the Divination Pavilion. It was a completely hidden power. It was difficult to find them, let alone know who they were. Only those who were fated would know one or two seers. Then how did you get someone from the Divination Pavilion to find me? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She still remembered that the Nine Deities Palace had searched for them for a long time during the Taiyuan Goddess incident. Well, we used up all the divinations back then. There were only 3 divinations. 3 divinations to your location, and the result was... Jin Wang smiled awkwardly. Back then, they had the divination token, which allowed the Divination Pavilion to make 3 divinations. They had never used it. They had only used it 3 times when they were searching for Yin Nuoxing. Sigh, if I had known, I would have become a seer myself. Yin Nuoxing sighed when he heard that. He was a little disappointed by the news. The heaven-defying ultimate god seemed to know him. If he could find the location of the Divination Pavilion, he might be able to get the old man to explain. Now, he could only regret that he was not a seer. Otherwise, the problem would have been solved easily. Now, let's solve the problem at hand first. The Golden God King spread out his hands and said, "Right now, many forces are looking for you. Although this place won't be found for a while, you can't always hide here and not come out. I think someone has already calculated this place." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the entire manor tremble. Then, a cold roar filled with endless killing intent resounded in the sky. Jin Wang, hand over the divine body of spiritual reception. Is the Nine Deities Palace trying to shelter an evil spirit? Boom! The shout was heard, and Jin Wang's expression instantly changed. Everyone suddenly stood up and looked outside the manor with cold eyes. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Jin Wang took a deep breath and looked at the others with a solemn expression. He nodded and said, "The signal has been sent. The Nine Deities Palace might be coming to support us soon. Why do I feel that you don't have any confidence at all?" Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Aren't there too many uncertain words? Jin Wang laughed dryly and gave the Water God King a look. The latter nodded knowingly and stepped out slowly. The seal in his hand changed, and the space in the courtyard suddenly distorted. The barrier in the sky fluctuated and ripples spread out. The space shook for a moment, and after it stabilized, the situation outside clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss! When the crowd saw the scenery outside, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, the sky above Lihuan City was already surrounded by an overwhelming number of people. Cold frost permeated the entire city, and not far in the sky in front of them, nearly 100 figures stood in the void. Their cold eyes seemed to penetrate the boundary and saw the crowd. Chi Su, Chi Wan, Chi Yu, Chi Sha, for old acquaintances, At a glance, Yin Nuoxing saw the few people at the front of the crowd. Immediately, his face darkened as he sneered. Only the people from the Qi family came. There are no other forces. Jin Jinwang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Do we have to evacuate?" Yin Nuoxing asked. "Not for now. The Nine Deities' Palace is not to be bullied. If there's a problem, we will bring you back to the Deities' Palace. I want to see who dares to behave atrociously." Jin Jinwang said in a deep voice, and a sharp glint flashed in his golden eyes. "It's been a long time since I fought. It's not a bad choice to stretch my bones with my true strength." Lei Tian clenched his fists and sneered. "It's a little strange. The battle for the spiritual godly physique seems to be too early. It shouldn't be so early. The previous battles only started when the spiritual godly physique stepped into the initial deity level. The Qi family seems to be in a hurry." The beautiful woman frowned, not understanding the meaning of the Qi family's actions. Little Star has too many divine weapons in his hands. He hasn't reached the level of the previous divine physiques, but his essence is almost there. Now he can almost sweep away all the gods at the divine underworld level. The Qi family can't sit still. This matter is just adding fuel to the fire. Even without the matter of the divine glaze Earth Palace, it will only be delayed a little. Moreover, the Qi family's main purpose is probably to stir up the situation and make the world move. Jin Jinwang frowned and said, "All right. In short, the Qi family is asking for a beating. I haven't demolished a city in a long time." Yin Nuoxing nodded and took out the Nether Void Sword and Ling Hong Jian, which made everyone speechless. Every time he fought, he would tear down a city. First, it was the Divine Weapon City, then the Underworld Flame City, and then the Divine Sky City. He was given the title of City Demolisher by the world. If he fought this time, there was an 80% chance that Li Huan's city would be destroyed as well. You don't have to fight. Just wait at the side. If there's anything wrong. Jin Jinwang shook his head. Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Nuoxing snatched it away. "Then I'll play the zither directly and let them hear what the true roar of 10,000 Daos is." Yin Nuoxing spread out his hands indifferently. Everyone was speechless. They recalled that outside the Tana's Water God Palace, when the silver-blue zither was played, the illusion of the Taotai directly died. They trembled in fear. "It's a waste of talent." The beautiful woman knocked him on the head and said, "If there's something wrong, you guys should leave first. I'm afraid that someone will take the risk out of desperation. We're fine, they're very unyielding, but they won't dare to casually touch our 9 divine halls. We're an iron plate, their temporary wooden bucket isn't that hard. Moreover, if something happens, the 9 hall masters will also come out." "All right, then I'll watch from the side." Yin Nuoxing pouted and nodded sullenly. "Brother." Little Purple Soul tugged Yin Nuoxing's arm worriedly and called out softly. Although she was still young and didn't know what was going on, she could feel that the atmosphere was not right. "It's okay. Brother will protect you." Yin Nuoxing patted her head lovingly and smiled. "Qiyu is so troublesome. Let me give him a hand." Yin Nuoxing frowned and looked at Qiyu. She then looked at Jin Jinwang and the others worriedly. Qiyu was an emperor of the Netherworld. He was 1 level higher than the Divine Kings. Even if they worked together, they couldn't resist him. The gap of 1 level was too big. The Divine Kings frowned. Apparently, they also thought of this problem. They didn't want Yin Nuoxing to take action because the situation would be too complicated in a chaotic battle. Although they knew that this guy had a lot of trump cards, they were afraid that he didn't have enough battle experience. It would be fun if he was tricked. No matter how strong he was just an immortal grade cultivator. That's not appropriate. The Gold God King shook his head and refused. Hey, what's wrong with your eyes? Other than me, who can kill that old man?" Yin Nuoxing put her hands on her waist and said, "Don't worry. The moment the enchantment is broken, I'll kill him with the light element. It's okay. Qiyu has already suffered once. I'm just afraid that he has some countermeasures to guard against your extreme speed." Jin Jinwang shook his head and said, "Then, do you have any plans?" Yin Nuoxing sighed and looked at Jin Jinwang. "No." Jin Jinwang was startled, but admitted it honestly. "That's right. There's no other way. As for what kind of problems will arise, We'll talk about it when the problem arises. Yin Nuashing spread out his hands, and as soon as he finished speaking, light essence surged all over his body. Even half of his light purple hair turned into a dazzling golden color. One of his pupils also turned into a dazzling golden color, making him look very bewitching. Everyone was shocked. They knew that this was the result of her pushing the light element to the extreme. They had already seen it once. The light element enveloped his entire body, and a terrifying aura surged out of the Netherworld ruined sword. Its overwhelming battle intent was tinged with a hint of excitement, which shocked everyone. This sword already had its own emotions, and, combined with the words it had spoken last time, they immediately had some guesses about what was going on. Could it be the most mysterious and terrifying sword on the Divine Weapon ranking? Divine Sword Record? It was born for destruction, has its own soul, and is said to be a different kind of life form. The Netherworld Sword? Jin Wang murmured. Then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Yin Nuashing with a burning gaze. His soft words made everyone swallow their saliva. Yin Nuashing casually nodded his head, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Motherf asterisk her. He had 2 divine swords in his hands, and they were the first 2. Even if a god came, he would be able to kill them. I thought you knew? Yin Nuashing looked at everyone innocently and muttered. Everyone rolled their eyes. Chapter 361. Actually, I wanted to see what it would be like to unsheathe the Netherworld ruined sword. Unfortunately, she wouldn't let me unsheathe it. Yin Nuashing sighed and tightened her grip on the Netherworld ruined sword. She wouldn't unsheathe it? Everyone was stunned and looked at Jin Wang. The latter was also stunned when he saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him. He waved his hand and said, I don't know either. Are they waiting outside for us to come out? Yin Nuashing looked at Chi Yu and the others in shock. They were just standing in the sky and did not move after shouting a sentence. It seemed like they were not in a hurry to start fighting. They just stood there quietly and stared at the manor in the sky with thousands of pairs of eyes. They would be crazy if they dared to force us. Jin Wang rolled his eyes. The Qi family did not want to force Jin Wang and the others to do so. If they angered the 9 divine halls, they would have to bear the consequences no matter how powerful they were. Wait, don't be in a hurry. I feel a little strange. Jin Wang waved his hand and said to Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing blinked and looked at him. She then looked at the sky with her evil spirit eyes. After a while, she did not see anything different. Although she was a little confused, she still trusted Jin Wang and the others. She hesitated and suppressed the light element and put away the Netherworld ruined sword and Linghong's sword. Jin Wang nodded at the Water God King when he saw this. The latter's hand seals changed and the boundary around the manor trembled and slowly disappeared. As the boundary disappeared, the sky darkened and the frost that covered the sky and the earth appeared in front of everyone at a close distance. Chiyu smiled coldly in the sky as he looked at the boundary that was gradually disappearing. His gaze pierced through space and looked at the black figure in the manor. His cold voice, which was filled with bone-chilling coldness, resounded in the sky. Spirit receiving godly body, let's see where you can run to this time. Hearing Chi Yu's creepy laughter, Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and elbowed Jin Wang, which meant, you said it was a little strange. What is strange? Hurry up and do it. Jin Wang rolled his eyes and his figure slowly floated out. Looking at the huge formation, he was afraid that many forces were already paying attention to this place. According to his guess, the chief family should have already stirred up the situation. Could it be that they were really going to fight? Old dog, your nonsense is still so pleasant to listen to. Have you ever thought of changing your voice? I want more people to listen to you. Yin Nuashing sat on the chair with one hand supporting her chin and her elbow resting on the stone table as she asked with a faint smile. Your teeth are still so hard. I want to see if you can still talk so freely after I pull out all your teeth, Chiyu said coldly. Hearing this, Chiyu's face darkened and he said coldly. The gloominess in his eyes had already reached its peak. However, in the next moment, his eyes were like ice that had melted. He looked at Jin Wang indifferently and said, Jin Wang, Are you indiscriminately protecting an evil spirit who kills people like flies? This time, many young talents of the forces have died. It is a loss for the entire divine prefecture. I think that the wise 9 divine temple will make the right choice. Don't flatter me. Jin Wang rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. He twisted his neck and said, I have already explained clearly enough. Little Nuashing came out with us. We're the first group to walk out of the underground palace. What happened later was definitely not done by him. Could you please explain why someone sensed the fluctuation of the origin of the divine body? Chiyu smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, TSK, I haven't even fought with the younger generation. How would they know what my origin power looks like? Isn't it just golden light? Could it be that all of those people were spiritual godly bodies? How could it be that all of them were spiritual godly bodies? Then you might as well look for them. They're definitely softer than me, so you don't have to break your teeth. Yin Nuashing sneered. Everyone blushed with shame. Weren't you implying that if you bit him, you would break his teeth? That is indeed the origin energy of the spiritual divine body. I am within it and can clearly sense it. Chiwen took a step forward and said indifferently. Yin Nuashing raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, Oh, then why were you unable to stop that evil spirit from committing such a crime when you were inside? Could it be that you were condoning such behavior? Chiyu said, All the major forces have discussed it. This trip is for the young people to come out and gain experience. We can only protect them in secret and can't do anything. Even if something like this happened, Yin Nuashing didn't believe it. Even if Hao Yu dies in the battle, we won't intervene, Chiyu said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the city, silencing everyone. Yin Nuashing was stunned. She couldn't find any fault with Chiyu's words. The inherited forces valued the cultivation of talents the most. The son of God of each force was the most outstanding immortal seedling. They were very precious. If one was broken, there might not be another one. However, Chiyu had the courage to say such words. Chiyu took a step forward and said sternly, Since we have discussed it, we won't intervene. It is the glory of the Chi family's men if they die in the battle. TSK, so you're allowed to attack me? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and sneered. Chi Haoyu is a human. Am I not a human? You're not allowed to attack them, but you're allowed to attack me by default? You're too murderous. You've devoured the origin of heroes too many times. Chi said coldly, Bah, I'm murderous. I devour the origin. Have you ever felt a strong, murderous aura from me? Or the aura of other origins? Yin Nuashing gritted her teeth and tried hard not to go berserk. The spiritual divine body devours the energy of all things and merges it into its own. Naturally, it won't sense the aura of other origins, Chiyu said. Yin Nuashing was speechless. Indeed, all the energy devoured by the spiritual divine body would be absorbed into its own body and refined. Just like the power of the stars that it once absorbed, it would replace the original divine chi and become a purer energy. Although it had never tried to devour other people's origins, theoretically, it might really be absorbed into its own energy instead of manifesting other people's aura. What? You don't want to talk anymore? If you obediently bind your hands and feet and follow me back to the Chi family, maybe the master will be merciful and spare your life, Chiyu said with a faint smile when he saw that Yin Nuashing had stopped talking. However, his words made everyone frown. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive if I go back to the Chi family. Yin Nuashing clenched her fists and said lightly, Then, I'll have to kill you here. Chiyu smiled faintly and nodded. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, and an extremely terrifying aura slowly emerged, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Wait, let's go back to the topic. Mr. Chiwen just said that he sensed the origin of the spiritual divine body in the underground palace, right? Are you telling the truth? Everyone knows that I have a grudge against the Chi family. How do you know if this is a trap set by you to take revenge on me? Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and said, Moreover, there's no proof. You keep talking about the golden light, but you didn't see anything. Who knows if you've been talking nonsense for a long time? Hey, you're suspecting me. Chiwen smiled faintly and didn't explain much. He took out a memory crystal and threw it into the sky. The image that was projected was seen by everyone. In the image, a figure was wrapped in black fog. 2 long swords were wantonly harvesting lives. Every 10 steps he took, he killed someone and swallowed all the corpses. In the black fog, a faint purple light could be seen. Then a golden light bloomed. More than a dozen weapons shot out from the black fog. Like lightning, they nailed those who were about to jump into the space tunnel to the ground. A silver blue sword light that was almost 100 feet long covered the image. That sword light is a bit like Ling Hongjian's, but it's not so slow. Yin Nuoxing muttered softly. Ling Hongjian's sword aura could not be seen at all. It was faster than the speed of light. Thinking of this, he sighed. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him. What was the point of arguing for so long? If the Qi family wanted to make a move, they could just list out the charges. Is it really done by the spiritual divine body? Those methods of dealing with the enemy are very similar. Ling Hongjian's sword light and so many divine weapons. That faint purple light, is it really him? At first, I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it. Is this person really so vicious? He should be punished by everyone in the world. After the image ended, there were many discussions in Lihuan City. At first, many people were still doubtful, but now, many people believed it. This made Yin Nuoxing's reputation even worse. Sigh. Yin Nuoxing sighed heavily. His handsome face showed some fatigue. He looked at Qi Yu and murmured softly. What is the Qi family trying to do? Can't they just give me a quick death? I'm really tired. Why do they have to find trouble with me? I didn't do anything. Yuan Qian sighed and walked forward. She touched Yin Nuoxing's head and said, Little boy, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. The Qi family is just a reflection of this sentence. The spiritual divine body is as bloodthirsty as a demon, is the enemy of everyone in the world. All the practitioners in the world can suppress it. For the future of all the practitioners in the world, the Qi family is willing to be the pioneer. Qi smiled faintly and said slowly, If you want a quick death, no problem. Just stretch out your neck and accept it. For the future of the whole world. Yin Nuoxing was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out the words from between his teeth. Then what reason do you have that I won't kill you for my future? The oppressive voice reverberated throughout the entire Lihuan city, causing the discussions to stop. This sentence was actually not wrong. Everyone had the right to choose their own future. There was no need to say that they had to die for anyone. The truth is right in front of you. Don't talk too much. Qi smiled faintly and still looked calm. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yin Nuoxing. The truth is the truth. Truth my ass. How can you talk about a fabricated truth? If that's the truth, I'll just destroy it and nothing will happen. Yin Nuoxing finally couldn't take it anymore and roared furiously. Boom! As soon as Yin Nuoxing finished speaking, his figure appeared in the sky. Surging golden energy swept out, and at the same time, a light purple sea of fire surged out. Dozens of sacred weapons floated around him. The Nether Void sword emitted a bright purple-black light, and the Linghong sword in his left hand also buzzed softly. Before the 2 swords and all the sacred weapons moved, a great pressure fell on everyone's heads and enveloped the entire city. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Jin Wang, Qi Yu, and the rest widened their eyes in shock. This was because they felt that they had lost connection with the power of space at this moment. Linghong's Sword. Chapter 362. The instant they lost their connection with the power of space, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Powerhouses above the god level could control and use the power of space. The reason why gods above this level were powerful was that, aside from their immense strength, they could also use the power of space to attack or defend. But now, they had lost their connection with the power of space, which was no different from being crippled by half. When everyone lost contact with the power of space, rings of silver blue light flowed around Ling Hongjian, gushing out from the void and flowing into Ling Hongjian. This rich energy was the power of space. The power of space in the sky was all under Ling Hongjian's control. Ling Hongjian, also known as the Sword of Space-Time, could not use the power of space and time directly, but could be used to suppress or control them. For example, Qiyu, Jin Wang, and the others could not use the power of space in front of Ling Hongjian. You said that I am a demon, then I will become a demon. Yin Nuoxing murmured softly. Then she looked up and stared at Qiyu sharply. She said flatly, "But remember, one day, you will pay the price for every word you say. Nuoxing, don't be rash." Jin Wang frowned. In a flash, he came to Yin Nuoxing's side. He resisted the pressure of the two divine weapons and pulled her behind him. He squinted his golden eyes and stared at Qiyu. He said in a deep voice, "Qiyu, you are a famous expert. How can you force a junior?" "Junior?" Qiyu burst out laughing when he heard that. He held his stomach and sneered. Jin Wang, don't tell me you still think he is a junior. Even if you go against him, I am afraid you will not be able to survive, right?" The Golden Divine King rolled his eyes. Qiyu was right. As long as he had the Netherworld Ruins sword in his hand, anyone below the level of the Emperor of the Underworld would be killed with a single slash. Moreover, he had two genuine eternal divine weapons. If he didn't take out his own eternal divine weapons, who could resist him? Even if a God Emperor came, he wouldn't dare to pat his chest and face him alone, right? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since you want to find trouble with me, I can only give you a sword strike. Yin Nuoxing frowned and took 2 steps forward. The condensed light elements overflowed slightly, and she was ready to rush forward to kill Qiyu. However, she was stopped by Jin Wang. "Why are you so impulsive?" Jin Wang grabbed Yin Nuoxing's arm and pulled her back. He rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Didn't we say that we would take care of this for you? Celestial King, they're already bullying us. How can I not be impulsive?" Yin Nuoxing pouted and pouted, causing Jin Wang to lose his temper. Although Yin Nuoxing liked peace and quiet, he couldn't stand being troubled by others all the time. According to his philosophy, if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If others offended him, he would avoid them. If others offended him again, he would directly fight them. He was a person who couldn't stand being wronged. At this point, he had no choice but to do it. He was sick of this kind of disturbance and really wanted to slap the Qi family to death. The Qi family had always been causing trouble for him. From Divine Weapon City until now, it was all because of the Qi family. Moreover, they were insatiable and unforgiving. Even a saint would explode from anger. I know that you feel wronged. I know that you can't wait for the Qi family to disappear from the realm of the gods. However, you don't have that kind of strength now. Just bear with it for a while. When the spiritual divine body reaches the large success stage, no one will stop you even if you turn the realm of the gods upside down. Jin Wang sighed and said, "I can't stand it anymore. I want to kill." Yin Nuoxing gritted his teeth and said hatefully. The Netherworld Ruins sword in his hand became brighter and brighter. It even made people want to destroy it. Everyone was shocked. They quickly suppressed their state of mind and then took a few steps back. "What kind of sword is that? It can actually affect my state of mind." Chisu's face was a little surprised when he felt the churning desire. He hurriedly took a few steps back and took a few deep breaths to calm the inexplicable desire in his heart. He looked at Chi-Wan and asked, "I don't know. I've never seen it before." It was rare that Chi-Wan, who saw through Yin Nuoxing and Xian's constitution, actually shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It should be a divine sword from the divine sword record. I just don't know which one it is." "Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear with it." Jin Wang sighed and said, "If a fight really broke out today, that would be what the Qi family wants to see. You were impulsive. Doesn't that prove that you are in the wrong?" "I am in the wrong, The corner of Yin Nuoxing's eyes twitched. He just opened his mouth and couldn't continue. He calmed down and thought about it. His heart trembled. He still couldn't completely prove that he wasn't the evil spirit. If he was impulsive, he would fall into the Qi family's trap. Even if he wasn't the evil spirit, they could still make up a story. They could even make a dead person come alive. When that time came, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Thinking of this, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. His twitching face slowly calmed down. He put away all the divine weapons behind him, leaving only the Nether Void sword and Ling Hong's sword in his hands. However, the murderous intent in his eyes didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Although he was easily angered, he could still control it quickly. Qi saw that Yin Nuoxing calmed down instantly. His eyebrows twitched. After a while, he sneered and looked at Jin Jinwang, who was beside Yin Nuoxing, and said, "The 9 divine temples are protecting the Na Ling divine body?" Jin Jinwang nodded. Yin Nuoxing was the person that the 9 divine temples higher-ups had been looking for. It was the decision of the 9 divine temples to protect him. It represented the will of the 9 divine temples. Even if the 9 divine temples collapsed, they had to protect Yin Nuoxing. Don't tell me that you really believe that the 8 of you can deal with us? Since the Light Yuan King is not here, no one can stop me. Qi Yu sneered. On their side, they had him, the Emperor of the Netherworld, and 3 kings of the Netherworld. There were many divine emperors and Shunming experts in the army behind them. On the other hand, Jin Jinwang and the other 7 were only kings of the Netherworld. If the Light Yuan King was not here, no one could stop Qi Yu. As if to prove Qi Yu's words, Qi Su and the other 2 behind him sneered. Their powerful auras surged to the sky. When they combined, their auras were terrifying. Umph! Seeing the 3 of them step out, Jin Jinwang sneered and stepped out as well. The 7 of them also appeared in front of Yin Nuoxing. Their powerful auras surged out and resisted the auras coming from the other side. An early-stage Netherworld Emperor can withstand it. Yin Nuoxing looked at Qi Yu in surprise. "You can come and try." Yin Nuoxing smiled and pointed the Netherworld ruins sword at Qi Yu. Although he could not stop Qi Yu, he could kill him instantly. The outcome would be decided in an instant. Qi Yu's face twitched. When he saw the Netherworld ruins sword, his right hand twitched in pain. The scene and the sword seemed to have happened yesterday. The sound of the blade cutting flesh still lingered in his ears. Although his broken arm was reattached, the aura of the divine weapon had eroded his body. It took him half a year to recover. So what if you're the Emperor of the Netherworld? I can defeat you with a sword. Yin Nuoxing sneered. With a thought, dozens of divine weapons appeared behind him and floated in front of the kings of the Netherworld. With him as a mobile arsenal, the dozens of divine weapons could smash Qi Yu half to death under the power of the kings of the Netherworld. The faces of Qi Yu and the other 3 twitched. What the hell was this? If an expert of the late Netherworld King realm had dozens of high-level divine weapons, even a beginner Netherworld Emperor like him would have to retreat. "My friend Qi Yu, let me give you a hand." Just when the atmosphere was tense, a clear laughter rolled in from the sky like thunder. Then a few figures flew over like lightning. In a few blinks of an eye, they appeared in the sky. Their aura was as vast as the ocean, and it directly suppressed the aura of Jin Jinwang and the others. Looking at the figures in the sky, Jin Jinwang's face darkened immediately. The Emperor of the Netherworld is at least of the middle Netherworld stage. Feeling the unusually powerful aura, the beautiful woman's face darkened immediately. It would be difficult to deal with 2 emperors of the Netherworld. Even if they had the help of divine weapons, it would be difficult to suppress them. Above the sky, a green figure stood in the air. On his robe, there was a lifelike green dragon that seemed to be rolling up and down. He looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome and harmless face. He grinned and looked to the crowd. Then, he led a few people behind him to Qi Yu's side. A faint dragon's might spread out from him, and it made the legs of the people in the city tremble. The supreme elder of the Qinghai Palace. Even such a figure is here. Isn't he in seclusion all year round? Qin Xian also suffered serious injuries in the underground palace. He is here to seek an explanation. As soon as this person appeared, a series of gasps could be heard in the city. Was this year's battle for the divine body of spiritual reception really about to begin? Even such a big shot had appeared. Compared to the gloomy faces of Jin Jinwang and the others, Qi Yu revealed a smile on his face. He glanced at Jin Jinwang and felt a little relieved. He cupped his hands at the young man in green and said, "Ha, so it's Elder Qing Yao. I didn't expect you to come out this time." If you can help me to capture the divine body, the Chi family will reward you handsomely. Haha, Elder Chi, you don't have to say too much. I'm only here to seek justice for Qing Xian. As for the rest, it's up to you. It's a pity that he is still lying in bed. The young man called Qing Miao also cupped his hands at Qi Yu and smiled. Come, come. It would be best if all the 12 constellation palaces or forces that are hostile to me are here. Then, I won't have to waste my meticulous preparation. Seeing Qing Miao coming over, Yun Nuoxing did not panic. She placed her palm on her chest and smiled faintly. She spoke in an extremely soft voice. Why do I feel that you are looking forward to it? The divine kings rolled their eyes at her. Was she pretending to be relaxed because she knew that the situation was tense? Or was she really confident that she could kill the emperors of the underworld? Gods were not that easy to kill. Even if Yun Nuoxing had the ultimate speed and attack, the sword of Netherworld, it would still be difficult for her to kill 2 emperors of the underworld. Seeing Yun Nuoxing still staring at her with a relaxed expression, Qing Miao's old eyes lit up. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. You are the divine body? I have a name. Don't call me by my divine body. However, vulgar people like you are only fit to call me by my code name. Yun Nuoxing played with her long hair and smiled faintly. She took a step forward. Haha, you're indeed a young hero. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's indifferent expression, Qing Miao was stunned. She smiled and said, I'm not interested in you. I am only here to seek justice for Qing Xian. As for how to deal with you, that is the Qi clan's matter. Hearing Qing Miao's words, Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said, You emperors of the underworld should know very well whether I was the one who caused the massacre that day. At this moment, you are still using the name of righteousness. Aren't you being too hypocritical? Ha! The young hero is so bold. However, you people are not enough to be your backing. Qing Miao did not mind and smiled. Her gaze swept across Jin Wang and the others as she said, If they're not enough, will it be enough with the 2 of us? A lovely bell-like laughter gently reverberated across the sky after Qing Miao's words sounded, after which a spatial crack line was opened on both the left and right of the Yun Nuo planet. The crack lines rippled slightly in front of the many pairs of eyes that did not blink, after which a delicate and alluring figure appeared from the distorted space on the right. She lifted her leg and slowly stepped out of the space. She appeared under the sunlight in this world. Even the frost aura around her had slightly scattered. The slender, golden-clothed girl gently landed on Yun Nuoxing's right under the silent sky. Her golden robes swayed gently, and her long golden hair was casually scattered behind her. Her thin feather clothes covered her slender arms and waist. 2 small jade beads hung from her earlobes, making clear, jingling sounds as they swayed with the wind. Her robes were not luxurious, but they carried an aura that was above the heavens and the earth, causing the heavens and the earth to pale in comparison. Her elegant and exquisite face lifted slightly and looked at Qiyu before looking at Yun Nuoxing. She displayed a smile that made one's heart palpitate. On the left side of Yun Nuoxing, a skinny silver-blue figure appeared quietly. The young man's handsome face looked a little indifferent, and his silver-blue eyes looked a little empty. In his robe, there were electric dragons flying around. His grayish-white hair was draped over his shoulders, and his slightly pointed chin was slightly raised, with a little tiredness and arrogance. With just a casual glance, it seemed to make people hear the rumbling of thunder. The thunder elements in the sky quietly increased. The empty eyes glanced at Qi Yu and Yun Nuoxing casually, and then turned to Yun Nuoxing. Only then did the lifeless eyes lit up a little. However, it was this beautiful and slender figure that made Jin Wang and Lei Tian's jaws drop to the sky. 2 voices that shook the entire city uncontrollably burst out. Big, 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 great elder. Chapter 363. In the sky, 2 young figures were floating in the air. One of them was looking at Yun Nuoxing with a smile, while the other was looking at him with interest. Judging from their youthful faces, it was impossible to tell that they were people who had lived for a long time. Yun Nuoxing's handsome face turned red as he was stared at by 4 pairs of eyes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and turn around silently. He wanted to step back quietly, but he was caught by the golden girl. He was stunned and quickly turned his head, only to see a jade-like hand enlarging in front of his eyes. Ear. The girl reached out her hand and pinched Yun Nuoxing's ear. Then she patted his head, elongating his cheeks and shrinking them back. After a while, she laughed coquettishly, making him feel awkward, and quickly lowered his head. The Great Elder is here. The moment Jining saw the girl, she quickly shrank her head and hid behind Xian. Even Jin Wang felt a little unnatural. He pulled the water god king in front of him and restrained his aura and light, as if he didn't exist. Everyone was speechless. Lei Ming, on the other hand, was very calm. He calmly walked behind Yao Hua and curled up into a ball, looking at the wall of the manor indifferently. Lei Tian's action was similar to his. He hid behind Huizhu and remained silent. The thunder in his body was like a mouse that saw a cat, shrinking in his body and not coming out. Compared to the 4 of them, the world had become abnormally quiet. The people below did not even dare to breathe loudly. Qi Yu and Qing Miao's faces darkened as they silently took a step back. The smile on Qing Miao's face gradually turned solemn. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. The great elders of the 9 deities' temple hadn't appeared for many years. Countless years ago, they had already made a name for themselves and retired from the temple. They didn't expect that they would appear today for the sake of Yun Nuoxing. If this news spread out, it would definitely shock many people with evil intentions. After all, at this point, everyone knew that the 9 deities' temple was risking their lives to protect Yun Nuoxing. If they continued to cause trouble, they might even drag out the 9 legendary figures. That would be King fun. Little brother, what's your name? The girl stretched out her slender finger and lifted Yun Nuoxing's chin. She asked with a smile, causing the divine king's faces to darken. How could the 9 divine palace not know Yun Nuoxing's name? She was clearly trying to flirt with Yun Nuoxing. Great Elder, how old are you already? Why are you still flirting with little fresh meat? The gold god king hid behind the water god king and muttered in an almost inaudible voice. In the end, he felt an indescribable chill and suddenly shivered. He quickly raised his head, and as expected, he saw the girl staring at him with a smile, which made his face turn pale. Yun Nuoxing's face was covered in cold sweat. She turned her head stiffly. In the spiritual world, Zi was knocking on the bed and laughing maniacally, making him feel very awkward. Nose. The girl pinched Yun Nuoxing's nose again. She didn't take Qi Yu and the others seriously at all. It was as if they were here to have fun and not to fight. Yun Nuoxing's face was bitter. She looked at Jin Wang for help. However, the latter gave her a look that said, "Good luck." Then, he shrank his head back. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. That, sister, you. Yun Nuoxing shivered and laughed dryly. Little brother, you are so sweet. I like it. The girl was inexplicably happy when she heard that. She caressed Yun Nuoxing's face with her delicate hand and licked her red lips with her tongue. Then, she leaned close to Yun Nuoxing's ear and exhaled. Yun Nuoxing's body trembled, and she was about to cry. She was even more flirting than Yuan. Everyone below was speechless. First Elder, he is still a child. It is said that his only regret is that he didn't have a good relationship when he was young. But don't worry, he won't do anything to Little Star. Jining also smiled bitterly. She didn't dare to be angry with the First Elder, so she could only explain in embarrassment. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. The image of the legendary Great Elder in their hearts had completely collapsed in an instant. When she saw that Yun Nuoxing's handsome face was so red that it was about to bleed, the girl was satisfied and let go of him. Then, she patted his head and looked at Qi Yu and the others, whose faces were dark. She smiled sweetly and said, I heard that someone was looking for trouble with our little divine child, so I came out to see who had such courage. I didn't expect it to be little Yu. This sounded very intimate, but made Qi Yu tremble. His hands trembled slightly. He knew that the arrival of these two people today had completely ruined their additional mission. However, the main mission was as the Golden God King had expected. They had achieved their goal. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Since when did he become someone else's thing? Also, little way beside you, aren't you going to come out and greet your servants? The girl pursed her lips and smiled. She looked to the side and said. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the space in front of Chi Yu quickly split open, and a white figure quickly walked out. As soon as the figure appeared, the cold air behind him completely dissipated within a few breaths' time. The white figure frowned and took a deep breath. He bowed slightly and cupped his fists. He said softly, "Greetings, Princess Jean." Seeing the white figure, Yin Nuoxing gasped. He didn't expect the Qi family to have a backup plan. This time, they really came prepared. Even if he could kill Chi Yu quickly, he would be killed by this person in the dark. How long has it been since we last met? Where is Prince Qi? Did he not come out? The girl called Princess Jean said with a smile as she played with a strand of her blonde hair. Great Elder, he's in closed door training. The white figure swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his body involuntarily trembling. If not for Yin Nuoxing opening his evil spirit eye, it would be hard to see him trembling, because the trembling was too small. Seeing this person's appearance, Yin Nuoxing was slightly surprised. He looked at the girl beside him, and then looked at the young man. He faintly felt that there was a wave of energy coming from their bodies, but it seemed that there was no energy at all. However, the white figure seemed to be trying his best to resist something. The conflicting senses made him feel baffled. I want to take the little divine child with me. Do you have any objections? Princess Jean smiled and said, What happened today is just a misunderstanding. Chi Wei's teeth were chattering. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. Seeing him like this, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there was always someone to beat. Chi Yu and his people who were so arrogant just now were now trembling in fear. They couldn't even speak properly, which made the crowd sigh. I hope this is just a misunderstanding. I will talk to Prince Qi one day. Princess Jean nodded. Her casual words made Chi Wei's body tremble. What happened today is the Qi family's fault. Little brother, if we have offended you, please forgive us. I apologize on behalf of Chi Yu and the others. Chi Wei gritted his teeth. Cold sweat kept coming out from his forehead and gathered into a small stream to his chin. He seemed to be under great pressure, and it took him a minute to finish his sentence. Yin Nuoxing's face trembled. He rolled his eyes and smiled slightly. He said, Elder Qi, you must be joking. This was a misunderstanding. Fortunately, we didn't really fight. Otherwise, it would have deepened. Since you have said so, I won't continue to pursue this matter. Yin Nuoxing knew very well that Chi Wei was being polite to him because of the girl beside him. The Qi family was also an ancient family. Although it shouldn't be difficult for the 9 divine halls to eradicate them, he had heard from Jin Jinwang that the 9 divine halls would protect him with all their might. However, it didn't mean that they would destroy the Qi family for him. Therefore, it was the best ending to scare the Qi family away today. No one wanted to fight under such circumstances. Although Yin Nuoxing could fight with the Emperor of the Underworld with the help of the God Weapon, it didn't mean that he was very powerful. Therefore, this was the best ending. He would fight on his own in the future and not rely on the 9 divine halls. Hearing Yin Nuoxing's words, Chi Wei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Jean princess with a complicated expression and then looked at the Netherworld ruins sword seriously. Although the former wasn't very powerful, the sword could kill gods. No matter how one looked at it, if they really fought, the Qi family would suffer heavy losses, especially after the Jean princess came. Therefore, no matter how unwilling and aggrieved he was, he had to sneak away to avoid being kicked back. If that happened, he would really lose all his face. All of us will withdraw now. Chi Wei forced a smile. He waved his sleeve, and the space behind him became distorted. His body also slowly disappeared into the distorted space. Behind him, Chi Yu and a large group of people hurriedly followed. They were afraid that they would be killed by a slap if they were a step slower. Seeing the Qi family leave quickly, the Jean princess smiled and looked at Qing Miao and the others. She said, Where is this little brother? Qing Miao looked at Qi Wei and the others, who were leaving with their heads and faces covered in dirt, and started to panic. When he heard the words of the girl who had scared the Qi family away, his whole body trembled. He could only laugh dryly at the way she addressed him. Although he was very old, he obviously wasn't as powerful as the fairy-like queen in front of him. He could only bite the bullet and say, "I just want to ask for an explanation. I have no interest in the little son of the deity hall. That matter, after I investigate it thoroughly, I will give the Qinghai Palace a satisfactory answer." The Jin princess patted Yin Nuoxing's head and smiled sweetly. "Our little son of the deity is not such an evil person." Everyone was speechless. Yin Nuoxing was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Then I'll have to trouble. Your Highness." Qing Miao heaved a sigh of relief and cupped her hands. She was so nervous that she stuttered. "Today's matter. I will apologize to the little son of the deity. If the matter is investigated and it has nothing to do with the little son of the Qinghai Palace, I, Qing Miao, will apologize to you in front of everyone on behalf of the Qinghai Palace." Okay. You can go now." The Jin princess waved her hand casually. Qing Miao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, as if he had been pardoned. Then he flew into the sky with his people and hurriedly left. Lihuan City was originally surrounded by an overwhelming army, but in just a few minutes, only Yin Nuoxing and the others were still standing in the sky. At this time, everyone could only say, "What a F***ing drama." The Qi family and the Qinghai Palace, who had come with invincible power, were scared away by a girl with just a few words. This really made everyone speechless. "Are you here for a fashion show?" Yin Nuoxing was speechless. From Qi Yu's appearance to the Jin princess's appearance, Qi Wei's departure with his people, and Qing Miao, who had been like an audience, came and left. In the end, damn it, no one made a move. That tense atmosphere was just a background, wasn't it? It was as if they were all here to chat about their daily lives. They all showed their faces, and then it was over. However, Yin Nuoxing knew that if the Jin princess and Qi Wei did not come today, a big battle would have been inevitable. However, because of this, everyone who had been watching from the sidelines could only sigh and shake their heads helplessly. Today is just a fashion show day. Chapter 364. In the spacious hall, the bright sunlight shone through the window and fell on the man in golden robes, making him look even more dazzling, like a holy light. The king of gods is kneeling. He looks so wronged. He looks like a child who has done something wrong. Everything has its vanquisher. He usually scolds us like this. I didn't expect the king of gods to be scolded like this too. Unlucky old Jean. Fortunately, our great elder didn't come. Outside the hall, Yao Hua, Water God King, and the others looked at the situation in the hall through the crack of the door. When they saw Jin Wang like this, they felt a little lucky and mourned for him for a while. At this moment, the Gold God King was kneeling on the ground with his head buried in his chest. His handsome face had two suspicious blushes. His golden hair hung down, covering half of his handsome face. Through the other half, one could see that he was like a child who had done something wrong. His face was full of grievance and shame, causing the group of young elites outside the hall to be very surprised. They never thought that there would be a day when their own God King would be taught a lesson like this, causing them to be very surprised. "Little Stone, what should I say to you? You didn't even bring the golden bell bottle when you went out. You even volunteered to leave the little divine child to us. In the end, if I didn't come today, I don't know what would have happened to the little divine child." The Golden Crown Princess sat on the sofa in front of Jin Wang. Her slender legs were crossed, and her hands were supporting her cheeks. She was lecturing him like an adult scolding a child. Yin Nuoxing sat aside awkwardly. When the Golden Crown Princess was scolding the King of Gods, she pulled Xian and quietly moved his butt to the side. He didn't want to come in, but the Golden Crown Princess dragged him in to listen. On the other side, Lei Tian shrunk his head and didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at the man with a face full of disgust and lowered his head. I was wrong. Jin Wang was on the verge of tears. After the incident at the Tana's water shrine, he had put the golden bottle back into the golden shrine. After all, it was impossible for an eternal weapon to be taken out for a walk all the time. He did not expect such a thing to happen in Lihuan City. If not for the arrival of his great elder, he might have been in danger. Although he was prepared to be scolded, he was not prepared to be scolded in front of a group of juniors. This nickname, where would he put his old face in the future? Jin Jinwang's real name was Jin Shi. The elders of the temple found it troublesome to call him by his name, so they just called him Shi too. Only the empress would add the word little when she called him, which made him suffer unspeakably. Little divine son, what do you plan to do? I'll leave little Shirtu to you. The Golden Empress smiled sweetly and poked Yin Nuoxing's face, who was unable to move too far away. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. When she came to her senses, she quickly looked at Jin Jinwang, who was still kneeling. She saw the latter looking at her pitifully with tears in his eyes and could not help but shudder. She laughed dryly and said, "Forget it. It's fine as long as you're fine. Senior Jin Jinwang has helped me a lot along the way. Don't let him kneel." Jin Jinwang heard this and quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he cast a grateful look at Yin Nuoxing, which made the latter smile bitterly. What did it have to do with him? All right, since the little divine son has said so, little Shi too, you can get up. The Golden Empress nodded and said, "Oh." Jin Jinwang felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly stood up, rubbed his sore knees, and laughed bitterly. This time he had lost all his face. "Well, little divine son, why don't you go to the little divine prefecture to train?" Suddenly, the Golden Empress said something that stunned everyone. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. She looked at the Golden Empress, who had a serious expression on her face, and said, What's wrong? Why do you want to go to the little divine prefecture all of a sudden?" The little divine prefecture is located in the middle of the divine prefecture and also the center of the entire divine realm. There are countless first-rate forces lying dormant in it, and it is very complicated. Some of them are not weaker than first-rate forces like the Qinghai Palace. There are also some strange races that are not seen in other large regions. It is the core area of the divine realm, and it is also the most exciting place in the divine realm. Most of the top experts in the divine realm also come from there. Although the 9 divine temples and the 8 ancient families did not set up their headquarters there, they still send their disciples to the little divine prefecture to train every year. In a place where geniuses gather, even the divine son of a first-rate force would be beaten down to a mortal. However, the most important thing is that the news in the little divine prefecture is very isolated. It is very difficult for news from other large regions to spread there, the Golden Empress said. Isolated? Why? Isn't it the core area? Why is the news so isolated? Yin Nuoxing was stunned and could not help but ask. There are some reasons. You will know when you get there in the future. The Golden Empress smiled and kept him in suspense. She said, "Because the news there is isolated, I want you to go there. There, no one will know who you are, and no one will care about your past. It is equivalent to starting over. There, with strength comes dignity. Moreover, it is said that you want to repair the divine weapon, right?" Yin Nuoxing nodded. The Nethervoid sword and the Linghong sword were both broken, and he was determined to repair them. In the little divine prefecture, there are countless strange places of treasure. Moreover, the fragments of the divine weapon will not disappear. There may be many fragments in the little divine prefecture, and it will be easier to repair them there, the Golden Empress said. But Great Elder, Yin Nuoxing is still too weak. It is still too early to go there. It is more appropriate to go when he becomes a demigod. Jin Jinwang hurriedly advised. Although there was indeed no one in the little divine prefecture who knew Yin Nuoxing, those who had the strength to go there were not weak. Moreover, there were many very complicated forces there, and if he was not careful, he would be in danger. Moreover, Yin Nuoxing was not scheming at all. That's true. The Golden Empress sighed and nodded. Yin Nuoxing was helpless. He roughly knew why he had to be sent to the little divine prefecture. Now that he had fought with the Qi family to the bitter end, he had inexplicably offended the Qinghai Palace and 5 of the 12-star palaces. Before he could find out who the scapegoat was, there would be a lot of trouble. The Nine Divine Palace could not protect him forever. This time, they had been protected for such a long time, and they would eventually be separated. Although he was holding a divine weapon, to put it bluntly, his strength was still too weak. He would probably be exhausted after using the divine weapon once. Senior, don't worry. I will be careful. I will not go to the little divine prefecture for the time being, as I have other things to do. When I am done, I will jump into the little divine prefecture and experience it. Yin Nuoxing grinned. The Golden Empress sighed helplessly. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing for a long time. When she saw his face turn red, she looked away and said helplessly, "Do as you wish. I can't interfere in the affairs of you young people." After saying that, the Golden Empress put her hand on the jade bead under her earlobe. With a flash of light, a round gemstone appeared. It was colorful, and if one counted carefully, there were exactly 9 colors. After rubbing the gemstone for a while, the Golden Empress put it in Yin Nuoxing's hand and said, "Take this. Once you send out a signal, the people of the Nine Divine Palace who see the signal will rush over and help you." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Jin Wang had given him something similar, but he had never used it because he had no use for it at all. If there were any unexpected situations, he could basically escape, although the outcome might be serious injuries. Perhaps he did not want to borrow the strength of others, as he always felt that it would trouble others. Although this was what he thought, Yin Nuoxing still accepted it solemnly. After all, it was a kind gesture from the Golden Empress. "It's been hard on you. You're still so young, but you have to bear so much pressure that you shouldn't have." The Golden Empress sighed and touched Yin Nuoxing's head tenderly. She did not ask him to go back to the Divine Palace with her. After all, she also knew that Yin Nuoxing had his own things to do. Looking at him, he did not look like someone who would quietly stay in one place and slowly cultivate. Moreover, he had to find the broken magical weapons himself. Moreover, the divine body of spiritual reception needed to accommodate countless weapons to forge itself. According to Yin Nuoxing's own specifications, once he absorbed them, he would need weapons that were above the divine level. No matter how powerful the Nine Divine Palace was, they would not be able to afford his consumption. Magical weapons were not cheap things. It was already very impressive for a first-rate force to have more than a dozen of them. Therefore, the road ahead still needed Yin Nuoxing to walk on his own. Although it sounded a little hopeless, this was the only way. The Qi clan is trying to capture the sword of spiritual reception. Although Qi Yu and the others have been forced to retreat this time, they won't give up so easily. There will definitely be a lot of trouble coming to us in the future. Let's be realistic. Even a Nine Divine Palace doesn't want to start a war with one of the 8 families. We all came from the remote antiquity era, and each of us has something as our foundation. No one knows what our trump cards are. If we attack them casually, it will cause a lot of casualties. I hope you can understand this, Golden Queen said softly. Senior, don't worry. Nuoxing is not an unreasonable person. You have already helped me a lot. Yin Nuoxing nodded with a smile. The Golden Empress was a little unhappy when she heard Yin Nuoxing calling her senior. She pinched his face and said, "Little star, I still hope that you will call me more sweetly." Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment and smiled awkwardly. "Just call me that." The Golden Empress rubbed his face and said with a smile. Jin Wang was speechless. He covered his face and turned to the side. He could not watch anymore. Yin Nuoxing blushed and only managed to squeeze out the word senior after a long time. The Golden Empress was overjoyed. Her smile was like a beautiful rose that bloomed. Everyone outside the door was stunned. How was the talk? Seeing Yin Nuoxing and the Golden Empress come out, everyone quickly surrounded them and asked. Yin Nuoxing looked back at Jin Wang and the Golden Empress who were talking about something. He gently closed the door and looked at everyone. He said helplessly, "Talk about what? What can we talk about? What do you want to talk about?" We were just curious about what you talked about inside." Everyone laughed awkwardly. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and repeated what he had just said. Little divine land. Everyone's faces twitched. Almost everyone knew about that place, but it was also difficult to enter. If there were no accidents, With their own strength, they would need to be at least a demigod to be able to take a step in. For other ranks, unless they had some special means, they would not be able to enter. The Yun Nuo planet naturally belonged to the latter. They would probably be able to enter with a divine weapon. Yao Hua, Mu Ling, the Divine King, and the others asked me to tell you. That's what they said. Yin Nuoxing tapped his palms and then pinched his throat. He imitated Jin Jinwang's tone and said, "Ask the 9 brats outside to return to the temple first. Remember to go to the land of the fallen immortals and quickly cultivate to the demigod level. Then you can bring them to the little divine land to train." "Oh, no." Hearing the words, land of the fallen immortals, the 9 heroes collapsed on the ground. Especially when they heard that they were going to the little divine land and that Yin Nuoxing was leading the team, they suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. "Well, good luck." Yin Nuoxing spread out her hands and looked at the 9 people who were wailing pitifully. Chapter 365. The 9 heroes wailed for a long time before they were taken away by the Water God King. When they parted, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. Although it wasn't a life and death parting, each of them took a while to sort out their emotions. "Little star, be careful when you're outside. We'll come out to play with you again when we're free." Mu Ling covered her mouth and laughed. She waved her hand and disappeared behind a spatial crack. "Good luck. Don't be surpassed by me the next time you come out." Yin Nuoxing cheered them on with a smile. "That's really a lot of pressure." The 9 heroes rolled their eyes at him. The cultivation speed of the spiritual godly physique was simply like flying a plane. Wasn't this making things difficult for them? "Little brother, come back to Divine Sky City to play when you're free." Lu Yi patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. Little brother Nuoxing, Jin Heng and Yao Ling both punched him in the chest. Then they realized that they were speechless. They didn't know what to say with their mouths wide open. "Uft. I'll be a guest when I'm free." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Jin Heng followed Yao Hua and the rest back to the 9 deity palace, while Yao Ling and Chu Ilian took a ride back to Divine Sky City. "Little brother Nuoxing, if you're free, Ilian would like to discuss music with you." Chu Ilian smiled and transmitted her voice before she left. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. That time in the Divine Sky City, the rumbling of the 10,000 Tao rhythm was revealed by some big mouth, which made Chu Ilian interested in him. Now, he could only laugh bitterly. "Fairy, please spare me." The Water God King and the rest also left. After all, after such a ruckus, the world knew what the 9 deity palace's position was. If they wanted to touch Yin Nuoxing again, they would have to think twice. Therefore, they estimated that they could spend some time in peace. They also had to go back and torment the 9 heroes. "Little boy, if you're free, come visit the Western region. Our Yuan family is there. Big sister will take care of you." Yuan Xian hugged Yin Nuoxing as she laughed and cried at the same time, which made everyone speechless. They could only walk to the side silently, leaving the 2 of them to put on a parting of life and death. Due to the urgent call of the Yuan family's master, they had no choice but to return. After all, they had been separated for a few years. Before the Tana's Water God's palace, they had stayed in Divine Sky City and did not return. Then, they followed Yin Nuoxing to Lihuan City. This time, they had no choice but to return. Her father had been desperately calling for them. If it were not for the fact that the Yuan family was busy, he would have rushed over to catch them. "Young miss, let's go back first. The patriarch has gone crazy from wanting to see you. He hasn't had any appetite for food or drink for the past 3 years." A member of the Yuan family crossed the void and passed through countless teleportation portals before arriving at Lihuan City to pass on this message to Yuan Xian. If it wasn't for this message, she would have definitely chosen to follow Yin Nuoxing. Seeing that Yuan Xian was willing to go back obediently, Yuan Shi and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that their elder sister would make a fuss endlessly. "Mr. Yin, come and play when you're free." Yuan Shui chuckled and waved at Yin Nuoxing. As for Yuan Shi, he still followed Yin Nuoxing on the journey. However, at this time, he was also putting on a parting scene. Yu Xiao was also called back by the Yu family. After such a big thing happened in Lihuan City, Everyone related to Yun Nuashing had been spread by the gossipers. The Yu family also hurriedly called back their goddess. There was competition between the 8 families. If the chief family did something crazy, the Yu family would suffer loss. Be good and go back. Your father must be waiting anxiously. When I am free, I will sneak over to the western regions and visit the Yuan family. At that time, just don't drive me out. Yin Nuashing touched Yuan Qian's head and said softly. Yuan Qian then smiled through her tears and raised her red lips to Yin Nuashing's lips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After that, with a beautiful turn, she followed Yuan Qi and the others into the spatial passageway. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and saw Xian's strange smile. It was somewhat inexplicable. Those who didn't know would think that she felt lonely because of everyone's parting. Qing Feng nodded at Yin Nuashing and put her arm around his shoulder before softly saying, "Little brother, when will I find you to go underground? With us, strong alliance. Going through the world's tombs will be as easy as walking on flat ground." Yin Nuashing's head was filled with black lines. Previously, he had guessed that Qing Feng started out by digging graves. He didn't expect that she would want to pull him along. He wanted to complain a little, but he had already disappeared into the horizon. On the other side, Yuan Shi secretly wiped his eyes and looked back with every step he took. He reluctantly sent Yu Shao off. When he saw her leaving with the Yu family, he sighed sadly. "Nuashing, don't be too ruthless." When he walked back to Yin Nuashing's side, Yuan Shi patted his shoulder and smiled bitterly. Yin Nuashing's head was filled with question marks. He didn't know what he was going to do, and he didn't want him to be too ruthless. Lan Xian suddenly appeared and hugged Yin Nuashing's neck from behind with her soft jade arms. She smiled tenderly and said, "Little Shishi is asking Brother Nuashing not to torture him." Yuan Shi nodded while Yin Nuashing was puzzled. After everyone had left, the group of 5, Yin Nuashing, Xian, Yuan Shi, Lan Ximing, there was also the little girl that they found back, Zihan. They all stood in the courtyard blankly and looked at each other. Although they felt that the world had suddenly quieted down, they also felt a little lonely. Little Purple Soul directly rushed into Yin Nuashing's arms and rubbed her little head against his chest. Her cute and innocent appearance diverted everyone's attention and diluted their mood. Seeing that Little Purple Soul had made the first move, Ming pouted her little mouth but couldn't complain. She could only crawl into Yin Nuashing's windbreaker and tug at his clothes with her little hand. Her little face full of resentment made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Yin Nuashing shook his head helplessly and put Little Purple Soul on his shoulder. Then, he picked up Ming and rubbed the little girl's head. "Little Star has become a professional nanny," Xian said with a smile and took Little Purple Soul in his arms. It was quite tiring to take care of 2 children alone. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and couldn't help but lament in his heart. "Bear with it. Little Ming is already 11 years old. After 2 or 3 more years, she will be a big child and won't need me to carry her anymore. Little sisters will hate their older brothers when they grow up. Chirp." Little Phoenix raised its head on Yin Nuashing's head and chirped softly. Then it lay down again. It had grown a little in the past month, but it was still a small ball. Since they're all gone, let's go too." The Golden Crown Princess, Jin Shenwang, and the others walked out of the great hall and saw the empty courtyard. They walked to Yin Nuashing's side. The former patted his head and smiled. "Say, sister, where you going?" Yin Nuashing was about to call her senior, but immediately changed his words and asked, "I heard that there are some strange movements in Taiyuan territory. We're going to take a look," Princess Jean said with a smile and pinched Yin Nuashing's face. Taiyuan territory? The news spread too quickly. Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. Speaking of Taiyuan territory, he was reminded of the past. In his mind, a red, playful, and lively figure floated past. His eyes couldn't help but darken a little. But after a moment, he covered it up and no one saw it. "We got the news before we came out from the shrine. We're just going to take a look." Princess Jean winked at Mei Mao and said with a smile, "We're leaving. Little Star, be careful." "Amen." Yin Nuashing nodded. Just as he was about to wave goodbye, he saw that there was no one left. this speed of leaving is too. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly. According to his estimation, Princess Jean and the great elder of Lightning Divine Hall were at least god emperors. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to scare Qi Yu and Qi Wei away. But this speed was a little too shocking. They couldn't even see them, and they disappeared. A few of them laughed bitterly. They really came and went without a trace. Where are we going next? The few of them weren't in a hurry to leave. They sat down on the stone chairs in the courtyard and asked Xian. That's a problem. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. He propped his elbows on the stone table and rested his chin on his hands. He looked like he was in deep thought. This made the few of them quiet down. Yin Nuoxing thought for a while and took out the treasure map. He spread it out on the stone table and waved his hand, inviting the few of them to discuss. According to the way we're going, the next stop should be the Eastern Sea's Burning Mountain. On the way, we'll go to these marked places and see if we can keep them. He pointed at a few places and finally stopped at a mountain on the map. It was surrounded by a vast ocean. He said, "Although we're going, there's no need to rush. No one can subdue the origin of fire anyway. We'll just wander around." After he finished speaking, he looked at Xian as if he was asking for her opinion. Xian was stunned. She smiled gently, ran her fingers through her hair, and said, "Little star, we'll follow your arrangements." Yuanshi nodded. He had come out with them to gain experience. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Nuoxing, I remember that you're a blacksmith, right? And a part-time pharmacist, although not an alchemist," Xian added. Yin Nuoxing nodded and looked at Yuanshi. He asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Isn't there a lot of people gathering in Lihuan City recently? Someone opened a blacksmith trade fair. It said that you can exchange materials from the 2nd level to the 6th level. Yuanshi paused and said, "I heard from Jin Wang and the others that your 2 heaven-grade weapons were damaged. I wanted to mention it to you and see if you're interested in going." Trade fair. Yin Nuoxing repeated in a low voice and tilted his head. The Netherwind sword was still in the 1st level, but the Linghong sword was already in the 2nd level. He didn't have many low-level materials. He had only bought some last time, and most of them were of the earth element. In order to fully repair it, he needed the 5 elements. In other words, he had to find materials of the other 4 elements. That's good too. Go buy some low-level materials, where you can practice forging on the way. Yin Nuoxing nodded. He could now forge without hiding in the blacksmith shop. After all, he had the fire and metal elements. The dark room was prepared for people who didn't have the fire element. He could now forge weapons at will. The alchemy world and the blacksmith world will hold a competition at a specific time. All the people in the heavenly realm who boast of their skills will participate. Nuoxing, you can control the 5 elements. You'll definitely be famous in the alchemy world. Yuanshi smiled. "Come on, famous? That'll only make me die faster." Yin Nuoxing spread out his hands. As a spiritual, godly body, the best way was to hide from the world, hide from the world, hide from the world, and hide from the world until the day of great success, the day when the sovereign ruled the world. Otherwise, it would always be coveted by others. Although it was very boring, but only after enduring for 1,000 years could one be able to see the wonders of the world. Moreover, I'm not interested in fame or whatever. Yin Nuoxing smiled, then flicked his hair and grinned. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. Narcissist. Xian and the others rolled their eyes at him. Chapter 366. Su Ming, who was the one who forged you? In a dimly lit secret room, Yin Nuoxing sat cross-legged on a stone bed. A purplish-black sword that was longer than a person lay across her legs. A faint fluorescent light shone from within. Yin Nuoxing's expression was calm. She sent her soul into the nether void sword and carefully observed the array patterns inside. Outside the thumb-sized core, there was a bright ball of light enveloping it. Vaguely, an extremely powerful soul ripple spread out. This ball of light was the soul of the nether void sword. Although it was still incomplete, it already had a considerable amount of energy. Looking at the complex array that seemed to be evolving into a universe, Yin Nuoxing scratched her cheek and couldn't help but ask. I don't know. It's not you, said the nether void sword. Nonsense. Even ghosts know that I didn't forge it. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. The nether void sword had been forged countless years ago. She hadn't even been born then. I don't have any memories either. My soul is shattered. However, it shouldn't have been forged for a short period of time. The nether void sword paused, then said, "Why? Nothing. I'm just a little curious. Who made such a complex array?" Sighing, Yun Nuoxing shook her head. The complexity of this array could really scare Jin Wang to death. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Nuoxing said, "Speaking of which, won't you reject me? That forger spent so much effort to forge you. He should cherish you. Moreover, you are the most unique divine sword in the world. How did you end up in my hands?" The nether void sword was silent. Yun Nuoxing felt a little awkward. She didn't know if she had asked the wrong question. The nether void sword trembled and floated to the side. It poked Yun Nuoxing's waist with the body of the sword and said, "Don't think too much. I naturally have my reasons for being here. Moreover, my soul is connected to yours. Isn't the first question a little redundant?" Yun Nuoxing screamed in surprise from the itch. She jumped up and touched her waist. She pouted and smiled bitterly. "All right, it's unnecessary." Sitting back down, Yun Nuoxing sent her soul energy into the nether void sword to observe the runes and runes. A long time later, she said, "Nether void, which of the 5 elements should I repair first?" The nether void sword, let's start with fire. The fire element just so happens to complement your purple night flame to increase its destructive power. Right now, it's just a fire attack, so the enhancement isn't that big. The nether void sword was speechless. "You're the blacksmith, so why are you asking me?" "I'm just asking for your opinion," Yun Nuoxing muttered. "By the way, I don't know how to fix it," Yun Nuoxing muttered again. "Huh." The nether void sword was stunned. Its body trembled as if it was frightened. "Because the nether void sword is a proper weapon, but you have your own soul." "Sigh, I don't know how to fix it." Yun Nuoxing poked the sword with her 2 index fingers and lowered her head innocently. The nether void sword was suddenly scared. It hurriedly said, "Then don't fix it first. I reckon that if I can find all the soul fragments, I'll be able to restore it." "All right." Yun Nuoxing nodded helplessly. She thought for a moment and asked, "If, and I'm saying if, you can find all the soul fragments, will your memories be restored?" The nether void sword was stunned. After a moment of silence, it said, "I don't know. Not necessarily. I'm not sure. Actually, the world's understanding is a little wrong. You should say that other than him. No one else knows what the truth is," said the nether void sword. "Truth?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. "What truth? I'm a person, and the nether void sword is like an incarnation of me. The two can be switched. He didn't forge a sword. He created a life. Creating life, giving a soul. How? How is this possible?" When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he was stunned. Creating life was an ability that only gods could have. However, to bestow a soul and make it a unique life was a taboo. Even a heavenly god might not be able to do it. "It's true. You'll know when you've restored my soul." The nether void sword knocked Yun Nuoxing's head and said with a smile, "I'm very beautiful. How can a sword have a gender? It's not like I haven't seen beautiful women before." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and couldn't help but mutter. She even said the last sentence very softly, afraid that she would hear it. "I already said that I'm a person." The nether void sword patted her in annoyance. Good, good, good. You're a person, not a sword." Yun Nuoxing grabbed her hand and flicked her with a smile. Lihuan City had an extremely good reputation in this region. In addition to the matter of the heavenly god Glaze's inheritance, its reputation had become even stronger. Under the situation where the residual heat had yet to dissipate, someone, or rather, a force, took advantage of this momentum and opened a trade fair. Anyone could enter. Of course, not everyone wanted to go, because this place was filled with a faint smell of iron and an indescribable fragrance. This was a place where blacksmiths liked to come and go. It was their trade fair. Although it was built temporarily, it wasn't a low-level place. This was because the space here was filled with an astonishing fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. Because it was built temporarily, it was located on the outskirts of Lihuan City. In the empty area created by Yun Nuashing, a huge spatial wormhole that was hundreds of meters wide was slowly rotating. A strange suction force slowly spread out from it. The wormhole was at the bottom of this sunken basin. In the sky above this basin, there was a line of large words floating in the void. It was very eye-catching. "Welcome to all tourists." Signed by the Nightwalker Alliance. When Yun Nuashing saw the signature, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Even Xian couldn't help but touch her small mouth with a look of shock on her face. Yuan Shi, who was standing at the side, was a little confused. "I give full marks to this alliance." Yun Nuashing clutched her chest and said with difficulty. Even Ming, who was in her arms, stared at the wormhole speechlessly. The Nightwalker Alliance is a huge relay station jointly built by several forces. It's also a merchant alliance. It's very famous in the entire realm of the gods. Its forces are spread all over the place. Because it spends a lot of time in Shankhala, where birds don't lay eggs, it has an unusually large amount of resources and has friendly relations with many forces. Yuan Shi explained, then looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "I asked you to come to this place because the Nightwalker Alliance has all kinds of rare and precious materials. Although it's not a large-scale hyperspace trade fair, this temporary gathering is still of high quality." Yuan Shi smiled. From time to time, there would be figures with majestic auras flashing down from the basin. They would rush into the wormhole and disappear. Also of high quality. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. This wormhole was already built, and he still said that it was of high quality. This was considered a big deal. Seeing the surprise on the faces of Yun Nuashing and the other three, Yuan Shi smiled, scratched his neck, and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing and the others nodded. The three of them moved and rushed down the basin. In a few flashes, they appeared in front of the wormhole. From time to time, people would come over from the surroundings of the wormhole. They looked at them strangely for a while, then looked at Xian and the two little girls, and finally plunged into the wormhole. Feeling these gazes, Yun Nuashing just glanced at them, then turned away and followed Yuan Shi into the dark wormhole. Xian followed closely beside her. The moment they entered the wormhole, they clearly felt an inexplicable energy sweep across their bodies, causing Yun Nuashing to suddenly shiver. It was so big that Yuan Shi clearly saw it. "Don't worry, it's just a probe." Yuan Shi patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and smiled. Yun Nuashing nodded. As the energy faded, their vision suddenly turned dark. Then, a faint light bloomed in front of them, accompanied by a loud noise. When the colors changed in their eyes again, the world in front of them had turned into the appearance of a small town. It wasn't too big, and the buildings were basically made of wood. In the sky above the small town, a small sun was sprinkling warm light. Although it was another world, there were still blue skies and white clouds. It was not much different from the outside world. If one had to describe it, the sun was much smaller. After all, it was man-made, a self-created world. This alliance is really generous. Yun Nuashing looked into the distance, but couldn't see the end of this world. She smacked her lips and couldn't help but comment. The celebration of the Nightwalker Alliance, the trade fair, and so on are all held in a self-created world. Of course, it's not as big as the realm of the gods, but it's more than enough for some activities. Yuan Shi put his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance for a while. He smiled and said, "The people of the Alliance come from several large regions, and there are all kinds of races. There are even high-level gods among them. Their control of the power of space has reached the acme of perfection. They can probably build a vast and boundless space." Yun Nuashing nodded. To be able to open up a space specifically for activities and trade was already very impressive. That small sun above her head was especially impressive. According to her guess, to be able to reach such a level and use the power of elements to such a degree, it was at least a god on the same level as Jin Wang, or even a little higher. On both sides of the street, there were some stone platforms and jade tables. On the stone platforms, there were some strangely shaped stones. They were multicolored and emitted powerful energy fluctuations. At a glance, one could tell that they weren't simple objects. Behind each of these stone platforms, there was a person sitting cross-legged. These people all had powerful auras. Obviously, they weren't masters to be trifled with. Earthflame stone, grade 6 material. Mountain shaking stone, grade 5 material. Nether iron, grade 6 material. A haelite mine, grade 4. Yin Nuoxing's gaze swept across the stone platforms. Even though he had seen divine objects before, his eyes could not help but light up. Xian, who was beside him, was even more so for Mei Mao. As expected, this is what I should come into contact with at this stage. Yin Nuoxing could not help but smile as he softly said in his heart. He did not lack high-level materials, but low-level materials were pitifully few. Therefore, he could not help but have the idea of looting this place. Of course, he quickly killed it in the cradle. The street was not too long, only 1,000 meters. When Yin Nuoxing inadvertently walked to the end, he sighed and helplessly retracted his gaze. Although he was a little surprised that he had encountered something that moved his heart, it was not of much use to him. What he needed now was materials that possessed a single elemental energy and not a mixture. Turning around somewhat gloomily, Yin Nuoxing was just about to walk towards another street when he suddenly froze. Looking into the distance, he fixed his gaze on a dark yellow figure in the crowd. His eyes met with his dark yellow eyes. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other from afar, and time seemed to have frozen. Little star? Xian saw that he had stopped, and also stopped, calling out softly. That! Yin Nuoxing retracted his gaze and smiled at her. Then, he looked over again, only to discover that the person had already disappeared. He could not help but frown. From that pair of eyes, he could only see a kind of indifference, an indifference towards all things in the world. It could even be said that it was loathing, a loathing that was even deeper than the great elder of Lightning Divine Hall. There was also a faint killing intent. This person, Yin Nuoxing was puzzled. He did not know him. Chapter 367. After turning a corner, the noise was obviously much louder, and the shouting that was close to roaring filled their ears. Colorful energy filled the entire space, and the astonishing energy fluctuation made Yin Nuoxing's eyes emit green light again, scaring the people around him to the point that they hurriedly shrank to the side. However, when a deafening demonic sound suddenly rang in their ears, Yin Nuoxing staggered and turned his head with a bitter expression. When he saw that the two of them seemed to be arguing about something, he immediately muttered, "It's like a wet market." Most of the shops on this street are run by the Nightwalker Alliance. They sell extremely rare materials. They might come from the core of the earth, from the endless star field, or from some deep mountain. There are basically no defective products. Compared to other streets, the items here are of a higher grade. Of course, the prices are much higher as well. Yuanshi couldn't help but laugh when he saw him like this. Colored glazed divine crystal. Colored glazed divine crystal. I want a colored glazed divine crystal. Yin Nuoxing muttered softly as he walked. The people around him who had sharp ears couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they heard him. They looked at him as if he was crazy, then quietly walked to the side. Nuoxing, there won't be anything like a colored glazed divine crystal here. Yuanshi whispered in his ear helplessly. Although the colored glazed divine crystal was a level 12 divine item that was exclusive to the gods, some high-level blacksmiths could also use it to forge a divine weapon that would shock the world. Therefore, very few people would take out level 12 materials to exchange at this blacksmith trade fair. If there were, they would keep them for future use. I'm just muttering. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. He just wanted to try his luck and see if anyone had misjudged it. However, those who could come here were more or less extraordinary. It was impossible for them to let go of such a big loophole. You guys walk around first. I'll go find someone. Yuanshi suddenly patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and said with a smile. Then, he turned around and walked into an alley. Yin Nuoxing nodded. With a slight movement of her hand, the golden divine sword shot out from her fingertips and turned into an inch-long golden light that followed after Yuanshi. The golden divine sword stuck to his white robe, but the latter was unaware of it. After doing this, he walked forward slowly with the girls. It was better to be careful when they were outside. Moreover, this place was full of crooks and honest folk. Someone might recognize them, so it was better to be cautious. Ming suddenly tugged at Yun Nuoxing's collar. His little hand pointed to a distant place and said softly, "Big brother, that thing." Following her gaze, Yun Nuoxing saw a stone that was wrapped in a pitch-black light. It was only the size of a wash basin, and even the evil spirit, I could not see what was inside. A star stone. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He knew a little about this thing. It was originally an ordinary stone, but after staying in the starry sky for a long time, it had been contaminated by the power of the stars. It could have evolved into a top-notch material, or it could still be an ordinary star stone. Moreover, because of the rich power of the stars, many detection methods were not very useful. If one wanted to see what was inside, they could only directly split it open. Of course, even if they did not split it open, the starstone itself was a slightly unorthodox 7th-level material. Weapons forged with it would be contaminated with the power of the stars, and their power would increase by several times. "What's wrong with that stone?" Yun Nuoxing asked as he patted Ming's head. I just think it's very pretty." Ming stuck out her tongue and giggled. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He thought that this girl's treasure-hunting ability had sensed something and was even a little excited. In the end, this girl said that she thought it was very pretty. Bringing Xian to the starstone stall, Yun Nuoxing glanced behind the stone table. A youth with a cold and solemn expression was sitting quietly. He did not make a sound when Yun Nuoxing and the others stopped by. He did not seem to be here to do business. "Old mister, how much do I exchange for this starstone?" Although he looked very young, under the observation of the wood element with the evil spirit eye, he could see that he looked a little old, as if he had been through the vicissitudes of life. He did not look like a vigorous young man. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, the cold and solemn youth raised his eyes slightly and said unhurriedly, "A 7th-level material with a thunder element, or a 6th-level thunder element sword. Can I exchange it with black crystals?" Rubbing the star stone in his hand, Yun Nuoxing found that the power of the stars in his body resonated with it, causing his hand to tremble slightly. "If I can refine this starstone, perhaps my strength will rise to another level." Yun Nuoxing suddenly had this thought. The starstone was a material filled with powerful energy. Other than being used to forge weapons, it could also be refined into energy to increase one's strength. Although this was not the best way to use it, and in the eyes of blacksmiths, it was a waste of natural resources. The power of the stars and the starstone resonated with the power of the stars in Yun Nuoxing's body. If he could refine and absorb it, his strength would rise to another level. However, if he relied on external forces to increase his strength, even if he had the spiritual godly physique that could automatically purify energy, there would still be some negative effects in the future. He knew this. Therefore, this thought was killed in a flash and did not even exist for more than 3 seconds. "Okay, 150 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals," the cold young man said slowly. Yun Nuoxing smiled and did not want to waste time with him. He threw down 150 kilograms of Xian crystals, grabbed the star stone, and put it in Ming's hand. Then he pulled Xian and left. He was rich and overbearing, so he naturally did not want to waste his breath on others. 100 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals was nothing to him. Moreover, these people did not seem like people who would suffer losses. They passed by so many stalls, but they only heard people raising the price, not bargaining. After walking for a long time, when they disappeared from the sight of the cold young man, Yun Nuoxing slowed down. Looking at the cheerful Ming in his arms, he could not help but ask, "What's wrong with this thing?" Ming rubbed the stone wrapped in black energy with his little hand. He showed 2 cute canine teeth and said with a smile, "I'll tell my brother when we get back." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He touched her head and said with a smile, "Little girl, don't keep me guessing." Hee. Ming smiled and put the star stone into Yun Nuoxing's pendant. He flicked his long hair and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Suddenly, he had an idea. He climbed onto Yun Nuoxing's shoulder like a little monkey, held his head with both hands, and laughed happily. "So strange," Yun Nuoxing murmured. He grabbed the 2 little feet hanging in front of his chest, smiled helplessly at Xian, and walked forward. Behind him, Xian looked at Ming, who was laughing happily. He could not help but smile, and quickly followed. This small town was not very big. There were no more than 10 intersecting ancient streets. There were many people, all of whom had strong auras. At this time, they were like ordinary people, arguing with each other in this place that had turned into a vegetable market. After strolling through several streets, Yin Nuoxing stopped. During this period, he bought a green leaf crystal with rich wood element and a sky-burning stone with fire element with a few hundred kilograms of celestial grade Xian crystals. He did not buy anything else. These two materials were very rare. Yin Nuoxing had once looked for the heaven-burning stone in a few shops, but he had found nothing. It was rare to find it here, but at the same time, it was also fancied by someone. It was not easy to pay twice the price to snatch it. As for the rest, he did not buy anything. They stopped at a quiet place. This was probably the end of the town. The surroundings were empty, and it was not as noisy as the inside. Looking out, they saw a barren area. It was all yellow soil, as if it was an undeveloped area. Suddenly, Yuanxi came out of nowhere and patted Yin Nuoxing on the shoulder. He grinned and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Yin Nuoxing immediately became alert when he was patted on the shoulder. When he heard a familiar voice, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and saw Yuanxi with a smile on his face. He could not help but be stunned and said, "Did something good happen? You are smiling so happily." "Well, I guess so." Yuanxi scratched his head and smiled. "Did you buy anything good?" "No, I only bought 3 stones. I didn't like the rest." Yin Nuoxing sighed and shook his head. Although the scale of this town was quite good, the materials he wanted were all expensive and rare. After all, these materials of single elemental energy were not that easy to come by. Most of them were found in areas with elemental themes. Even though the realm of the gods was vast and boundless, it was not to say that there were all kinds of materials in this kind of place. As far as the world knew, the only famous places with a single element theme were the forbidden areas. Yin Nuoxing had been there before and did not see any materials. "I see." Yuanxi nodded thoughtfully. Then, he hesitated for a while. Under Yin Nuoxing and Yin Nuoxing's strange gazes, he laughed dryly and said, "Well, Nuoxing, lend me some money." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said, "How much do you need?" Yuanxi rubbed his hands. His cheeks were slightly red. He hesitated for a long time like a snake. Then, he stretched out 3 fingers and laughed dryly. About 3,000 pounds of celestial-grade glazed crystals." Yin Nuoxing opened his mouth and swallowed. He quickly stuffed the 3,000 pounds of celestial-grade glazed crystals into his hands. Then he asked, "What do you want to buy?" "It's so expensive. I saw something good in an acquaintance's shop." Yuanxi smiled mysteriously. He patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and said, "Thanks. I'll pay you back when the time comes. Hurry up. We've finished touring this small town. It's almost time to go out." Yin Nuoxing nodded and kicked him. Only after Yuanxi disappeared around a corner did Yin Nuoxing sigh. Suddenly, he shivered, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He turned around abruptly, only to see a pair of crystal clear but incomparably cold, dark yellow eyes. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "It's you again." Yin Nuoxing could not help but mutter in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, his light purple eyes had condensed a bit of coldness. 2 pairs of gem-like eyes, separated by a distance, once again met each other, causing the temperature to drop by a lot. Just when Yin Nuoxing wanted to rush over and see what this person was all about, he lost sight of him again in the blink of an eye. He could not help but be stunned. He smacked his lips and asked in his heart, "Ziyi, that person, the power of time." "What?" Before he could finish his question, Ziyi gave him 4 words. He was stunned and hurriedly asked, "The power of time? What do you mean?" Ziyi sighed and said slowly, "Even from a distance, I can feel that the space he's in seems to have slowed down a lot. It's obvious that it's the power of time. However, it's not rich and he can't control it." Hiss! Yin Nuoxing sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of time was a power that only gods who had stepped into that level could come into contact with. In other words, The person who had met his gaze twice was actually an expert in the reincarnation mirror. But, thinking of this, Yin Nuoxing frowned again. He did not remember offending an expert in the reincarnation mirror. The chief family? It doesn't seem like. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. According to Yuan Shao, there were pitifully few experts in the reincarnation mirror in this world. At least, there were no experts of this level in the great families. This meant that it had nothing to do with the 8 ancient families, let alone the 9 elemental temple. If it was someone from a 9 elemental temple, it would not have been so indifferent and murderous. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Even if it's not an expert in the reincarnation mirror, it should be an extremely powerful god who has mastered the power of time. You know the consequences. Z reminded him in a low voice, which was rare. Yes. Yin Nuoxing nodded solemnly. Chapter 368. How do I break the power of time? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but murmur. Mastering the power to control time meant that one would be invincible before the battle even began. It was just like the zero-time domain in the glass treasure mirror. Although it wasn't fully introduced, just a few short lines of words had given Yin Nuoxing a huge shock. She really didn't know what would happen if she experienced it herself. Speed suppression. This is your only choice and your only method. Similarly, it's your only weakness, Z said softly. People who possess the power of time can control the flow of time as they wish. They can slow down or speed up time, speeding up the flow of time for oneself and slowing down the flow of time for the enemy. Under the combination of the two, no matter how strong a person is, it's tantamount to being immobilized. Unless one has the invincible Vajra body, one will definitely die in such a state. Z sighed. Can it be broken with the light element? Yin Nuoxing frowned. From the 4 words, she knew how terrifying this power was. No matter how strong the energy was, it could cause it to miss. No matter how slow the speed, it could still hit it. It was hard to imagine how one could resist such power. Well, let's think about it when the time comes. We still can't be sure that the person in dark yellow is looking for me. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head and spread out her hands optimistically. That's true. It might not be a match, Z agreed. With such optimistic thoughts, the two of them relaxed their frowns. After waiting for a long time, they saw Yuan Shi jogging back from the direction they had been just now. He came to Yin Nuoxing's side and placed a pendant in Yin Nuoxing's hand. He smiled and said, "This is for you." Yin Nuoxing tossed the crescent-shaped pendant up and down. She looked at Yuan Shi and asked, "What's this?" "You'll know when you see it for yourself." Yuan Shi grinned. Yin Nuoxing suspiciously controlled his soul force to enter the crescent moon pendant. Just as he checked it, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head in surprise, only to see Yuan Shi smiling to the point that her eyes were narrowed. This, Yin Nuoxing opened his mouth but did not know what to say. He saw a pile of materials in the hidden space of the pendant. Although it was not a huge amount, it was still very impressive. Moreover, these materials were all single-element materials, ranging from level 2 to level 6. According to his estimation, it was enough to make 2 or 3 level 6 weapons. I went to buy something from my uncle's acquaintance. He gave me a slight discount. Yuan Shi smiled and said, "What you need are single-element materials. It's hard to find them on the streets. Although there are a lot of things here, it's impossible to have so many rare materials. So I'll look for someone, although it's quite expensive." "Well, thank you." Yin Nuoxing nodded, patted Yuan Shi's shoulder, and smiled. "It's nothing." Yuan Shi waved his hand and looked at the other end of the old street. He sighed and said with some regret, "Originally, there was a forging hall. The items traded there are really of high quality. However, to enter, you have to be a level 4 blacksmith or above. Nuoxing, you didn't get the title of a blacksmith, so you can't enter even if you rely on your connections." Forging hall? Yin Nuoxing blinked and followed his gaze. An ancient pavilion stood at the end of the street. A kind of vicissitudes of life could be felt from afar. It was as if it had existed since ancient times, making people feel reverence in their hearts. That hall is the core of the trade fair. Even some advanced blacksmiths can find materials that move their hearts in there. It said that you can even find the purest single-element materials there. Uncle said that there might even be 7th or 8th rank materials there. She nodded, then leaned close to Yin Nuoxing's ear and whispered. It said that if your level is high enough, you might even be able to buy level 12 materials like the glazed divine crystal. Yin Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. His eyes lit up, then dimmed. He covered half of his face with his hand and smiled bitterly. This is the first time I feel that it's a little inconvenient not to take the test. Can I take the test here? Can I take the test? Can I? Yin Nuoxing grabbed Yuanxi's shoulder and shook it hard, spitting saliva everywhere. When he heard that he could buy the glazed divine crystal, his rationality was instantly suppressed to the bottom. He needed the glazed divine crystal to refine his body, to cultivate the glazed treasure mirror. The glazed divine crystal that kept burning in his soul was completely insufficient. He urgently needed this divine material now. It's a pity. I'm going to faint. She was shaken dizzy, and even his eyeballs were rolling. Yin Nuoxing laughed embarrassedly and quickly let go of Yuanxi. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue when he saw that she was dizzy for a long time before coming back to his senses. Yuanxi shook his head and said, "This trade fair doesn't have a proper organization to test a blacksmith's rank. If you want to take the test, you can only go outside and find a proper organization to do it. Well, I also think that it's not a bad idea for you to find time to take the test. See if you can reach. I reckon it's only level 3. See if you can reach level 3. But you have to be level 4 to enter." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. "Who allowed you to enter? It's probably all bartering inside. Moreover, even if you go out and find an organization to take the test and reach level 4, you won't be able to make it in time. This trade fair won't always be open, so you can only wait for the next time." Purple Knight knocked on the glazed divine crystal that was wrapped in purple flames and sighed. "Sometimes, it's not a bad choice to hang a sign. It can make people revere you. Also, hang the sign of a blacksmith and an apothecary. When will you take the test to become a matrix master? F*CK. Why do I have to take so many tests?" When Yin Nuoxing heard this, he rolled his eyes. What he hated the most was the assessment. Wasn't it just showing off his skills in public? It was so embarrassing. No, wait a moment. Matrix Master? Why do we have to take the test for Matrix Masters too? No, why do we have to take the test for Matrix Masters too? Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing felt that something was wrong. Have you seen anyone like you who can casually set up a basket of Matrix Masters? Purple Knight couldn't help but facepalm. How much of this guy's common sense was lacking? Listen carefully. A Matrix Master refers to those who can weave Matrix Masters as they wish. They don't need an array diagram to set up a Matrix Master. Although you both come from inheritances, it's the same. You can be considered a Matrix Master if you can weave a Matrix Master directly, Purple Knight said speechlessly. Speaking of which, I think I saw Jin Wang and the others tearing apart array diagrams to set up Matrix Masters. After Purple Knight mentioned it, Yin Nuoxing recalled something. When they were attacking the sacred weapons shrine outside Yuyin City, Jin Wang and the others used array diagrams to set up Matrix Masters. Unlike Matrix Masters, if other people wanted to use a spirit array, they would need to use a spirit array diagram. That was to first weave the spirit array and then engrave it on a scroll so that it could be opened directly. Similarly, only Matrix Masters could write spirit array diagrams. Tearing the spirit array diagram would open the spirit array. It was convenient and fast, and did not require time to weave. Matrix Masters are divided into 5 levels. Well, it's their corresponding ranks: mortal, immortal, devil, god, and divine. Of course, I'll tell you when you meet them in the future. For now, you should take the test for blacksmith and alchemist, Purple Knight said with a smile. So troublesome. Why are there so many things to take the test? Yin Nuoxing facepalmed. This was the first time she heard that there were so many things to take the test. Well, it's just a type of profession. The God world has existed for so many years. One epoch is 100 billion years, which is 1 trillion years. It has spanned a total of 139 epochs. It's not surprising that something has been produced, Violet Knight said. 1 trillion, huh? That's a really long number. One era is like countless eras, Yin said with emotion as she raised her hand to block the small sun. Don't be like an old man lamenting the passage of time. You're only around 20 years old. Purple Knight was speechless. After a while, he smiled and said, "Anyway, you should find a place to take the test first. You just need to get 2 tags. You should know that alchemists and blacksmiths are not only able to generate enviable profits, they're also hubs that connect countless people. Well, to put it simply, it's a favor. It's relatively easy for these types of people to find fighters, and they can even become guests of honor of some forces. Therefore, many people choose to specialize in a secondary profession. With a single call, the world is mine." Yin nodded. Fire and metal elements are also relatively rare. Although you can use the fire of the dragon vein to refine medicine, it's still not as pure as your own elemental fire. Only these types of people can become alchemists. Those with metal and fire elements can become alchemists, but these types are even rarer. Purple Knight said with some regret, "Forget it. Do you want me to take on 3 different professions? No for professions?" Yin hurriedly waved his hand. How could he not hear the regret in Purple Knight's words? A person's energy was limited. Even if he really had the metal element and could become an alchemist, he wouldn't be able to master it. According to his thinking, he should put the Matrix Master aside and ignore it. Taking on the Potion Master and blacksmiths was already the limit. "I'm already being merciful by not asking you to become a totem user." Purple Knight sneered. I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything." Yin pretended to be a fool as she mumbled. Rolling her eyes, Yin looked at Yuan Shi and Purple Knight, who had been looking at her, and said, "Oh, there are some places nearby where I can take the blacksmith's and potion master's assessment. There's some in some big cities." "Why? Are you going to enter other professions?" Yuan Shi smiled. "You can say that. I'll just take the assessment and get myself a level 4 blacksmiths. While I'm at it, I'll also get myself a potion master and a matrix master." Forget about that." Yin nodded and sighed. "I don't want to encounter such situations in the future where I can't even take a look at the treasures when I see them. As far as I know, the Divine Sky City has the assessment, but..." At this point, Yuan Shi looked at Yin and raised his eyebrows. "Ah, that's right. If there aren't any accidents, we won't go back. We'll still head out of the Fengyan Mountain to the Sea God's territory." Yin who knew what he meant, nodded and said softly, "All right, if there's nothing else, let's head out. Make some preparations in Lihuan City. It's about time for us to bid farewell to the land." Yuan Shi sighed. If they were going to sail for a long time, they would need to prepare a lot of things. At the thought of this, he looked at Ming, who was in Yin arms, and then at Little Purple Soul. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the very least, he had to prepare food for these 2 girls. Moreover, he had to buy a map of the EC. "Brother, are we going to Shanghai again?" Ming, who had been quiet all this while, instinctively sensed something after hearing this. She quickly raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and asked, "Yes, I think we'll be staying at sea for a long time this time." Yin patted her head and smiled. Although Lihuan City wasn't far from the EC and was still a short distance away, there weren't any other places to stay around except for a port city. "I don't want to eat fish." Upon hearing this, Ming immediately scrunched up her little face and looked at Yin with puppy eyes. Her pitiful look made people laugh. "Don't worry." Yin smiled and walked towards the wormhole. In the corner of the town, a pair of deep yellow eyes stared at the disappearing purple figure. After a long time, it also disappeared. Chapter 369. Early the next morning, Yin and the others left the inn early when the first glimmer of light passed through the horizon and scattered across the land. They went to the market in the city to purchase some supplies and replenish their stock in the auction house. They also inquired about whether there were any organizations related to blacksmiths while they were at it. However, to their disappointment, there was no such building in Lihuan City. There were alchemists, however, which made them feel slightly refreshed. However, they couldn't help but sigh when they arrived. Multi-elemental alchemists. "My lords, please forgive me. This place really doesn't have the qualifications for such a test. If my lords need such a test, this humble one recommends you to go to those big cities. This was the result that Yin Nuoxing and the others obtained from this alchemy hall. It wasn't a large building, but there was a high-grade alchemist overseeing it. At this time, this noble alchemist was sweating profusely and lowering his posture. The others couldn't help but be speechless. They didn't expect that a high-grade alchemist would be so afraid just by hearing the name multi-elemental alchemist. After bidding farewell to this old man, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but chuckle when she thought of the former's terrified look. She didn't expect that an alchemist would be frightened by another alchemist. Forget it. If there isn't one here, let's go to the next city. If it still doesn't work, we'll go to the sea god's domain to test again. This matter isn't urgent. Yin Nuoxing spread out her hands and smiled. They slowly turned around a few slender streets and came out of the city. Yin Nuoxing looked back at this colossus and sighed. When he thought of how he was surrounded like a monkey when he just left the city, black lines drooped down on his handsome face. What was even more excessive was that when he looked back on the streets he passed by, not even a ghost could be seen. It was as if he had really become a bloodthirsty demon that everyone was afraid of. Let's go. The matter in Li Huan City has come to an end. Our journey is about to continue. Yin Nuoxing clenched her fists and laughed loudly. Oh, Yuan Shi and the others also laughed and raised their fists as if in agreement. Chirp! Even the little phoenix let out an excited cry and stretched its wings, making everyone laugh. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a purplish-black light streaked across the horizon. A thin layer of energy shield dispersed the incoming wind. After a long while, the purplish-black light turned into a black sword. It gradually slowed down, revealing the situation on the huge sword. In the center of the sword, a black-clothed youth sat cross-legged. Rich star energy appeared on the surface of the sword, enveloping the space within 100 feet. In the pitch-black energy, starlight floated up and down. It was as if he was really standing in a star field, mysterious and beautiful. After cultivating for a long time, the youth sensed that his speed had slowed down. His eyebrows trembled slightly, and he withdrew the star power into his body. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the clouds below. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the empty sky behind him. Then, he looked at Yuan Shi, who was playing with the two girls, and breathed a sigh of relief. No one is chasing us anymore, right? Hearing Yin Nuoxing's words, the three who were playing happily stopped. Xian also stopped cultivating and stretched lazily, showing her perfect curves. Yin Nuoxing's gaze unconsciously moved over, but when she looked over, it drifted away again. No one. With the power of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, Yuan Shi probed for a while. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "These guys are really persistent. They've been chasing us for a whole month." Jin Wang and the others had just made their stance clear, but they couldn't wait to chase after us as soon as we left the city. This is a provocation to the Divine Palace. It should be the Qi family's doing. No, it's not just that. The kill order is also a bounty order. 8 super forces jointly signed it. I guess in their eyes, I'm a big fat piece of meat. They all want to take a bite out of me. Yin Nuoxing said helplessly. Well, there's still a month. According to the speed of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, we'll reach the border between the Eastern Sea and the Northern Wastelands in a month. There's a port city there. Let's rest there for a while before continuing our journey. Yuan Shi took out a map and looked at it. There's still a month. Yin Nuoxing murmured. She looked at Xian, who was constantly yawning. They had been hurrying along this month with a group of people chasing after them like a pack of wolves. They hadn't rested at all. Although the Netherworld Ruins sword was rushing along and they were cultivating, such a boring journey was really hard on the two lively girls. Yin Nuoxing and the others could endure it, but it didn't mean that they could. If this journey is like before, where it's easily half a year or a few months, I'm afraid we'll go crazy. Yuan Shi stretched and said helplessly. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and took out the treasure map. She looked at the area around the red dot, but it was empty. There was nothing. She put away helplessly. Looking at the white world, she couldn't help but sigh. accompanied by white clouds every day. This life is too boring. Yin Nuashing sighed. Don't think about people at this altitude of 20,000 meters. Although we're not at the peak of the divine realm, the air is more or less thin. Fortunately, the Netherworld Ruins sword has its own barrier. Otherwise, these two girls won't be able to take it. Yuanshi said. Huh? Yin Nuashing smiled and shook her head. Do you feel like you've reached the immortal rank during this period of cultivation? Yin Nuashing looked at Xian and smiled. Not yet. I'm still at the half-immortal rank 8. I'm still a bit away. Xian shook her head. She had been cultivating during this period, using the 5 elements body and the divine physique of acceptance spirit. She could sense a lot more energy. Her cultivation speed was also much faster. However, this kind of half-immortal cultivation was the slowest, especially the last rank. After all, the energy in her body had to be compressed to the point where it changed. For now, the energy in Xian's body was still the coexistence of Yuan, Li, and immortal Qi. The latter accounted for most of the energy. The 5 elements body's cultivation speed is very fast. It's already very fast for you to reach the 8th rank. Although pills or profound crystals can help you reach the 8th rank in one go, I don't recommend it. Yin Nuashing shrugged and said, Okay. Xian nodded. Although she said so, she still cultivated very hard. Because in her heart, she always wanted to become stronger and help Yin Nuashing. Yuanshi is almost at the 10th immortal rank, right? When can you break through to the half-demon rank? Yin Nuashing smiled and looked at Yuanshi. How can it be so fast? The time for the divine physique to flourish is when I'm at the initial immortal rank. I'm not like you, who can casually advance in rank. Yuanshi rolled his eyes and shook his head. Moreover, the most important thing in the immortal rank is to temper the power of the soul and the power of the elements. My wind element hasn't reached the purest level yet. Also the soul, I don't know how to cultivate it. Not everyone had the cultivation method of the soul. When Yuanshi left the Yuan family, he hadn't reached the immortal rank. Therefore, he didn't have the cultivation method. If he tried to figure it out by himself, he didn't know how long it would take. In this world, there are wind elements everywhere. The consumption of the soul will increase. Yin Nuashing shrugged. I know. Yuanshi sighed and scratched his head. Yin Nuashing curled his lips. Although he could help, for example, by using the heaven refining great array to refine him a few times and drain his soul energy, he was only worried that if he didn't control his strength well enough, he would end up crippling Yuanshi. That would be fun. Big brother, can we fly a little lower? While the two of them were talking, little purple soul suddenly tugged at Yin Nuashing's sleeve and pointed at the clouds below with a smile. Yin Nuashing looked at the clouds below and nodded with a smile. At the same time, the Netherruin sword slowed down and slowly descended into the clouds. The hazy mist covered their feet, making it impossible to see the Netherruin sword. It was as if they were really riding the clouds. Hee hee. Ming pulled little purple soul and ran around on the Netherruin sword. Their joyful laughter floated above the sea of clouds, easing the tense atmosphere. Be careful, don't fall. Yin Nuashing shook his head in amusement when he saw the two girls playing around. Little Star, Little Purple, doesn't seem to have grown up. She looks just like the first time we saw her in the images. Xian tugged at Yin Nuashing's sleeve and whispered into his ear. Yes, she hasn't grown up. In the past 2 years, I haven't left a single mark on her body. It's like. Yin Nuashing nodded. Halfway through his sentence, he forgot what he was going to say and frowned. Drifting outside of time? Yuanshi asked tentatively. Yes, that's what I mean. Yin Nuashing sighed and said, I've checked. There's nothing wrong with her. No, I should say that I can't find anything wrong with her. Immortality? Xian blinked at Mei Mao and said, I don't know. Yin Nuashing shook his head. He didn't know why Little Purple Soul was like this. If he had to say something, it wasn't just Little Purple Soul. Yin Nuashing was also like this. After so many years, if he took off the snow flame mask, he would see a face that was as beautiful as it was 6 years ago. It was a face that was always mistaken for a girl's. It's probably because she's growing slower. Yin Nuashing thought so. although it seemed to be too slow for little Purple's soul. The sea of clouds suddenly churned. Then, Yin Nuashing saw that the clouds beside him were like waves that rose dozens of meters high. It was as if there was some kind of energy explosion under the clouds. It gave the people on the nether void sort of fright. What the hell? Yin Nuashing was the first to react when he saw a white wall rising into the sky. He was so shocked that he froze. The moment he reacted, he grabbed Ming and little Purple Soul to his side and steered the netherworld ruins sword to the side. Bang! An unknown force hit the netherworld ruins sword and sent them flying in beautiful arcs in the sky. Terrified screams echoed in the sky. By the time Yin Nuashing and the others stabilized themselves and climbed onto the netherworld ruins sword, they were already thousands of feet away. What was that? Yuan Shi, who had just regained his footing on the netherworld ruins sword, looked at the expanding clouds and couldn't help but gulp. Whoosh! A huge black shadow pierced through the sea of clouds and tore the sea of clouds apart. The storm it stirred up hit Yin Nuashing and the others, pushing them far away. They couldn't even open their eyes, so they couldn't see what it was. Netherworld ruins. Get away! Feeling the aura that was still close at hand, Yin Nuashing shuddered violently and hurriedly roared. Although he did not know what was next to him, his intuition told him that it was very bad, very bad. Buzz! Netherworld ruins heard him and quickly responded. Some runes appeared on the surface of the sword and locked Yin Nuashing and the others tightly on the sword. Then, it turned into a purple-black light and fled far away. Bang! The churning sea of clouds exploded completely after a dull sound. Then, a huge black object appeared in their line of sight. Its huge wings that stretched across the sky flapped gently, stirring up strong winds that caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. A dragon. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were full of shock. They had never seen such a huge dragon. Its wings were thousands of miles long. Even the dragon scales on its body were countless times bigger than theirs. It was as if they were watching a mountain range fly across the sky. Under those pitch-black scales, the bulging muscles were like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. Those wildly flapping wings made the space tremble. Yin Nuashing didn't doubt that if he kicked it again, the space within a radius of 10,000 miles would turn into a pitch-black void in the blink of an eye. Purple, purple, purple night. Yin Nuashing, who was completely stunned, shouted in panic. This was simply beyond his imagination. Even the little phoenix lying on his head was stunned. The pressure of the ancient bloodline and the dragon's aura automatically resisted each other, and the aftermath of the energy was felt by everyone. Don't yell and shout. Isn't it just a dragon? Well, although it is very big. Purple Knight was irritated by the shouting and shouted impatiently. However, his voice became weak, causing Yin Nuashing to roll his eyes. It should be some ancient bloodline. Moreover, it shouldn't have survived for a short period of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown so big, Purple Knight said calmly. Then he went silent again, as if he was thinking about something. Yin Nuashing's face twitched. With a thought, the Ling Hong sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the black mountain range with vigilance. They were far away from the dragon and could barely see the whole thing. It filled their entire line of sight and made them feel that it was a little unreal. Fortunately, the dragon didn't pay any attention to Yin Nuashing and the others. It didn't even turn its head and flew far away. It flapped its huge wings and disappeared from their line of sight in just a few breaths. It's just passing by. Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. After he relaxed, he realized that his clothes were drenched. If it weren't for the whirlpool zither in his body resisting the vast dragon's aura, he probably wouldn't have been able to move at all. Fortunately, it didn't come out to look for food. Or does it look down on us? Yuan Shi patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. He laughed dryly. If they were used to feed the dragon, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Aha! Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Chapter 370. After more than 2 months of flying, Yin Nuashing and the others were getting closer and closer to their destination. According to the guidance of the 2 maps, they would soon arrive at the port city. Everything was fine. Other than the encounter with a certain dragon that day, nothing else happened. Time passed in the boring flight. Even the nether void sword began to lose its strength. It swayed in the sky at times, and when the endless journey broke through a layer of clouds, the silhouette of a huge city suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Looking out, it was like a piece of blue crystal. Looking out, they could see the boundless sea. Even at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, they could smell the faint fishy smell of the sea. The port city, Nirvana City, seemed to correspond to the sea on the other side of the East Sea. It was the only sea route on the border between the northern wilderness and the East Sea. Anyone who wanted to enter the East Sea from a northern wilderness had to pass through here. After all, this was the only place with a professional sea route. If one went to the sea alone, without anyone to guide him, he would not even know if he got lost. The sea occupied a large area. Once one lost his sense of direction, he might not be able to find his way out even if he spent hundreds of years. Therefore, even if some powerful cultivators wanted to go to the East Sea, they would have to obediently come to Nirvana City and take a ship to the East Sea, even if they were unwilling. When Yin Nuashing sniffed and smelled the fishy smell, her light purple eyes suddenly opened. A smile gradually appeared on her face. She stood up from the nether void sword and hugged the two girls beside her. She smiled and said, "Ming, little purple, look down there. That is the sea. This is the largest sea in the realm of the gods, the East Sea." The Sea King City was also considered a sea. In addition, the sea in the Tana's water god temple was also abnormally large. However, that was only for mortals. If it was compared to the sea that occupied the entire area, the former was just a small pool. What a big pool of water! Little purple soul lay on Yun Nuashing's head and looked at the blue sea that reflected the sunlight. Her purple gold eyes sparkled with excitement. "We're going to eat fish again." On the other hand, Ming lowered his head when he saw the ocean and muttered unhappily. Yin Nuashing and the others couldn't help but laugh. "Little foodie." Yin Nuashing shook her head and rubbed her head. "So this is the East Sea. It's so beautiful." Xian blinked at Mei Mao and stared at the sea that was as blue as a mirror. She was a little lost in thought. Before this, she had never thought that she would come to such a faraway place. She had thought that she would live an ordinary life at home and die an ordinary life. She had never thought that she would come to the other side of the divine prefecture. She had entered and exited the forbidden lands several times. This life was already very exciting. The sky halberd suddenly appeared beside her, and then an equally blue figure emerged from it. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and her blue clothes clung tightly to her delicate body, outlining her beautiful curves. Her clothes swayed in the wind, and her snow-white skin was very dazzling under the sunlight. She looked like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Lan Xian seemed to have just woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with her jade-like hands. After a while, she looked at the blue sea below and smiled. "Is this the East Sea? I haven't been here before." Lan Xian's real age was only 18 years old. She had always been cooped up in her own country and had never gone out. Although she had seen the sea in Sea King City, it was not a real sea, so she was very happy at this moment. "Brother Nuashing, have you heard of the legend of the East Sea?" Lan Xian walked to Yin Nuashing's side and smiled. "The legend of the East Sea?" Yin Nuashing was stunned, and then he shook his head. It was his first time in the East Sea, and he had not inquired much about the East Sea, so he did not know. About the East Sea? Lan Xian smiled. Just as she was about to say it, Mei Mao turned around and stuck out her tongue. She said, "Brother Nuashing, jump into the sea and you will know." Yin Nuashing's smile froze, and then he rolled his eyes at her. This girl, she was still keeping him in suspense. "Xian, tell me a little." Lan Xian copied him and shrugged her shoulders. Her red lips were close to Yin Nuashing's ear, and she said mysteriously, "At the bottom of the sea, it is said that there is an empire buried under the East Sea." After that, Lan Xian smiled again and said, "During the mythological era, countless people had entered and exited the East Sea. In the later period, the conclusion should be to jump into the sea. Even in my time, exploring the East Sea was a popular thing. However, before I knew the results, I was sealed. How deep is the East Sea? Yin Nuashing asked, tilting his head. The deepest abyss of the sea is said to be directly connected to the ground. It seems to be a few billion miles deep. Xin is not sure. After all, it is Xin first time here. Lan Xin said, scratching her head. Hearing this astronomical figure, Yin Nuashing suddenly had a headache. Such a deep sea was already a place of no life. With the huge water pressure and the environment close to absolute zero, no life could survive. It was a completely forbidden land. However, not all places are so deep. There are many underwater races, Yuanshi said with a smile. Let's go down and take a look. We will understand the specific situation before we go out to sea. Yin Nuashing clapped his hands and smiled. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of anticipation. When they heard Yin Nuashing's voice, they smiled and sat down on the Netherworld ruin sword. Lan Xin did not go back. She grabbed the sky piercer and stuffed it into Yin Nuashing's body. Then, she sat down next to him. Wait! Just as the Netherworld ruin sword was about to dive down, a loud shout made it stop abruptly. The sudden break almost threw everyone off. What's wrong? They adjusted their hair and looked at Yin Nuashing in confusion. However, they saw that he was smiling. I want to play. Yin Nuashing grinned. Play. When they heard that, they were stunned. Suddenly, an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. They shuddered and shrank back. They laughed dryly and said, Play what? How do we play? Yin Nuashing smiled and looked down at Nirvana City. Although they were far away, they could still see the huge silhouette of the city. Moreover, it was not far away. They could probably reach the city gate if they landed in a straight line. However, there was still a distance between the city gate and the buildings in the city. Densely packed black dots were moving around the city gate. Of course, Yin Nuashing smiled evilly. He reached out and stuffed Ming and Little Purple Soul into Xian and Lan Xiner's arms. Then, he pulled one in each hand. They were confused. Then he laughed at Yuanshi and said, Bungee jumping. As soon as he finished laughing, Yin Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. He immediately put away the Netherworld ruin sword. The golden chain shot out and tied Yuanshi up. Then he rushed down quickly. Boom! Ah! Nuashing! No! Ah! Little star! Brother Nuashing, you're breaking the rules. Brother! In the sky, a golden light shot straight down to the ground like a shooting star. At the same time, there were several mournful cries. The golden light suddenly fell into the city wall. However, just as it was about 10,000 feet away, a huge energy shield suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked the mountain range. Boom! The golden light hit the energy barrier like a spear, and a huge muffled sound resounded through the sky. The people below raised their heads in shock and saw that the energy barrier was constantly rippling. Just as they were worried that the energy barrier would shatter, the golden light was directly deflected, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of person is this? He doesn't know the rules. Doesn't he know that Nirvana City can only be entered through the city gate? If he flies, he will be blocked by the energy shield. The energy shield of the energy tower in Nirvana City can withstand a full blow from a legendary expert like the Emperor of the Underworld. One look and I can tell that he is new. He is flying randomly and doesn't know the entrance. Back then, I also mistakenly entered from the sky. In the end, I was shot out and seriously injured. TSK, TSK. Everyone looked at the golden light that was shot out and shook their heads. They didn't pay too much attention to it and continued walking forward. In the forest outside the city wall, Yin Nuashing jumped out of a big hole. She was still carrying a few people. She landed at the edge of the hole, twisted her neck, and sighed. She looked at them and couldn't help but shake her head. At this moment, Yuan, Shi, Xian, and the others were a little dizzy and disoriented. Their faces were slightly pale. Although they had been ravaged by Yin Nuashing's light element and thought that they had developed a resistance, They didn't expect that today's incident would tell them that they were still far from it. Looking at Yin Nuoxing's unscathed appearance, they couldn't help but want to give her the middle finger. Are you all right? Bungee jumping is like this. Do you have to go so far? Seeing them like this, Yin Nuoxing stuck out her tongue. The wood element broke out of her body and surged into their minds. She thought that since they were all immortal level experts, it would be fine to play like this. But in the end, she was told that she was thinking too much. Of course you didn't feel it. We don't have the light element. Yuan Shi and Xian rolled their eyes at her in unison. On the other hand, the two girls Ming and Lan Xiner were fine. They just looked a little dizzy. You'll get used to it, Yin Nuoxing said earnestly as she patted Yuan Shi's shoulder. Yuan Shi was speechless. After tidying up for a while, Yin Nuoxing and the others walked toward the city gate. Because they were worried that they would cause too much of a commotion, they didn't stay for long. Just as they left, someone immediately descended from the sky. Judging by the appearance of the person in black armor, they should be the guards on the city wall. They blended into the crowd and passed through the city gate without any surprises or dangers. Perhaps it was because Yin Nuoxing and the others all had outstanding appearances, but they attracted a lot of attention along the way. Although they had the Qi family's kill order, Yin Nuoxing was too lazy to change her appearance. Therefore, she could feel many murderous gazes. It seemed that the arrest order had also been sent here. Your arrest warrant is pasted on the city gate. Are you sure you're a man to strut in like this? Yuan Shi used her elbow to poke Yin Nuoxing. Her gaze pointed to the dark city wall as she transmitted her voice. I'm lazy. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to change. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and said, Normally, no one would be foolish enough to provoke us. After all, even if the whole world doesn't know that the god weapon is in my hands, at least 50 to 60% of the people know about it. As long as they are smart, they won't cause trouble for us. Yuan Shi nodded when he heard that. After all, whether it was Ling Hongjian or the Netherworld Ruin Sword, none of them were to be trifled with. Even the Emperor of the Dead was defeated by them. Who would dare to provoke them? Yin Nuoxing thought for a while as she looked at the people flying over her head. Then, she said, We've passed the border. There's still some distance before we reach Harbor City. Shall we fly over? The others nodded. After more than 2 months of running around, they were tired and wanted to find a place to stop and rest. Seeing that the others nodded, Yin Nuoxing didn't hesitate any longer. She took the lead and flew into the distance like a shooting star. The others followed closely behind her. Yin Nuoxing and the others stopped outside a spacious and luxurious hotel. They looked up at the height of the hotel and tilted their heads to look at the tall tower. Then, they walked into the hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel, a group of people walked towards them. Yin Nuoxing, who had just turned her head, almost bumped into them. After she steadied herself, Yin Nuoxing smiled apologetically at the group of people. Just as she was about to lead Xian and the others around them, the man standing at the front said something that stunned everyone. It smells the same as back then. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned by this sentence. Although she knew that the other party might not have said it to them, she still turned her head subconsciously and looked at the man at the front. Her expression froze at this moment. Liao Ming? Chapter 371. The man in front of them was only in his 20s. He was dressed in snow-white robes, and his handsome face had a hint of femininity and masculinity. His gentle eyes were bright and full of vigor, and his thin lips were pursed into a straight line. He was the kind of person who would appear charming after looking at him for a long time. At this moment, his delicate and handsome face was filled with an expression of disbelief. His expression was as if he had seen a loved one that he had not seen for a long time. This caused a few people beside him to be somewhat stunned. They had never seen such a determined and resolute person have such a wavering side to him. God's son, beside the white-robed man, stood a beautiful woman in white. She was about the same age as the man, and her skin was as white as snow. Her fine black hair was tied up into a noble phoenix hairpin with a jade hairpin. Her beautiful face had a cold indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Her pair of phoenix eyes had a hint of coldness, and when she narrowed them naturally, she looked as if she hadn't woken up yet. Next to her slender waist was a sword that was 5 feet long. She looked like a cold weapon that was about to be unsheathed. However, when the woman looked at the man, her frozen face seemed to have thawed, and there was a hint of unique spirit. "I'm fine." Liao Ming was pulled back to reality by a call. He shook his head and gently turned his head. When he saw Yin Nuoxing and the others had just paid the room fees at the boss, he couldn't help but frown. Yin Nuoxing was very calm. Although it had been 6 years, she still remembered the infatuated man she met in the ghastly forest. At that time, she, who was almost crowned as the goddess of Taiyuan, had met Liao Ming once. She still remembered that he was the young master of the Liao family. In the end, the latter was beaten up violently for being a fairy. Yin Nuoxing thought that they would never meet again in this life. After all, one was in the Taiyuan region, while the other was at the border between the northern desolate region and the eastern sea. The distance between them was unknown. Moreover, the realm of the gods was so big. If two people didn't have a special affinity with each other, it would be very difficult for them to meet again. God's son? Could it be that this fellow is a seed of some force? Yin Nuoxing frowned when he heard how the girl addressed Liao Ming. According to his understanding of Liao Ming, he was the young master of the Liao family in the peace camp in the ghastly forest. Although he was surprised that Liao Ming appeared here, even if Liao Ming really crossed a huge distance to come here, could there be some hidden reasons? Shaking her head, Yin Nuoxing was too lazy to think so much. He was just a passerby in her life. She didn't need to care so much about him. She paid the hotel owner for a big room. She just needed a rest for a while. One big room was enough. One room. Zian tugged at Yin Nuoxing's sleeve and said softly, "There are 3 beds in a big room. Don't worry, I'll sleep on the sofa." Yin Nuoxing smiled and transmitted her voice. Zian tilted his head and didn't find anything wrong with it, so he stopped thinking about it. "Brother, please wait a moment." Just as Yin Nuoxing and the others were about to go upstairs, Liao Ming suddenly walked up and called out softly. He frowned and looked puzzled. Everyone was a little stunned. They didn't know what was going on. The people following Liao Ming looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. They walked forward and stood behind Liao Ming. They looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others strangely. Stopping her footsteps, Yin Nuoxing raised her head and looked at Liao Ming. She said lightly, "What's wrong?" Liao Ming smiled faintly. He looked at Yin Nuoxing doubtfully, and then looked at Zian, who was beside him. He sniffed, and the uncertainty in his heart disappeared at this moment. It was replaced by a kind of ecstasy. However, after he glanced at Zian, he was a little stunned. She was a little different from the dreamlike figure in his heart. Seeing Liao Ming sniffing, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Were you born in the year of the dog? How could you smell someone else's scent? Moreover, it's been so many years. How could you still remember me? I don't have any scent on me." Thinking of this, Yin Nuoxing sniffed her shoulders suspiciously. However, she didn't smell anything special. The strange expression on her face couldn't help but deepen. "What's the matter? If not, we'll leave first." Yin Nuoxing said lightly. He didn't say it directly. He was afraid that once the matter was revealed, Liao Ming wouldn't be able to bear the shock and would lose his mind. After all, although the dream lover looked like a girl, he was actually a man. This fact would probably drive people crazy. The fact that the goddess of Taiyuan was a boy didn't seem to be spread much. It should be said that compared to the big things like Ling Hongjian, these small things were ignored. After speaking, Yin Nuoxing wanted to avoid Liao Ming and go straight upstairs. "Hey, wait." Seeing that Yin Nuoxing was about to leave, Liao Ming hurriedly stopped her. The people behind him also took a few steps forward and blocked Yin Nuoxing's path. "What are you doing?" Their actions made Liao Ming frown. He couldn't help but scold them. Then he looked at Zian, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, "I'm Liao Ming. Fairy, do you remember me?" Hearing that the conversation was suddenly directed at her, Zian was also stunned. After listening to the question, she was even more confused. She frowned slightly and looked at Liao Ming's unfamiliar face. Then she shook her head and said, "I've never seen you before." This answer made Liao Ming startled for a moment. He looked at Zian suspiciously. Compared to the image in his memory, Zian was indeed not very similar. Moreover, her temperament was completely different. Yusin gave people the impression of being cold and aloof, while Zian had a little bit of mystery and beauty. Could it be that I've mistaken her for someone else? Liao Ming laughed self-deprecatingly. He looked at Zian, clasped his hands, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I've mistaken her for someone else. Beautiful fairy, please don't mind me. Goodbye." After speaking, Liao Ming waved his hand and left with his people. He couldn't help but look back at Zian and then at Yin Nuoxing. He smiled and shook his head. "Godson, who are they?" Behind Liao Ming, the girl quickly followed. She frowned and looked at Zian strangely and asked in a low voice, "No, I've mistaken her for someone else. Let's go." Liao Ming smiled and waved his hand. After watching Liao Ming disappear from sight, Yin Nuoxing looked away. She helplessly scratched her head and muttered softly, "This guy still remembers things from so many years ago." When Zian and the others heard this, they were stunned for a moment. When they saw Yin Nuoxing's helpless face, they were all confused. After thinking for a moment, a thought suddenly appeared in their minds. "Nuoxing, that Liao Ming." Yuanshi poked Yin Nuoxing and said, "The person he's looking for is Yusin, not Yin Nuoxing." Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and interrupted him. Then she sighed and said, "It's wrong. Let him continue to be wrong. Let Yusin exist in his memory. Don't expose all of this. Otherwise, there will be another patient in the mental hospital. That poor child won't be able to bear it." After saying this, she went upstairs without looking back. Zian and the others chuckled and followed behind her. After resting in the hotel for half a day, when the four of them got out of bed, they saw an icy blue moon rising in the east. The cool moonlight quietly entered the room and sprinkled on the handsome faces. Almost at the same time, Yin Nuoxing and Zian opened their eyes. They smiled at each other from 2 feet away and quietly got out of bed. They left Ming, Yuan Shi, and the others in the hotel and quietly walked out. It's like a secret rendezvous. So sneaky. After leaving the hotel, Zian pursed her lips and chuckled. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and coughed dryly. This situation was indeed like a secret rendezvous. However, she didn't want to wake Yuan Shi and the others up because they were sleeping soundly. Moreover, they just came out to collect some information. Not all of them. Originally, Yin Nuoxing planned to come alone. However, Zian insisted on following, so she had no choice but to bring her along. When they arrived at a map shop, Yin Nuoxing gently pushed the door open and entered. This was a quaint shop, less than 20 meters in length and width. Bright lights shone from the roof along with the moonlight. The gentle light made it seem very comfortable. The shop was filled with long cabinets filled with colorful scrolls that seemed to record the appearance of various places. In the innermost part of the shop, Yin Nuoxing saw an old man still bent over the table. His old hand was holding a pen and writing on a piece of paper. Yin Nuoxing gently walked up and whispered, "Boss, a map of Donghai. The more detailed, the better." When the old man heard this, he raised his head and glanced at Yin Nuoxing. His pale hair hung down messily, covering half of his face. His old face was full of wrinkles, so thick that they could squeeze a fly to death. His old eyes were empty and lifeless. He didn't say a word when Yin Nuoxing and Zian arrived. He slowly stood up from the chair, walked to the cabinets, and slowly began to search. Seeing the old man searching, Yin Nuoxing looked around the small shop full of cabinets. She walked to a long cabinet and looked at the dazzling array of scrolls. She couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. She turned around and saw the old man's unhurried manner. She couldn't help but blush with shame. "Little star," Zian suddenly called out to him. Her slender finger pointed to a cabinet that was 1 level higher than theirs. Yin Nuoxing followed her gaze and looked over. In a pile of neatly arranged scrolls, he saw an azure book, which made him slightly stunned. The blue book was only about 100 pages thick, but it was 1 foot tall. It flickered with a blue light, like the bright moon in the sky. The scrolls on the bookshelf were all neatly arranged. There wasn't a single book in sight. The same went for the scrolls on that level. However, there was a book quietly standing there. It seemed a little strange. She didn't know if the old man did it on purpose or if there was another reason. She turned around and looked at the old man. When she saw that he was still slowly searching, she turned back and looked at the blue book. She frowned and hesitated for a moment before gently taking it down from the cabinet. It's so heavy. As soon as the blue book left the bookshelf and landed in Yun Nuoxing's hand, its weight suddenly increased by several times. It was as if it had turned into a huge rock, heavily pressing down on Yun Nuoxing's hand. It weighed at least 5,000 pounds. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly used some strength to prevent it from falling to the ground. Placing the book on his left arm, Yun Nuoxing gently flipped it open. He was slightly stunned. This wasn't a book, but a box. The cover was half open, and there was a hole in the bottom page. Inside, there was a piece of broken jade lying quietly. The dazzling light reflected on Yun Nuoxing's handsome face. This piece of broken jade was engraved with beautiful and complicated patterns. The broken surface was very smooth, but it wasn't cut. Instead, it looked like it was broken by hand. Because the broken surface wasn't a regular line, there was a small dent. However, looking at the whole thing, it should be half of a piece of jade. It was slightly longer than a head. This is... Xian stretched out his hand and stroked the piece of jade. He looked at Yun Nuoxing in confusion and asked. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He didn't feel anything different from the piece of jade. He couldn't see anything wrong with it, even with his evil spirit eye. He asked in his mind, Ziyi, this is... I don't know. In the spiritual world, Ziyi was controlling the flames to continuously burn the divine glass crystal. When he heard Yun Nuoxing's words, he was stunned. He took some time to look at the piece of jade. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before, 1,000 gold coins. At this moment, the old man walked behind Yun Nuoxing. His withered hand gently held a deep blue scroll. His old and hoarse voice sounded out. It was like fingernails scratching glass, giving people goosebumps. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing fiercely trembled. He hurriedly took out a white card and handed it to the old man. He then took the scroll from the old man. The old man took the card and slowly walked back to the table. Yun Nuoxing looked at him, then looked at the book and the jade slip in his hand. He quickly opened his mouth and said, Old mister, this book, take it if you want it. Before Yun Nuoxing could finish speaking, the old man interrupted him and said concisely. Then he slowly sat down on the chair and steadily grabbed the pen with both hands. He continued to draw on the paper just now. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing was stunned, but he didn't say anything. He knew that some people were eccentric and didn't want to say anything. He had already made it clear that if he wanted it, he could take it. Since that was the case, he might as well put away the map and the azure book. He then cupped his hands at the old man and pulled Xian out of the store. After the two of them left, only the old man was left. He gently swayed the brush in his hand. Chapter 372. After walking out of the store, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. He looked up at the bright starry sky and felt an inexplicable sense of joy. He had taken an unknown broken jade from this unknown store. To be honest, if Violet Knight had not said something, Yun Nuoxing would not have taken this thing. After coming out of the store, the two of them were not in a hurry to return to the hotel. They looked around and walked in the direction of the harbor. Before going out to sea, Yun Nuoxing wanted to know how those who walked on the sea all year round were able to identify directions. Although he now had a complete map of the East Sea, he did not see too many obvious things that could be used as markers. On the map, there was an azure area with scattered brown islands. However, in the middle of the map, there was an erupting volcano. Yun Nuoxing was very familiar with that place. It was the place they wanted to go, Fanyan Mountain. Slightly to the north of Fanyan Mountain, a huge island stood majestically. The words Sea God's Domain were very obvious. Obviously, this was the Sea God's Domain, one of the 4 great holy cities of the Divine Prefecture. It was the holy city at the center of the East Sea. The entire area is filled with water. We'll probably get lost. After looking at the approximate location, Yun Nuoxing nodded and sighed. It was not a problem to be able to distinguish between north, south, east, and west on the sea. Looking up at the sun or the moon, one would know which side was east and which side was west. The biggest problem was that they did not know where they were. All right, the treasure map has. Suddenly remembering that the treasure map had a positioning function, Yun Nuashing was slightly delighted. However, it did not last for more than a second before his eyes dimmed again. This was because he remembered that there were no islands in the area of the East Sea marked on the treasure map. Even the 4 great holy cities were not marked. Yin Nuashing was also very speechless about this treasure map. It was said that the 4 great holy cities had been passed down from ancient times. However, there are no traces of these 4 cities on this map. Yin Nuashing was a little unhappy when he saw this, so he simply added it himself and drew the Divine Sky City. Maybe they didn't draw it because they don't need 4 holy cities. Yin Nuashing thought. Although there were no 4 great holy cities, there were still a few restricted areas. Yin Nuashing also relied on it to go to the underground cave and the Tana's water god temple. Nirvana City was a little quieter at night, but some areas were still very lively. For example, the street where the auction house was located was still brightly lit. Many people were going in and out of the street. Occasionally, there would be a burst of noise. It was truly a nightless area. After walking through a few streets, they unknowingly came to a large market square. This was the only way to go to the port. Although it was nighttime, it was not yet deep. Just like the auction house, the lights here were flickering. Groups of people gathered together, shoulder to shoulder. Yin Nuashing, who was walking at the front, had no choice but to hold Zi Yin by his side so that they would not be separated if they were not careful. Yin Nuashing gently pushed through the crowd and pulled Zian to the end of the street. However, as they weren't in a hurry to leave, the two didn't walk very fast. They walked and stopped, occasionally stopping at small stalls. Yin Nuashing didn't mind. He treated it as if he was shopping with Zian. After all, he had been shopping with Yuan for so many times that he was already immune to it. At least, he wouldn't break his leg like before. When Zian took a fancy to some trinkets and wanted to buy them, Yin Nuashing would pay for them without hesitation. His attitude of treating money like dirt made Zian speechless. However, for someone whose net worth was in the hundreds of billions, this amount of money was nothing. Although Yin Nuashing was half a miser, when he saw Zian holding the trinkets and fiddling with them happily and smiling so brightly that it seemed as if the light of the world had gathered, Yin Nuashing's vanity, which rarely appeared, was satisfied like never before. Yin Nuashing was momentarily stunned when he saw the gorgeous girl in purple jumping and laughing in this crowded place. Mei Mao was as bright as the stars in the sky. He even filtered out the noise on the street, leaving only the girl in his eyes. "Little star, let's go. Why are you in a daze?" Zian suddenly held Yin Nuashing's hand and laughed as he pulled the latter, who was still in a daze, to the end of the street. Yin Nuashing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated when she saw the two of them holding hands. The harbor was very quiet at night, and there was no one around. Many huge ships were docked at the harbor, like giant beasts crawling under the night sky. However, these ships all had their own unique symbols and were of different shapes. They obviously came from different forces. The civilian ships were all docked at the far left, and all of them were identical. These were all ships that belonged to Nirvana City. At this moment, they were all anchored at the harbor by energy chains. If the chains were cut, the person who placed the restriction would sense it, so there was no need to worry about it being stolen. The sea at night was cold and formless. Even a pool of pitch-black water reflected the endless stars in the sky. A crescent moon floated on the surface of the sea. Standing at the highest point of the harbor, Yin Nuashing suddenly felt very comfortable as she listened to the soft chirping of insects and looked at this rare scenery. Looking at the empty harbor, Yin Nuashing exhaled softly. She turned her head and smiled at Zian. "Let's go. It's too late to find out anything today." Zian nodded in agreement. Then, he turned around and held Yin Nuashing's hand as they walked away. When they turned around, they didn't walk too far away. However, they had only taken 10 steps when a dazzling light suddenly cut through the silence of the night. It appeared from the void behind them and suddenly stabbed toward Yin Nuashing. Under the light, a sharp dagger dripping with blood rushed to the back of Yin Nuashing's head in a flash, stabbing toward the top of his head. It was so quiet that it even escaped his soul detection. Ever since Yin Nuoxing had been assassinated, he had been very vigilant of his surroundings. His soul force was operating almost all the time, with his powerful soul that could rival that of a demon-rank powerhouse. And with the blessing of the 5 elements, it was reasonable to say that no one should be able to escape his detection. However, it wasn't until the cold wind licked Yin Nuoxing's neck that he suddenly shuddered. Only then did he react. He immediately condensed the light elements and grabbed Ziyin. His figure flashed, leaving behind a ball of golden light, and directly appeared 100 meters away. However, even if Yin Nuoxing was fast enough, there was still a long sword that seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. It slashed across her shoulder, bringing out a string of scarlet golden blood. It was very dazzling in the night sky. Little star, Ziyin was shocked by this sudden attack. By the time she reacted, she had already seen that Yin Nuoxing was injured. She immediately cried out in alarm and rushed forward to help. Before Yin Nuoxing and Ziyin could do anything, a huge torrent of energy broke through the sky and shot out from the attic in the city. In the blink of an eye, it rushed past the distance of less than 10 meters and rushed directly in front of Ziyin. Damn it! Yin Nuoxing, who had just stabilized her lower body, did not have time to care about the injury on her shoulder. She was tripped by the attack that came one after another. She hurriedly pulled Ziyin into her arms, and the light element surged in her body. She stomped her feet on the ground and rushed into the sky with her. Bang! However, just as Yin Nuoxing thought that she could rush into the sky, she suddenly crashed into the barrier of Nirvana City. The dull impact caused the barrier to ripple rapidly. It seemed that she had already forgotten about the barrier that she had crashed into the first time she had rushed into Nirvana City. This damned barrier! Yin Nuoxing, who had crashed into the barrier, felt pain all over her body. She grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. She opened her mouth and cursed angrily. Before she could take out the Netherworld Ruins sword to cut open the barrier, she was bounced back by the barrier. Furthermore, she crashed into the ground at the same speed, sending up a cloud of dust. Bang! Just as Yin Nuoxing landed on the ground, a 1,000-meter-long sword aura shot out from the attic in the city. It brought with it a series of sonic booms that sounded like a clap of thunder in the silent night. Do you think I'm unreasonable if I don't draw my sword? Yin Nuoxing's angry roar could be heard from the billowing dust. Immediately after, a 1,000-meter-long purplish-black sword aura shot out like lightning and ruthlessly collided with the sword aura. Boom! The two sword auras collided in midair. It was like an earth-shattering explosion. Energy fireworks bloomed in midair, and the flames tore through the night sky. Everyone in the city noticed the abnormality and revealed shocked expressions. Fighting was prohibited in Nirvana City. Who was so bold to actually fight in the city? In the energy storm, a purplish-black sword aura shot out like lightning. Looking at its dimmed appearance, it had clearly expended a lot of energy to resist the sword aura. However, it had not been destroyed. After all, a strike from the Netherworld Ruins sword could easily produce a huge destructive force. It was not easy to deal with. The sword aura shot out like lightning in the direction of the attack. However, it merely streaked across the void and left a thick crack in the hard ground. There was no blood. Clearly, the person who had attacked first had already left that position. Which bastard is ruining my mood? Yin Nuoxing roared angrily. Majestic spiritual energy erupted from between his brows and surged into the void. It rapidly spread out and scanned the space within a 1,000-meter-long radius dozens of times. His expression became increasingly ugly. This was because he did not sense the aura of the attacker. In other words, the person who had attacked earlier might have already disappeared. Clearly, this person, or rather this group of people, had come prepared. They knew that they had no chance of winning if they fought Yin Nuoxing head-on. Therefore, they had resorted to such a despicable method like a sneak attack. Now that their attack had failed, they had decisively hidden themselves in the void and left the battlefield. Yin Nuoxing held the Netherworld Ruins sword tightly in his hand. Purple flames surged out of his palm and coiled around the sword like a fire snake. At the same time, he used these two vast energies to detect the situation around him. The result was still the same. It seemed that the person had really left. Seeing the blood flowing out of Yin Nuoxing's shoulder, Xian frowned and asked anxiously, "Xing, are you all right?" Yin Nuoxing shook his head. The five elements, along with the purple night flame, surged into the wound and expelled traces of black energy from the wound. Then, with the help of the divine flame, this hideous wound slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blood had evaporated completely. Really, it's rare for me to be in such a good mood. Someone actually dares to cause trouble for me. Yin Nuoxing sighed and frowned. Although he had thought of this situation before, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. He had originally thought that the appearance of Princess Jean and the others would deter many people who had bad intentions towards him. At the very least, he would be able to live peacefully for a year and a half. He did not expect that he would be pursued as soon as he left Lihuan City. Although there was no danger along the way, he was ambushed when he arrived at Nirvana City. People from the Qi clan, Qinghai Palace, or the 12-star palaces? These names flashed through his mind. Currently, only these few forces had issued the order to kill him on the surface and were not afraid of the Temple of Elements. However, who knew how many more people were moving in the dark, wanting to take his life and snatch Ling Hong's sword? Someone is coming. Let's go first. Yin Nuoxing sighed and was too lazy to think so much. He grabbed Xian's small hand and said softly. Then, the light element surged, and at the same time, the boundary of the Netherworld Ruin Sword was displayed. The two of them disappeared in an instant and rushed into the night. As soon as Yin Nuoxing and the others left, dozens of people came to the port. Seeing the traces of battle here, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the very least, two demigods, or two real gods, must have fought here. Luo Yinyang thought. This destructive power. Let's go and report to the city lord. Chapter 373. In front of the door of the hotel room, a purplish-black energy barrier suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, it slowly dissipated, revealing two figures. The light shone on their faces. They were Yin Nuoxing and Xian, who had just left the port. With the help of the barrier and light element of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, they managed to return to the hotel safely without bumping into anyone. As soon as the two of them appeared from the barrier, they immediately picked up their divine artifacts and looked around vigilantly. The energy in their bodies was roaring and surging, ready to explode at any moment. After a while, they did not discover any danger. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief and put down their divine artifacts. They looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Then, they pushed open the door and walked in. In the room, Yuan-Shi had woken up at some point. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and a vast and ethereal divine Qi was circling around him. On the other bed, Ming and Little Purple Soul were huddled together, still sound asleep. Sensing the energy waves coming from outside the room, Yuan-Shi slowly opened his eyes. When he realized that it was Yin Nuoxing and Xian's aura, he heaved a sigh of relief. While he was cultivating, he was also vigilant. He was unfamiliar with this place, and there was a wanted criminal beside him. He would not even know if he was careless and got eaten. Creak! Just as Yuan-Shi was about to continue cultivating, the door was gently pushed open. Then, Yin Nuoxing and Xian tiptoed in. As soon as they poked their heads in, they saw Yuan-Shi sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at them calmly. They could not help but be stunned. Then, they saw the two girls sleeping soundly on the bed and sighed. "Ladies, did you two go on a date? Did you do something naughty?" Yuan-Shi stared at the two of them as they sat down on the bed. She took in their fatigued looks. She sized them up with a smile in her eyes, then pointed at their clothes and teased them. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing and Xian were stunned. When they saw his gesture, they lowered their heads at the same time. Then, their faces turned red at the same time. Although the small fight just now didn't result in any bloodshed, it made him look very embarrassed. His clothes were messy. If this happened to one person, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it happened to two people, it was worth investigating. After all, with such a situation, People who didn't know would think that the two of them went out to have fun. Xian reacted in an instant and cried out in surprise. She quickly turned around and tidied up her dress before turning back. Her beautiful face was still a little red and looked very attractive. Ahem, it's not what you think. Yin Nuoxing blushed and coughed dryly. Then, she rolled her eyes at Yuan Shi. She didn't even tidy up her clothes and said directly, "Oh, you were attacked at the port? Even a god came to be an assassin. Now, it seems that little star, you have become a piece of delicious cake that everyone wants to take a bite out of." After hearing this, Yuan Shi nodded as if he suddenly understood. Then, he looked at the two of them with a smile and teased, "You really didn't go to the port to have sex?" "No." Yin Nuoxing and Xian shouted in unison. Then, they each picked up a pillow and threw it at Yuan Shi with all their strength. "Io, they're saying the same thing, aren't they?" Yuan Shi chuckled as she dodged the two pillows. "I'll fight it out with you." Yin Nuoxing, who was embarrassed and angry, let out a hysterical roar. She stepped over the bed with her two long legs and pounced on Yuan Shi with bared fangs and brandished claws. "Io, little star, my little body can't take your violence." Seeing Yin Nuoxing go crazy like an angry kitten on top of him, Yuan Shi grinned and waved his hands to play with the former. Looking at the two joking around, Xian shook her head helplessly. She took the long sword that Yin Nuoxing gave her and quietly slipped in the bathroom, leaving the two men wrestling on the bed. "So, do you have any clues? Those people might have followed us all the way from Lihuan City. Do you have any contact with them? Do you know which force they are from?" After wrestling on the bed for a long time, Yuan Shi and Yin Nuoxing stopped when they heard the sound of water. They each sat on a bed and tidied up their messy clothes. Yuan Shi said seriously. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. "I don't know. I only saw black energy, but I don't know which force has that kind of strange black energy. It's not elemental energy, nor does it look like devil chi or divine essence." Yin Nuoxing scratched her head in distress and sighed. Black energy might not be elemental energy. With this kind of color, it's probably related to cultivation techniques. Actually, I don't know either. There are many people in this world who have black energy. Maybe it's not the Qi family, Yuan Shi said helplessly. Yin Nuoxing and Yuan Shi, after saying these two sentences, the two of them suddenly fell silent. They both frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. This made the solemn atmosphere here even more dignified. Even the air was so stuffy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Yuan, she was the first to come back to her senses. She looked up and saw that Yin Nuoxing was still frowning. She was puzzled. Only then did she sigh and say, "Are you planning to?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and thought for a while. After a while, she sighed heavily and slapped her thigh. She stared at Yuan Shi with bright eyes and shouted, "Sleep! Up! Down!" After saying that, she fell on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. Yuan Shi was speechless. Looking at the bathroom, Yuan Shi smiled and also fell on the bed. He reached out and pulled the blanket over to the other side. With his back facing Yin Nuoxing, he said jokingly, "Sister-in-law is coming out. I'm going to sleep first. I'll kill you with a pillow." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and scolded him jokingly. Phew. Yuan Shi let out a steady breathing sound as if he had really fallen asleep. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. She simply rolled up the blanket and changed into a comfortable sleeping position. After a while, she jumped up again. With a thought, dozens of divine weapons shot out and hid in every corner of the room. They surrounded the room seamlessly and were just short of the heaven refining array. After doing all this, Yin Nuoxing lay down again. Not long after she laid down, waves of drowsiness swept over her, causing her eyes to close uncontrollably. Before her consciousness completely fell asleep, Yin Nuoxing seemed to feel something touching her lips. After a while, she felt the bed in front of her pressing down slightly. The next day, when the sun had just climbed up the eastern sky, 3 pairs of eyes in the hotel opened at the same time. There was a shocking amount of energy flowing in their eyes. 6 rays of light shot out from their eyes and pierced through the roof. At the same time, Yin Nuoxing suddenly put away all her divine weapons. A golden chain shot out from under her windbreaker and pulled Ming and little purple soul into her arms. She grabbed Xian and Yuan Shi with one hand, and the light elements whistled. She directly brought them out through the wall. Boom! In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the bed and reappeared 1,000 meters away, with Xian in tow. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the floor of the hotel where they had just been. An energy storm that was tens of thousands of feet wide pierced through the sky and earth. A destructive energy swept out like a storm. The entire Nirvana city shook violently. Dozens of spatial cracks spread out like a spider web with the hotel as the center. The sudden destructive energy was like a bolt of lightning in the morning. It shocked everyone in Nirvana City. However, most of the energy shot towards the sky and pierced through the energy shield of Nirvana City. It seemed like the person who had launched the sneak attack did not want to cause too many casualties. Otherwise, this attack alone would have vaporized half of Nirvana City. The energy storm raged for a minute before it was suddenly disintegrated from the inside by a huge amount of energy. It did not cause too much damage, only causing some of the surrounding buildings to collapse. Who dares to cause trouble in Nirvana City? At the moment when the energy storm was annihilated, several figures suddenly rose from the ground in Nirvana City and rushed into the sky. A vast aura swept across the sky like a storm. A few pairs of flickering eyes swept across the city continuously. It was a breathtaking sight. In an instant, the noisy Nirvana City quietened down. The city lord has personally appeared. It seems like Nirvana City will not be peaceful for a while. I really don't know what kind of person would do such a thing. Is it fun to disturb the people so early in the morning? Tisk, didn't the godly physique Na Ling come to Nirvana City? I think it's the work of those who want to kill him. TSK, so it's him. He's probably done for this time. The godly physique, Na Ling, only has the strength of an immortal. Such a powerful energy is enough to kill him tens of thousands of times. The city lord of Nirvana City is said to be an underworld king expert. However, the person who attacked him managed to break through the energy barrier. I wonder if the city lord can deal with it. When the few figures appeared in the sky above Nirvana City, a series of discussions broke out in the city. Many people even guessed the truth of the matter. Those few silhouettes did not stay in the sky for long. They stayed for less than a minute before dispersing and rushing to every corner of Nirvana City. Some people even sensed a powerful probing wave being emitted. It must have been done by those few people. TSK, they don't even let us sleep. How can we live? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at the place where the smoke kept coming out. Fortunately, they were staying on the top floor. Otherwise, they would have implicated others. Such a huge amount of energy. I didn't sense it before. It should be some powerful forbidden weapon. Yuan Shi frowned and said in a deep voice. They looked like they were sleeping soundly. However, they were alert to their surroundings. That was how they managed to escape the disaster. If they were caught in the center of the storm, they would have died without a doubt before the Netherworld ruin sword appeared. How big a grudge is this? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. A forbidden weapon was extremely powerful. However, it could only be used a limited number of times. It would shatter after it was used up. Wasn't it too wasteful to use it to deal with a defenseless, immortal-level brat like her? However, it was more like they were using it to deal with a divine weapon. Ling Hongjian's defense could indeed block the impact. This person was meticulous. It wasn't a bad choice to treat Yin Nuoxing as an underworld emperor expert. Moreover, they didn't reveal themselves during the two attacks. Now, Yin Nuoxing didn't even know who was attacking them. Let's hurry up and leave. If we stay here any longer, we will implicate others. The battle will affect a huge area. It's fine for us. Once we feel that something is wrong, we can use the light element to escape. However, the others can't take it. Yin Nuoxing said. This time, he dared to make a move within the city. Next time, he would be able to brazenly start a battle in front of everyone. However, many of his methods were of a large area of effect and definitely couldn't be used in a crowd. This way, his battle strength would be infinitely weakened, and he could only use the light element to passively escape. In Yin Nuoxing's words, "Damn it, when have I ever been chased away by someone?" Yin Nuoxing said resentfully as she stomped her feet angrily. "You were chased away in the divine Sky City." Xian couldn't help but mutter, "Little girl, don't expose me." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at her and rubbed her head vigorously. Xian shook her head and smoothed her long hair. She rolled her eyes at Yin Nuoxing and said softly, "Little Star is right. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Once we reach the sea, we will have a way to deal with them." "That's true. It's better for us to leave the Nirvana City first." Yuanxi nodded in agreement. Chapter 374. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. With this ruckus, everyone in the city will know that we're here. If we're found later, it'll be even more troublesome. Yuanxi said, nodding towards Yin Nuoxing. "All right, the game of escape begins now." Yin Nuoxing grinned and waved his arm, pointing at the dock. "Let's run for our lives with all our might. I hope that we'll be the ones to announce the end of the game in the end, and not someone else." Uffed! Xian could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw Yin Nuoxing's heroic yet bitter smile. Yuanxi also laughed out loud. This metaphor was really appropriate. If they did not want to be eliminated, they had to run with all their might. Yin Nuoxing looked back at the hotel one last time and sighed. He took out the hat that he hadn't worn for a long time and put it on properly. He couldn't think of what he should look like with the Shui Yin mask. Moreover, there were 4 living people beside him, all of whom had distinct appearances. It was useless to cover them up. Now, he could only pray that no one would recognize Ziyin and the others. Didn't Big Brother become Big Sister? I thought Big Brother liked to play like this. Ming raised his head when he saw Yin Nuoxing putting on the hat. He could not help but say something that made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Yin Nuoxing stumbled and almost fell off the roof when he heard that. He pretended to glare fiercely at the girl, then rubbed Ming's head and said, "Cough, don't talk nonsense. Since when did I like to play like this?" But Big Brother always turns into Big Sister. Little Purple Soul, who had been sitting on Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and hugging his head, laughed foolishly and gave Yin Nuoxing a hard stab. "Little Star, it's okay. We won't mind. Everyone has their own hobbies." Xian was shaking with laughter, but she forcefully covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing. She held Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and giggled. "Actually, Yin Nuoxing is quite pretty." Brother, I don't mean to look down on you. Really, you're a cross-dresser after all." Yuanxi was also shaking with laughter. He patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and laughed to the sky. Looking at the 4 of them laughing so happily, Yin Nuoxing instantly narrowed his eyes. He glanced at the 2 of them, then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After a while, he scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, all right, if I look like a girl, then I'll admit it, all right, huh?" Half an hour later, at the port of Nirvana City, the place where the battle had taken place yesterday, it looked brand new. It didn't look like a battle had taken place yesterday. The huge crack caused by the Netherworld ruined sword had disappeared as well. It was as if nothing had happened. Yin Nuoxing stood there and slowly turned around. He couldn't see clearly in the dark last night, but there was a huge city gate standing in front of him. It was about 10 feet tall, and there were 2 watchtowers on both sides of the iron gate. Yesterday, the person who had attacked him had forced him to use the Netherworld ruined sword here. He had almost lost control and cut Nirvana City in half. Unlike the night, he could see the entirety of the port now. From the highest point of the port, he could see dozens of docks. A huge ship was anchored at each dock, and every dock was filled with people. It was bustling with activity as they squeezed to board the ships. These crowded places were more obvious on the civilian ships on the left. There weren't many people on the dozen ships with unique symbols on the right. These should be the private ships of the factions. At this moment, some young people were talking hard in front of the docks. They were sweating profusely from all the shouting. There were also many people around them, but they were too far away. Yin Nuoxing couldn't hear what they were saying. He could only see people boarding the ships occasionally, while others stayed behind to continue listening. There were also some who ran to the ships next door and listened attentively. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing had some guesses. These should be the factions calling out to the mercenaries who wanted to go to the East Sea. There weren't many people who settled down in the EC because there wasn't much land. The only large-scale settlement was in the sea god's domain. However, the EC was such a huge ocean. It was full of magical beasts and monsters, especially aquatic beasts. To them, this was a paradise. There was no other place more suitable for them to live. However, the East Sea wasn't completely a deep sea. Most of it had underwater continents and underwater mountains that formed platforms. There were also many underwater ruins. Most of these ruins belonged to the original marine tribes or the original inhabitants. However, due to the rise of the sea level, they changed from land to sea and became underwater ruins. Most of these ruins were left behind from ancient times, such as the mythological era. Therefore, the EC was said to be the place with the most traces left behind from the mythological era. Every year, countless people would go there to explore the underwater ruins, hoping to find some treasures that would allow their strength or the faction they represented to make a qualitative leap. However, the EC also had countless dangers. It wasn't surprising that a large area was used as a hotbed to breed all kinds of marine life. Therefore, there were many people who went to explore the EC every year. However, less than 10% of them returned after going deep into unknown areas. The rest were almost all buried at the bottom of the sea, becoming floating bones or digested by the giant beasts at the bottom of the sea. Exploration required a lot of manpower. It was far from enough to rely on one faction. Sometimes, in addition to gathering mercenaries, there were also scenes of several factions attacking together. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Yin Nuashing looked at the civilian ship on the left and the gathering mercenary team on the right. Then, she tilted her head and looked at Xian and the others. Then, she raised her feet and landed on the right side at the same time, walking down the stairs. There were two types of mercenaries who went to the EC. One was a mercenary group that had been strictly organized by a faction. This type of mercenary group had a large number of people. Rather than calling it a mercenary group, it was better to call it a fleet. Moreover, the strength of the members was mostly above the immortal stage. The captains of the fleet were all at the demigod stage or even the demigod stage experts. Even more, for example, those first-rate factions that entered the EC might have god-level figures leading them. The other type was some temporary mercenary teams. These teams were usually disbanded after completing a one-time mission. They gathered a little here and there to form a large fleet. It was equivalent to a group of people working together to complete some difficult missions. They weren't as organized as the former type, let alone have any tacit understanding. At this time, the mercenaries who were shouting loudly at the dock belonged to the second type. Walking along the stairs to the right, Yin Nuashing and the others did not immediately join any fleet. Instead, they secretly observed which fleet looked more rigorous and stronger. After all, in this area with countless dangers, any bit of carelessness would directly lead to the tragic fate of being annihilated. They did not want to rush over and send their heads to their deaths. Although Yin Nuashing herself had the strength to break the rules, and it wouldn't be a problem for her to fight against hundreds of fleets alone, it was still more convenient to group together. Yin Nuashing wanted to find a team not only because there were more people there, but also because most of these mercenaries were veterans. They knew where to go in the Eastern Sea, where to go, 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 where to be dangerous and where to be slightly safer. To put it bluntly, what Yin Nuashing wanted was the knowledge of these mercenaries. While Yin Nuashing was looking for a team as she wished, there was a sudden commotion at the dock. At the dock with 6 large ships, there was an excited shout that suppressed all other voices. Liao Tiange is going to the northeast of the Eastern Sea to explore the ruins. Liao Tiange's godsons and goddesses are going with him. There are only 100 spots, and their strength must be at least in the 8th level of the immortal realm. Gentlemen, don't miss this opportunity. The loud shouts silenced the noisy dock for a moment. Even Yin Nuashing and the others were a little confused. After looking at each other for a while, they were a little tempted. Liao Qingge's 2 seated disciples were going to the ruins in person, which meant that there was something there that even people of their level would covet. There was another kind of situation for mercenaries, and that was the first type of mercenary group. Because of the lack of manpower, they had to gather at the last minute. Following this kind of strictly organized mercenary group would increase their survival rate by a lot. The crowd was silent for a few seconds. Those who reacted first immediately rushed toward the young man wearing Liao Tinga's clothes. Some people even used their movement skills and rushed to the young man in a few breaths. Staring blankly at the crowd that suddenly went crazy, Yin Nuoxing and the others widened their eyes and looked at each other. Without the slightest hesitation, after a few leaps, they directly landed beside the young man from the sky. A gentle force was emitted, allowing them to successfully blend into the crowd. Following a large professional fleet into the Eastern Sea, and an experienced fleet at that, they could generally avoid danger very well. As long as they could smoothly reach the ruins, Yin Nuoxing and the others could safely slip out of the team and rely on themselves. However, the return journey or the next destination would be a little troublesome. After all, they didn't know the direction. However, they had the treasure map, so they could still find their way into the sea god's domain. There's still 5 spots left. Hurry up and join. The young man waved the sheepskin scroll in his hand and shouted loudly at the crowd. Here, 3 in a group. Yin Nuoxing's clear voice sounded in front of the young man. It contained a bit of energy and suppressed the shouting of the crowd. The young man was stunned and quickly turned around. He lowered his head and saw a handsome young man wearing a hat in front of him. He was only 17 or 18 years old and had 2 children, a beautiful young girl and a young man in his 20s. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Little brother, exploring ruins is very dangerous. Our minimum requirement for this trip is the 8th level of the immortal realm. Only people of this level have the ability to protect themselves. Listen carefully, it's the 8th level." The young man emphasized the 2 words 8th level. Obviously, he didn't believe that these 3 young youths met the requirements. In those places, relying on numbers alone was useless. Kid, this is not a place for you people to play adventure games. Hurry up and go home. You idiots, go home. The 3 of you are not good enough. Yeah, the Eastern Sea is not a fun place. Come back when you grow up. Seeing that the 3 of them had taken up more than half of the space, the mercenaries immediately laughed and scolded them. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and looked around when she heard these kind reminders. Then, she placed Ming and little purple soul in Xian's arms. She walked out of the crowd and stood on the edge of the sea. She casually took out a long sword, raised it high above her head, and slashed at the sea with all her might. Boom! 100-meter-tall sword rays shot out from the long sword like a crescent moon. It split the sea water in front of her and split it to 2 sides, forming 2 spectacular waterfalls in the distance. Their strength is much higher than mine. Is that enough? Yin Nuoxing put away the long sword and casually clapped her hands. She turned around and looked at the jaws of the shocked crowd. Okay, it's enough. Hearing this indifferent voice, the young man immediately closed his jaws that had fallen to the ground. He shook his head and then said with a smile, "Okay, these 3 people are yours. The reward is 50 kilograms of premium glazed crystals. Half of it will be paid before the ship departs, and the other half will be paid when we come back." Okay. Yin Nuoxing nodded with a smile. She led Xian and the others around the young man and walked onto the huge ship behind him. She did not care about the 50 kilograms of premium glazed crystals. It was enough as long as they could get there. The last 2 places. Come quickly. After watching Yin Nuoxing and the others walk onto the ship, the young man came back to his senses and shouted with all his might. Damn it, I have reserved this spot. This spot is mine. F***CK. F***CKU, Geoduck. Don't fight with me. Hearing this shout, the originally quiet group of mercenaries suddenly boiled up again. They were all red-eyed and thick-necked. Yin Nuoxing and the others shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 375. On the calm ocean, 6 huge transport ships sailed in an orderly manner. The moment the mercenaries had finished assembling, Liao Tinga's fleet sailed out of the dock. Because they had already prepared for a long time, they didn't need to spend much time preparing. Among the 6 ships, 5 of them were Liao Tinga's men, and the last one was the newly assembled mercenaries. However, there were also quite a few of Liao Tinga's men on this ship. Otherwise, it would look like they were going to deliver their heads to the enemy. The ship was still quite relaxed, and it wasn't as depressing as imagined. Although the large group of people were touching the weapons at their waists, they were alert and prepared to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. The sea within 10,000 nautical miles of Nirvana City is a safe zone. There's no need to be so alert. Relax, everyone, the captain of the mercenary ship, who had been sailing in the East Sea for many years, said while drinking wine. He was an old sailor who was known as Old Sly. Old Sly looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His body was very sturdy, and his white beard and beard had grown a circle. Even his hair was white, making him look very old. There were many hideous scars on his dark face, and he even wore an eye patch over his left eye. It wasn't hard to imagine how serious his injuries were. If he wore a headscarf, he would look like a pirate. He hit it off very well with these mercenaries and chatted nonstop along the way. This ship sailed at the rear left, and the other 5 ships surrounded the ship in the middle. These ships weren't made of ordinary wood, but were all made of precious materials. Under the sunlight, they emitted a metallic luster and looked very hard and difficult to break. Liao Tinga's 2 seed disciples weren't seen on this ship, so they were probably on the largest ship in middle. It was a dragon-headed ship that was made of 8th grade materials. It was 1,000 meters long and looked like a pavilion on the sea. Its white sails fluttered in the wind, and it looked very luxurious. Its entire body was crimson red, and thick armor covered the deck, faintly emitting a majestic energy. Yin Nuashing and the others stood at the stern of the ship, enjoying the cool sea breeze. Their long hair fluttered in the wind, and they felt very comfortable. This place was much quieter than the center. Perhaps it was because the combat strength they had just displayed had shocked everyone, but at this moment, no one came over. It made their ears feel much more comfortable. They were happy that no one came to disturb them. Ming and Little Purple Soul were running back and forth at the end of the boat. They seemed to have an endless supply of energy. Ever since Little Purple Soul returned, Ming would play with her whenever he had the time. Yin Nuashing and the others could not help but exclaim at the same time, "It's good to be young." However, when they were lamenting this sentence, they seemed to have forgotten that they were only young people in their 20s. Putting aside Yin Nuashing, who always felt that she was old, Xian and Yuan, she were not as old as him. "What's wrong, lads? It's the right of the old to be lamenting about how short life is here. Young people should be more energetic." A strong and loud laughter came from behind, causing Yin Nuashing and the others to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw Old Cunning walking towards them with a pot of wine. He even raised his head and took a big gulp. Then he stomped the wine pot on the edge of the ship and laughed. "Oh, this old man was wrong. There's a little girl here." Old Cunning laughed and said, "What's wrong, lads? Are you homesick after just going out to sea?" Hearing this, Yin Nuashing and the others could not help but laugh. Shaking her head, Yin Nuashing said in a low voice, "No, I'm just thinking about the road ahead. Looking at the boundless ocean, where is the other shore? Where is the end? The road ahead is the other shore. The road ahead is the end. As long as we keep going forward, we can reach the place we want to go." Old Cunning laughed and took another gulp of wine. Then he said something that Yin Nuashing and the others could not understand. "Young people, cheer up. You have the capital to be young. It's important to enjoy the moment, but it's also important to work hard. Only those who dare to risk their lives are considered young." Old Cunning stroked his beard and laughed. "Ah ha ha ha." After saying this, Old Cunning raised his head and took another big gulp of wine. Then he laughed and walked away, leaving Yin Nuashing and the others confused. 10 days passed in a hurry. Every day, they would see a fireball rise from the east and be kicked to the west by the moon. The cycle repeated again and again. What remained the same was the calm ocean. It was always blue, and there were no more waves. During these 10 days, no one visited the area at the stern of the ship. It was as if it had become the exclusive territory of Yin Nuashing and the others. Other than Old Cunning, who would come over every day to chat and drink with Yuan Shi, Yin Nuashing would have the thought of kicking them into the sea every time she saw the two men standing at the stern of the ship with their arms around each other's shoulders and drinking wine with the moon. Brace yourselves, lads. Let me see your weapons. The peaceful days have come to an end. Next, it's time for you to show your skills. Early in the morning, Old Cunning stood at the highest point of the ship and looked down at the people below. His single eye flashed with an intimidating light. He carried a huge longsword without an edge on his shoulder. At first glance, it looked like a big club. It was 10 feet long, and when he swung it, the whistling sound of the air could be heard. Old Cunning roared at the top of his voice, causing the veins on his forehead to pop out. His deep and sonorous voice clearly spread throughout the entire ship, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. They straightened their backs, and then, in unison, they pulled out the weapons that were either pinned to their waists or kept in their mystic artifacts. Each and every one of them was dazzling to the eye. Do you have the confidence to complete this mission? Old Cunning turned his neck and roared. Do you know what you have to do? Huh. Under these two roars that could swallow mountains and rivers, the group of mercenaries responded loudly. They raised the weapons in their hands high up into the sky. Beams of energy light shot up into the sky and condensed into an unparalleled battle intent. The few ships beside them were shocked. Yin Nuashing, who rarely walked out from the back of the ship, was also shocked and stunned. He looked at Old Cunning strangely. His ability to incite people was really off the charts. This group of people didn't have the tacit understanding that I had imagined. They got excited after I roared at them twice. Hee hee. These guys are very unruly. If I don't show them some imposing manner, I won't be able to incite them. My throat is already hoarse after I yelled at them. After making some arrangements, Old Cunning walked over. He lifted the wine pot pinned to his waist and drank a mouthful. He grinned and said, "Next up is the Sea of Death. If I don't raise my spirits, no one here will be able to survive." The Sea of Death? Yin Nuashing asked doubtfully. This sea, or rather, we're about to pass by Sea Abyss. There are countless corpses buried here. It is said that all ships that pass by here will sink. This is the first time I have come here. I want to see how it will sink. Old Cunning drank a mouthful of wine and said indifferently, "You seem to have unknowingly said something terrifying." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing widened his eyes and said, "Since you know that it will sink, why don't you change the direction?" Moreover, Yin Nuashing looked around. It was a resplendent and glowing sea. It was exactly the same as what he saw a few days ago. He said, "Moreover, I haven't seen any landmarks along the way. How do you know that this is the so-called Sea of Death? That Sea Abyss? Little fellow, you're still too young." Old Cunning laughed loudly. He drank a mouthful of wine and panted for a while. He said, "This old man has spent most of his life in the Eastern Sea. I know where I'm even with my eyes closed. This Sea Abyss is too long. If we go around it, we will have to walk a very long distance. That time is enough for us to go back to Nirvana City and come here dozens of times. We don't have that time now. Everyone knows?" Yin Nuashing raised his eyebrows and asked, "Anyone who has sailed the sea knows." Old Cunning smiled and said, "This is also the reason why Liao Tiange spent so much effort to summon another ship. He was worried that there would not be enough manpower. He was worried that we would encounter an unexpected situation here and end up with no eggs left intact. There has to be a reason, right? Why would ships sink here?" Yin Nuashing asked. It was his first time coming to the Eastern Sea. Naturally, he did not know anything. There are countless dangers in the Eastern Sea because there are endless secrets in the sea. Old Cunning grinned and said, "I'm not too sure about what I've heard, so I won't tell you. You'll know why when we reach that area." Old Cunning laughed loudly and patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder. Then, he turned around and walked towards the bow of the ship. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. This old man was still keeping him in suspense. Looking at the noisy deck, Yin Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He turned around and returned to the stern of the ship. He saw Xian and Yuan Shi playing with Ming. He could not help but smile and walked over. Seeing Yin Nuashing walking over, Xian put down Ming and looked up at him. He was stunned and could not help but ask, "What's wrong? You look gloomy." Gloomy? Yin Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. He said, "Is it that obvious?" "It's very obvious." "Did something happen?" Yuanxi nodded. Just now, Yin Nuo planet had heard a big commotion at the bow of the ship, so she went to take a look. She didn't expect that when she returned, it would be overcast. It seemed that they had heard some bad news. "There's something." Yin Nuoxing sighed and told them what Old Cunning had told him. "It feels very dangerous." Yuanxi listened and looked surprised. However, there was not much panic on his face. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. He was not worried about falling into the sea, but he was afraid of encountering something in the sea. The sea was not their battlefield. They could not smash it. For Yin Nuoxing, who had destructive tendencies, the sea was really a place to suffer. After a moment of silence, Yin Nuoxing took out a few jade bottles from his pendant and put them in the hands of Xian and the others. Looking at their puzzled expressions, he could not help but smile and said, "Water avoidance pill. It can allow the user to adapt to the underwater environment, although it was not refined by me." At the end of his sentence, Yin Nuoxing stuck out his tongue. This water-repelling pill was at the immortal grade, and one pill could last for a long time. Naturally, it was not refined by him. It was given to him by Xianin. He found it in a pile of Medicine Mountain. It seemed like it was prepared for him to enter the East Sea, and there was a lot of it. Yuanxi listened and opened the bottle cap with interest. A wave of intoxicating pill fragrance drifted out, causing his whole body to tremble. He carefully tilted the jade bottle and took out a blue pill. He looked at it in his hand and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so surprised that his mouth was wide open. On the blue pill, there were patterns of 7 colors. The connection between each 2 colors was seamless, like a few ribbons. He could faintly feel an extremely large amount of energy flowing in it. The dense pill fragrance even drifted to the few ships at the side, causing everyone to suddenly turn their gaze. However, before they could find the source of the pill fragrance, they lost the direction. What a rich pill fragrance. It must be at least the highest grade or above. Could it be that some alchemy master is refining pills here? No, refining pills of this level will cause strange phenomena. It is impossible to be so calm. Someone must have taken out the pill. It seems to be coming from the mercenary ship. At the stern of the ship, Yin Nuoxing covered the bottle with her hand. Her palm was emitting a golden light. She used her origin energy to isolate the jade bottle containing the water-repelling pill and put it into her pendant. Hearing the discussions, some cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She never thought that taking out the pill would cause such a big commotion in less than half a minute. Even Yuanxi couldn't help but wipe his forehead. He leaned on the edge of the ship and looked at the horizon as if he didn't know anything. However, he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Yin Nuoxing. F*CK. 7 color patterns. 7 elemental alchemy master? Little star, when did you know such a terrifying person? One had to know that just gathering 7 elements was enough to frighten a god to the point of swallowing his tongue. To perfectly integrate 7 elements into a pill and promote it to a higher level, this method was simply unbelievable. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Yin Nuoxing sent a voice transmission and chanted a few times. Hearing this, Yuanxi took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. However, his heart was still in a perilous situation. A 7 elemental alchemy master. In the entire realm of the gods, there were probably less than 5 of them. After waiting for a while, there was no more discussion. Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief and stuffed the jade bottle back to Yuanxi. This time, the latter didn't dare to open it again and hurriedly put it into his artifact.